và Gao đang tràn vào và màn tiếp theo dành cho Artemis, Quadra kill dành cho Artemis. Nó sẽ bị counter bởi cái phi luân dương viêm. Tung ra nó dễ. Doggo bị làm chậm với xe chữ luân kim. Bật Xuân Lam bất bại, chặn đầu bởi chiêu cuối và ngay lập tức là sân không được dựng. Doggo né đi đâu, định mệnh được bật và người này che thiên cung xem lại đi lên từ xa đâu. Anh ta tốc biến độc bằng vô tư.
Và phía bên này Stellar đang lựa góc, anh ta có giáp thiên thần cho nên ta khá thoải mái, xác định vào chỗ mà bộ hành quyết công khai lấy tốc biến gậy tuyệt vời. Guri anh ta cướp được con ball đó và một mất đi giáp thiên thần. Seni đang giết theo Aria, còn 2 lần phi hồ nữa. Anh ta cũng muốn chạy xuống túi không đây, anh ta chạy xuống cuốn đầu của mình, ta hôn gió, anh ta có thể sẽ phải đi theo. Guri đã nằm nhưng cái sản lượng mà Stellar đang mang lại trong đội của mình với số lượng bài gồm là cao hơn nữa. Anh ta chạy vào chỗ Marble, anh ta chưa mất đi giáp thiên thần, cố gắng đánh. Seni lướt lên tấn công Marble, siêu long tới tiếp cận, Haki quăng bộ bom ra 18-14 cho MVK.
Marble phải gây được áp lực cơ nhưng tạm thời chưa có được lợi thế. Đứng giữa là một cái tình huống ganh. Combo này combo cơ bản rồi.
Mà cái hay nhất đến từ bản thân của Sini là anh ta xác định là mình bị hất á, thì là anh ta quay qua anh ta bắt đầu bước bên trong, đứng sát hơn, hất tung được bola băng quăng ra, không trúng, mưa tên lửa rải ra, đang che chỗ của Haki nhưng Haki thoát đi thành công, kéo ngược Guri về, quyền lực giữ 4 người, đẩy bật được tung lên. Aria bị bay máu, anh ta quay trở lại Baron, sau anh ta bay lên lửa, anh ta vẫn bị Baron nó khạc, kéo 2 lại đến từ chỗ của Baron. Rồng lửa đã có và MVK họ đang tràn lên tấn công, chuyển vào chỗ MVK mất máu nhiều quá, dịch chuyển để có thể cố định. Haki không lên, Haki hỏi đứa nào kéo tao và anh ta quăng hết một đối phương luôn.
Anh ta bảo không chỉ có kỹ năng thần bí mà cũng có rút kiếm ra nữa trung mà.
Haki tục thật sự với pha xử lý vừa rồi, đúng là bị kéo cho rút kiếm ra liền luôn.
Thanh trừng xảy ngược, mất máu hơi nhiều đến từ Hito. Dire thả bông khói, anh ta tiếp tục ngu cầu, mất đi lốc xoáy. Hắc ám xoay đòi đã có bàn dành cho Dire. Momo bị kẹt lại, bắt buộc phải tốc biến. Thắng lợi nhịp 1 dành cho Sim Goodwell.
Đấy chính là chất tướng của một Akali đi chung tốc biến cũng đang tỏa chúng 2 thành viên. Combo tới giữa chân 2 người bởi Hito và bên phía Tây Đúc họ đang dọn dẹp đối phương. Lại thêm 2 điểm hài cục nữa.
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Marked and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient plan. This is predetermined. Keep on! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Piercing through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun.
Khi mà vào trận thì bản thân đó mình cũng nghĩ là các đội LCK sẽ dễ dàng đánh bại Jiu, nhưng mà Jiu lại không hề dễ vậy và họ đánh bại LCK với tỷ số là 3-0.
実を見た時にはもう本当にちょっと心が震えましたよね。こんなことができるんだっていう。
我觉得 G2 能打赢 LCP 对我来说是一个很大的激励吧。感觉有一种一下课上的感觉，让我觉得充满希望。
Câu chuyện của chúng tôi sẽ bắt đầu từ bây giờ.
Và Phong vào đây cũng cắn chẹt, ta đã bị trúng cuộc chỏ. Haki tới bắn tay, tiếc quá. Haki.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tôi tin chúng ta có thể làm được.
Bắt buộc phải lùi về, đốc quấy lần 2, nhưng sau đó là bóng đai tay kia rồi. Kia được quẩy, triple kill.
俺たちが勝ちます。
味方から引き上がってマーブル安全な距離を取って、そしてテレポートを返していく SSG、身を寄せて一気に反転だ、バンが一応が
该写结局的时候到了。
倒追倒击，也只能队友击，但接下来 T2D 被秒杀掉了，这边辅助换辅助，认可往前一个顶。
现在开始一步都不能错。
有在那边拼死掉的哭泣，风倒下，还在滑，还在滑，往前点，这边红手小兵很高，哇！
Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại em ở đây.
Chúng tôi sẽ ở đó.
無敵？もうそうじゃない。それは TSW のことだ。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
かじらせてもらうよ。
Close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
Welcome to the LCP. Welcome to the knockout stages, Pike. I'm pumped for tonight.
I'm so pumped. I'm airboxing in my room. I'm ready to go. I'm fighting fit. I'm pumped up, and everyone else at home should be too, because we have some awesome series tonight.
You are so right. We have come through 7 long weeks of the regular split here. We've had perfect games from SHG. We've had absolute nail biters. We've had Drakthar 1v9 on that Shyvana, and all of it has led to these knockout stages here, Pike. And tonight we are starting with an absolute banger. It's going to be CFO versus MVK. But before we can even get to that, we have something new to share with all of you. It is the MVP. It is the all-pro players for the LCP.
All pro players, Logan. An absolute delight to see the entirety of the Secret Whales as your all pros #1. Obviously, everyone's going to give so much love to these guys because every single member has performed at some point or another, Logan, and I'm mega proud to say that they are all pro for this one.
Absolutely, they phenomenally deserve these accolades. This is decided through teams, broadcast talent, selected media, co-streamers, and more. Experts, professionals have all come together and decided these all-pro teams here tonight, Pike. But we also have second and third all-pro, and here we can see the second team, 4 members of SHG and Kiaya, their top laner.
Look, it makes sense. Like, Garm Kiai has been doing an awesome job, but all of SHG, this is a team that I've been saying all split long. You cannot sleep on the Hawks. They have been putting up a fierce battle against so many teams. But we look at third place too, and you know what? Awesome honorable mention. We got Ijang from GZ in that top for the third, but it is all of Garm for the rest. Drakthar, RS, Artemis, and Taki, all looking so good. And you know what? This is the most fair I've ever seen, sort of like people putting their predictions of who is the best like players. This is just looking so accurate because every single member here has had outstanding performances.
Yeah, absolutely. So many good performances. And speaking of, here are some of the best regular season MVPs. His toe takes it out. Congratulations, the jungler of Team Secret Wales. But Pike is not to be outdone by his teammates here.
Never. He could never be outdone by his teammates because you got Eddie and D-Ray in the second and third spot. It's a Secret Wales bonanza because they are all over the ocean right now. They are cleaning up every bit of plastic because they are absolutely destroying it. This is why they're our #1 rated team. This is why they've already secured their ticket to MSI. This is why they've been to first stand as well. This is the team everyone should be looking at to take it home and to lead the LCP up into the bigger standings.
Absolutely, for sure. Team Secret Wales taking it from there. They are the #1 seed, but we do have to take a look at tonight's game, tonight's match, which is the standings here showing us CFO there in 6th, and we have their competitor, their opponent this evening in 3rd, MVK Esports. So CFO, Pike, they've just scraped into playoffs this time around, just like Split 1.
Yeah, look, just like Split 1, and it was a bit of a different story for them, but they started to fight back a lot more, but they're up against a tough opponent. It is the Vikings. This is one team that was really looking for that second spot, and Garm just came in and nipped him in the butt. But let's look at the knockout stage overall here, Logan, because yes, tonight it is MVK versus CFO. Tomorrow night, we have SHG versus DCG. Now, remember, winners move on to 3rd and 4th match. They have to fight up against the Wales and Garm. Now, those are going to be some incredible series, but it all leads into more. Losers move down, then they all meet back in together, and they're looking for that MSI ticket.
That's it, but tonight is elimination. You lose here tonight, you are done, you are dusted, you do not move up. However, we do go to the championship points, so you can see that Team Secret Wales has made it to MSIs based on championship points. Aside from their performance, they have simply the most. You cannot catch up with them. However, we do take a look at Garm and MVK, who've earned quite a few through the Split 2 regular season, which is why Relove finds themselves at 31 and in contention if they do have a great performance here through the knockout stages. Garm nipping at the heels with those 26 though, Pike.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can look at the player of the match standings, and it is Kiaya. This is why they're one of our top players, making it for the 3 times player of the series, which is honestly a huge point, especially for a top lane. You're on that island. Kiaya was drawing so much pressure all split long, and now they're looking to solidify why they're one of the best top laners. But you got a lot of members there in tie for 2nd place. And you know what? They all deserve their time in that spotlight, but it was Kiaya. And you're right, Logan. Here we are. Today's match, the best of 5 series are finally upon us. CFO in 6th place, looking to go up against MVK in 3rd. This is going to be a good one.
One of my favorite things about knockout stages, Pike, is the BO5s. We get more League of Legends. We get more of the LCP because here we're made for this, and this is what it has all been working towards. CFO versus MVK, the PCS versus the VCS, and here is CFO's reinvigorated, refreshed roster. They did have that mid-split update with Pout and Kino coming through, so we take a quick squiz and we get the coaches as well with Ulala and Shawi, and these are the masterminds. These are the strategic brains behind these teams here, Pike.
Yeah, and I love that you use the word refreshed because Rest has been living rent-free in my mind all split long too. Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino. We talked about Pout and Kino coming in mid-split, and they've done wonders for this team. This is why we can't really knock these guys off the pedestal right now, because Pout is a wondermind in this mid lane. They have done so many incredible things, and they play the map exceptionally well, and they give space to Shadow and Doggo to do what they do best, which is run the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were saying a little earlier, Doggo and Shadow are equal first for the most kills in a single game in the LCP with 13 apiece. But enough about CFO. MVK Esports also had a mid-split refresh. They've upgraded. They've got their entire academy roster, and like, that doesn't feel like an academy roster. They are taking it to the best that the LCP has to offer here, and they're in contention. They've made it to the knockout stages. They're not going down without a fight.
Oh, look, this is the secret of the Vikings, unfortunately, Logan. The one thing you have to remember is whenever the old guard of the Vikings rosters sort of travel across the seas, a couple of them might go down in battle, but that doesn't mean that there's more hungrier, more vicious Vikings waiting in the wings, ready to cross that strait and start to take England by storm, because this team have been looking so good all split long. It's why they're in third place, why they were looking for that second place, because you're right, the roster shakeup reinvigorated the roster.
Yeah, but let's take a quick look at the head-to-head matchups here as well, Pike, because we have to keep our eyes on Doggo and Haki. Doggo, the single highest gold per minute AD carry in the LCP, but Haki, the single highest CS per minute in the LCP as well. They're both very strong AD carries.
Yeah, I think you're really right on that, Logan. I think we can look at Doggo. Doggo's had this history already with the LCP, but also in the PCS, where they were a force to be reckoned with, and they came in a little bit fresh, hungry, and then they got it done. And you even saw on the international stage last year, Doggo made a name for himself. But Haki, this new member, this new sort of roster player that's coming in, you're right, has been really aggressive. And you even saw the stats just before that. They were doing a really good job, and they are up there in stats, but now we're making it our way onto the stage here, Logan, and we're seeing CFO, one of the teams looking to reignite the fire to make their way into the finals match. I like it. I'm looking at these guys. They're looking good.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, and let's talk about our predictions here tonight, Pike. It looks like we have matched. We both think MVK is going to take tonight 3-1. What are your thoughts behind that?
Okay, so I put in there that I think Vikings is actually going to be heading to MSI. I think this new roster is something that a lot of these other teams keep forgetting about. They keep sort of losing track that this team is something that needs to be worrisome, though. But at the same time, CFO, I still think they've got, like you said, they've got a little bit of fire in their belly. But usually when I have oysters, I serve it with lemon. And it could be a little bit sour for them tonight, unfortunately. But we'll have to see if the Vikings are up for the challenge.
Yeah, for sure. CFO, though, they are sort of coming online. They're getting a little bit stronger as the communications, the synergies, they're starting to work with that, as we mentioned, refreshed roster. But we'll have to see these two teams duke it out in just a moment, because they're getting ready. They're on the stages, and the Riot fist bump is coming up right now.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 淘汰赛第一周第一天的赛程。今天即将要面对到是刺激又血腥的一天。刺激的是，我们的赛制将全新升级为 Best of 5 BO5，而血腥的是，今天将会有一支战队在第二赛段终止他们前往 MSI 的旅途。马上就要来介绍今天准备要登场的队伍。首先是挑战者，他们在经过了多次的人员跟动，以 3.0 的姿态渐入佳境，摸爬滚打，但是磕磕绊绊。 最后挺进淘汰赛的就是中信飞牡蛎 CFO， 而另外一边呢，则是小将云集，而且表现非常好的英雄小将 MVK， 上路 Rest Stellar。
Yeah, of course.
Shadow Gory， 中路 Paul Sydney， 下路 Dogo Harky， 辅助 Kino Sulong。 教练 Chowie Big Coral， 好的，在双方队伍进场的时候，看起来选手都有点心急哦，导致其实 MVK 的教室还没有讲完。在目前 MVK 在对越南以外的战队是全胜的战绩，究竟英雄小将们今天会不会再次的逮捕 CFO 上岸呢？比赛正式开始。
Thank you very much for that astounding introduction, Tommy. That was phenomenal. So much hype, so much energy, and that is exactly how we need to start these knockout stages here, Pike. But we are taking a look at all of the players on these stages. We have CFO versus MVK here tonight. And as a reminder to some of you, CFO has 2 of the top 5 most killingest killers in Doggo and Shadow in the LCP. So they are coming online, and they are coming online at the right time, Pike. But MVK, they're no slouches themselves.
No, and you always knew I had a dog fear for some reason, and it was actually just because Doggo has been so aggressive in this 80 carry role. So I think that's where that initial fears come from, Logan. And you know what? Rightly so, because we put Doggo and Harky up as our head-to-head for a very specific reason. We expect these guys to be on these strong hyper carry champions that are going to run this game into the ground. You know what? Doggo's going to be digging a big hole, and he's going to be burying these Vikings if they're not careful. But we know that Vikings, they've been known to ascend and head to Valhalla, so maybe there's a bit of a play on words here or a bit of love that's going to be going down, Logan. We'll have to see where they're going to go because, you know what? It's a best of 5. You can't hold anything back.
Absolutely. If you lose here tonight, you are eliminated. Your knockout stages are done and dusted, and it's the winners who will move on up to start sort of having that double elim bracket set up there just to see if they've got more opportunities. They have the lower bracket and the upper bracket. So tonight, CFO absolutely looking to redeem themselves, not hoping to have a repeat run of that LCP split 1, where they did get knocked out in this literal sort of situation. But MVK, you know, they've made it to the knockout stages. They're looking to prove themselves. So both of them, they really want to take the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And with both teams looking to take on Secret Wales in the next round, doesn't even matter because we're in a draft, Logan, and we're reary and kicking to go. And obviously, you got to ban the Nocturne. Ash and Lucian just feels good.
Yeah, we were talking about Nocturne being banned away. MVK almost has, like, I know it's not the real stat, but almost has a 100% ban rate, right? You cannot let Guri get Nocturne, plain and simple. And every team in the LCP knows that. And he just cannot play it. It is always banned away from MVK. But they've also banned the Ashe and the Ezreal. So they're targeting Haki. So just getting a stony face look here from Doggo, just staring into our souls. Knows we're trying to talk about these picks and bans here. But Lucian also banned away from Doggo. Fun fact about that one, that is the single most banned AD against Doggo. He is not allowed to play Lucian.
No, just don't give it to it because we know Doggo and Kino, they'll run a Lucian Milio bot lane and they're just going to stomp, but we're starting to see some awesome picks coming in. Cassiopeia insta-locked in for Pout in this mid lane when Orianna was up and rearing to go. Like, you still have the Orianna and the Xin Zhao combo, which has been so highly sought after. I don't know why CFO just gave it.
Yeah, so Cassiopeia has actually been really rising in the global meta. LCK have been slamming Cassiopeia as sort of their first pick because she just has that AP bite. Once she gets that mana online, she's able to trade so heavily, so well into her opponents in that mid lane. Common matchups for her have actually been the Galio. They're trying to answer her with resilience and tankiness, and even then the Cassiopeia is just able to chip that Galio down. So I am kind of fearful for this Orianna of Shawnee. It'll be interesting to see how it's played with Pout because Pout is so aggressive in that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, no, you're so right. Like, Cassiopeia can sort of mesh with quite a few other champions too. Instantly, that's coming to mind. Rumble is still up on the board. Cassante is going to be another sort of counter pick that you could look for. Jax is really strong, and I'd love to see it. But Karma too, like another champion we keep forgetting about. With a Nautilus instantly locked in now, tells me they're going to go for something like a hyper carry for Doggo. They need like the Kai'Sa, Yanara being locked in because you're up against a Jhin or even a Misfortune. Phenomenal choice.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Nautilus actually got through. He's our second most banned champion here in the LCP because he is just such an effective sort of engaged, tanky support. And I do like that pairing with Misfortune, able to provide a lot of protection with that auto attack passive into the dredge line, as well as the ultimate there. Just a lot of CC. Buys a lot of time for Misfortune to reposition herself and then get that bullet time down over the top.
Yeah, look, and the Leona here, an amazing call to sort of like counteract a lot of this hard engage. Like, you can turn it on a dime. You are able to flip a little bit more on top of them. So, you know what? I really like the Leona here. That's their frontline tank that's going to be soaking up a lot of these dredge line hooks that are going to be landing straight onto them. So, it's also a ball delivery system. You got to remember that. There's a bit of front to back here in this first pick phase where Orianna can be able to pop the ball onto the Leona, go straight on in. Solar Flare is going to be doing a lot of damage, and then boom, it's all going to be Bob's your uncle. Downside, you have to get through a snake, and I'm pretty sure snakes are actually not scared of the sun. In fact, they like the sun. They enjoy that warmth. But we're in the second ban phase here, Logan. We're seeing the Lee Sin taken off the board, get it away from Shadow. Makes so much sense, and I like it.
I like this ban coming out of MVK too, though, because if they don't ban it away and CFO pick it up, it takes away from MVK's very early, very aggressive playstyle that they like to go for, right? So they're trying to control that jungle matchup because obviously CFO, they've gone ahead and banned Nefiri because they don't want Guri getting that other early aggressive jungler. So it's almost this game of chess where CFO is trying to dismantle the aggressiveness coming out of MVK and slow them down, because if CFO can play that sort of slower game, I feel like they get more comfortable. They have more answers into what MVK has to offer. We know MVK loves a jungle objective, Pike.
Oh, yes, they do. They love those dragons more than life itself, because this is one of those teams, they get the red side, they always prioritize these dragons, and they will be there. I think they have one of the fastest dragons in the game, which was 5 minutes and 25 seconds. So the fact that they're already posturing so hard towards this bot side tells me, Zyra? Is that a Zyra jungle? What? What?
It looks like it. Something new. We know MVK, they like to cook. They've looked at the Zyra, because Zyra used to have an exceptionally fast jungle clear time. Zyra, with those, you know, little plants, is able to quite effectively create space and zone the enemy team away, is able to get that burn online, has fast jungle clears, can surprise with good ganks. I quite like it. Brings a massive AoE ultimate, some root as well. So it's a lot of CC for CFO to have to work around. It's going to prevent any kind of backline dive, but again, CFO, they're not a backline comp here, especially after they pick up that Rumble. Rumble's very much in your face.
Yeah, no, it absolutely makes sense. Viego here is definitely an interesting choice. I think there's been a bit of a weird meta where we haven't seen too much, but the Jace finally being locked in tells me they're looking to be playing hard, fast, and loose in this jungle. We've seen Jace jungle doing so much damage. Cassante, I mentioned it right at the start. If you pick up the Rumble, you lock in the Cassante. It's the clear and obvious choice. It's going to be able to hold a little bit more in these fights. Now you have a second ball delivery system too, but this Zyra has to be talked about, because we haven't seen a mage jungle in quite a while, and I'm actually quite here for it, because you're right, Zyra does have an incredibly fast clear. That's the big thing. Also, objectives, Dragon, Baron. Zyra's, when they have maybe like two, I think it's 2 or 3 items, which they can get pretty comfortably, but around the 20-minute mark, they can usually solo it with how many plants they have. It's very similar to like a Heimerdinger effect. So I really like this Zyra pick. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure into this bot side. The downside, there is a lot of explosion and damage coming out of CFO's lineup here. You have a Nautilus, you have a Cassiopeia and a Jace. They're going to be hitting from afar, and if one person steps out of line, they're going to get jumped.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love the whole scaling element that both of these teams have brought as well. So you speak of getting jumped, but if you can make it to that late game that CFO's composition tells me that they really want to get to, I feel like they will be comfortable getting jumped. They'll have that sort of tougher composition that's able to answer what MVK has to offer. However, Cassante could be the thorn in the side. Cassante is near immortal towards those late games, so they're going to have to find a pick before they go in on the team if Cassante is still alive, or if he's, you know, if he's in that top lane and they're able to get a bot side fight, maybe they can take it. But it's the Cassante diff. However, we do know that Rumble is also one of the most picked and banned champs in the LCP. But enough about that, Pike. Suddenly, we're on Summoner's Rift for game 1 of tonight's best of 5 match between CFO and MVK. It's our first match of the knockout stage.
You just called it as it was, and you know what? This is the first one, and you know what I'm really excited for? You mentioned that Cassante is immortal. This is where these teams want to solidify their line of immortality is. Let's have a look at these skins. Obviously, Super Galaxy Rumble, it's basically a base skin at this point. Resistance Jace is pretty good. Spirit Blossom Zyra is going to look phenomenal. Come on, Shawnee. Base Oriana, get your head in the game.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. That Spirit Blossom Zyra. Oh, Shulong with the Prestige Battle Academia Leon. Oh, the Petricite Nautilus. Look, as a Nautilus main, he's the guy who got me into League, I kind of have to give it to Nautilus. I was going to give it to Guri, but Kino takes it with the Petricite. The skin mod game just way too strong here, Pike.
Oh, look, I actually think CFO might just take this game because they've all got skins on, where we're not seeing that from Vikings. Obviously, Shawnee's deciding to go the base, and that's obviously not going to give those wins over, but this is the Zyra effect in the jungle. Look how fast this clear is so early on. 2 camps at once. There's only a number of champions that can do that so effectively, and the only other one that comes really, I think, as close, and I don't trust my math here, is Ivern, where you can do the incredibly fast clears, and if you take TP like a crazy person, you can just TP back up and just full clear all the way down. It's always a fun one, but it's going to be a bit of a slow burn here. I don't think getting put out on Vision's kind of nice, but bot side's not going to have too much going on. Doggo wants to get nice and strong, maybe a slight item advantage too, but look at this. Guri is just so happy with what is going on. 2 camps again.
Yeah, Guri is at a cracking pace here. You take a look at both sides of the jungle here. We see Shadow on his top side. We see Guri on his top side. And Guri is a full camp ahead of Shadow right now. And Guri knows it. He's already in that river looking towards mid for a potential play. Pout doesn't know it's coming. Pike, this could be disastrous.
Pout's on a bad spot. Shorty is quite low. You've got to be very careful. It's already first blood for Pout, and they have to be so careful to electrocute procs, but Guri's still on the chase. Here's Kino. The double flashes is so good. Kino keeping them alive. Guri thought he had the upper hand, but no, it is all Kino. The pitch, like the flash, it's all going forward. Let's see if they can lock it down just long enough as Miasma goes out. Kino's not long for this world. Looking to get the replace onto Guri, and they pick it up. 1-for-1 trade here, Logan, and what was looking so good, this just turned into a trade.
Yeah, that's so rough for Kino. Kino was responding to Guri's proactivity in that mid lane, trying to save Pout. And he does. He saved Pout. But Pout just backed off, dare I say, way too far and left Kino to the wolves. I genuinely think that they would have been able to get a little bit more, but Sulong was channeling that Hex Flash. Doggo saw it on the ward, though.
Yeah, and then failed the Hex Flash over the wall, went a little bit too close to the really thick part of that wall, Logan. A little bit of a misplay, and you can't afford to have too many of those, especially in a knockout stage.
That's it. But as we were saying, Guri finished his camp so fast with that clear speed and is able to rotate to the mid, but Pout sees it coming and just goes in on Shawnee. And the damage coming out of this Cassiopeia this early. Pout knows that Kino's on the way. Multiple flashes are burnt. Here, I really think Pout could have been chipping away at Guri as Kino's on the run. And Shulong's rotation just spectacular, honestly. He just leaves his bot lane, knows that his bot lane is safe, and helps get that 1-for-1 trade. I really like that movement from both sides here, Pike, as we do go back to that top side. Stella, hard under the tower.
Yeah, look, this is expected, right? Especially in the hands of Rest, one of the star top laners. They aren't going to put that extra pressure on, but Stella's doing a really good job maintaining the CS. It's sort of advantage too. Like, it's only 3 minions down. It's not the end of the world, so you can get a double TP out of both. They're just looking for a nice reset, and the little bit of magic resist is always nice. It looks like we're seeing someone getting jumped on. Kino has to be careful, but it feels like Sulong actually took the worst of that trade by the looks of it, but Guri is here, didn't get spot out. Pout doesn't have flash. They're looking to go for the full engage. It's going to be enough as Guri's low. Smash down from Shadow. The 1-for-1 trade now. Shawnee's all alone up against a full health Shadow, and the darkness is not going to rise just yet as they do walk out. But a 1-for-1 again. It really is CFO taking it to Vikings, who are trying to be so proactive, Logan.
Yeah, I am loving the movement from Vikings. They're trying to do something in the mid lane. They're trying to apply pressure to Pout, but Pout is just having answers, and CFO, they're rotating so well that MVK just keep getting caught unawares. We're 5.5 minutes in, it's 4 kills apiece, and the gold is dead even right now, Pike. So I'm loving this from both teams. Shulong Hex flashing over the wall there, though. Guri gonna spot the ward. Shadow knows that they are coming, and Shadow just clearing out that Gromp, wants to make sure that Guri cannot get it. As we do take another look at this, Pout again. Guri with that fast clear. Pout right in the middle of both, dodging so many skill shots here, able to turn it back on to Guri, and Shawnee forced out of position here, takes a bit too much damage.
Yeah, no, and this is what you love to see from those super fast clearing Zyra jungles is you are going to be trying to make impact on the map. First Dragon's up on the board too. It's an ocean, so getting a little bit of extra healing and sustain is always going to be very handy, especially for the Vikings that love a fast clear and want to get to these Dragons well on time. As looks like it is Sulong getting caught out, unawares it, but stop the back, which is big note. That is a tempo misadvantage right now because Doggo has to stay and he's got no mana.
Yeah, but they are hiding in the bushes here.
Ooh.
Nothing much going to come from this one though, Pike. But as you say, that Drake is on the rift. It is an ocean Drake, and Guri is in the area. That is a Zyra. It does have that burn item as well. Starts it up. A ward has spotted that the Drake has moved, so Pout is rotating around, but more members of MVK, they're getting there sooner. And this is the MVK we know and love. They're early, aggressive jungle objective takers. They will contest because they want them all.
Yeah, downside is the good hook goes out. Bullet time is even better. Guri's caught. He's sleeping a little bit. Throws out as much as they can. Tangle Thorns is going to be nice, but is the damage going to be enough? The shockwave! It hits 3, but it's going to be enough as Haki's now running for their life. It's a trade 1-for-1. Curtain call pulled up. You cannot use a petrifying gaze like that. Flash is being burned, but it's not enough, and it is Vikings taking 2.
Vikings coming out on top there in a 2-for-1. I did think that Doggo's ultimate was a little bit early, but it got a lot of value. It split the fight. And Guri, though, with that 2-for-1 knowledge, just goes back onto this Ocean Drake. Is a little low. Doggo and Kino, they want more.
They want more. They've got no mana. Kino's low, but they're looking for the re-engage. Stun's going wide. It's a nice little shot. Is going to be enough to take out Kino. One more hit will do it. Looks like Sulong wants the kill instead. Just his level 5 cleanse is used. Doggo has no mana. Guri's trying to stay alive, but it is Guri picking up Doggo. Haki's on the back line, throwing out as much damage, and it is just the Vikings coming up so clutch. The Zyra jungle is making moves.
Yeah, I really feel like that was a strange play there from Doggo in the pit. He had the flash. He waited for as long as he possibly could and ultimately waited too long there. MVK, they re-engage on the Drake, and CFO, they know that it's happening. They go to meet it, but I feel like they were unprepared and they find themselves 2k gold down now, and we get this replay. So it starts on the bot side, Kino and Doggo. Kino lands a great hook, and immediately Doggo lets rip with the ult. It gets a great amount of damage onto Guri and Sulong. Sulong is forced back into the bullet time, but then there's no more damage left in this fight for when the other members of MVK show up. So then we see Haki just curtain call onto the team, and they are forced to run, forced to flash. Critically though, Pike, they've got nothing left here and now because Guri's still on that Drake. So CFO's Doggo and Kino, they're forced to respond, but Sulong, who died, is already back. He's ready for more.
Yeah, the picture-in-picture as well is coming in clutch as it's 4 members chasing down 3 of the CFO team. But yeah, I think one thing of note is, yeah, Doggo had nothing here in the tank. Flashes, cleanses, all burned. Now's the equalizer's being dropped, but going back to life. Miasma's gone down. Stella has to flash another beautiful Stranglethorn. Bullet time's gone out, but it is Shawnee having to flash to the side. They have to back out. It is Vikings still. The 2k gold leads up, and CFO was still looking very promising in that fight just then.
You know what? There's an inspired choice here. That Zyra plus that Orianna, the Strangle Thorns and the Shockwave are an absolutely nasty combination because the Strangle Thorns is so large and it slows as well as that knock-up. It buys all the time and space for that Orianna to walk up and Shockwave everybody in. It's really increasing the value of these Shockwaves, and it wasn't a combo that I'd thought of before, but now that I'm seeing it, is absolutely inspired. So the quick clears from Guri into the early tempo gains into this mid lane, constantly pressuring Pout. Might be caught out here though.
Guri, petrifying gaze hits, easy smash down. This is going to be Shadow looking to lock it down. Pout is happy with another kill. The shutdown is so good. Shawnee, you're trying to hide in this wave, but it's just Pout just running it down. Too much damage. The burn could be the decider. And the final shock blast lands its mark, and it is Shadow picking up another kill. CFO are not out of this game.
Absolutely sniped by Shadow, and Pout playing fearlessly. Saw Guri was coming to that mid lane to try and mess with him again, so he flash ultimated in the face of Guri, preventing the gank, turning it around, and then getting so much damage down onto Shawnee, who it doesn't feel like Shawnee can compete with Pout. There it is, the flash ult, and Guri is just stuck taking all of that damage, and Pout nearly solo kills Shawnee. He gets so much damage down on this Orianna, running for their life. Shadow waits, boom, just sniped from downtown.
I don't know why they're calling them the flying oysters. They are the flying, what else flies? Dragons, maybe? They're doing some crazy stuff. They are seeing things from so far away. And you know what? Shadow is playing phenomenally into the face of a Zyra that is just hard clearing and rotating around. Shadow is still so relevant in all these fights. The scoreline is almost identical. The gold is even, but Guri has almost like 3 camps up on Shadow, which is actually insane at this point in the game. We're only 12 minutes in. Yes, Vikings have full control over all objectives, but the gold is still so even.
Yeah, even gold, 12 kills at 12 minutes. So it is a kill a minute here, Pike, which is something we are used to in the LCP, something that we love as Guri roams down into CFO's bot side jungle, gets that ward down just to make sure that they can see when Shadow is there. But because Guri's so far ahead, Guri is able to start these invades, and Kino will spot it out, but it will go over to Guri. Yeah, I know, it was close, wasn't it? Guri,
That had me going for a second, Logan. I was like, oh, does he steal it with a hook? But no. It's a Nautilus. I don't know.
Well, if it was me, I would have tried, but I probably would have died for it. So, this is why they're pros and I'm not. But we take a moment. 10 seconds until the second Drake of the game. I have to imagine MVK, they're going to go for it. CFO, though, they know MVK's game. They're in the area. They have vision too. So it's about who can get the better angle on this fight. Because Guri is warding like there's no tomorrow. Getting that vision, getting that priority, and Shadow's poke already coming online here, Pike. About 20% of that Leona's health gone. And the Drake started up.
Yeah, I only got a Locket of Solari, so it's a little bit, but it's about that shield in the play. But Dragon's just already gone. Like, they didn't even get a chance to make a move because the vision, Zulong was posturing so hard. They're level 6 now as well, so they have to be so careful if anything goes awry. But, wow. One Solar Flare can turn a fight, but so can one Shock Blast, because you're right, it is Shadow doing so much of it. There it is again. It does land. The flash is over the wall, but it's not going to land, and it's a nice proactive play from CFO. Let's see if they can bring it back, but it's a lot of flashes down now.
Yeah, look, that flash Dredgeline combo is so deadly, and Guri absolutely respected it. If Guri had been caught there, that almost certainly would have been another kill over to CFO. But I want to talk about Pout for a second here, Pike. Pout has been soaking, absorbing so much pressure in that mid lane and still has a gold advantage, still has a CS advantage over Shawnee. So if someone was to ask me right here, right now, who is the better mid laner, hands down, it is Pout, because he's got all the answers and then some, turning aggressive back on to Guri, trying to make the plays into him as CFO. They're on the roam. Oh, poke missing.
Oh, look. And if that was me, I would have been hit by that Shock Blast. But you know what? I'm not in this game. That's the best part. I'm watching it. But no, you're right. And I think Powder's having a phenomenal game, especially considering that they first picked this Cassiopeia. They clearly had a game plan in mind, and it revolved around Pout. Now, the resurgence of the Zyra jungle tells me that the meta's moving a little bit back to some of these stronger, full clear, maybe like mage junglers too. So this is obviously Pout and CFO's solution to that, is just pick a stronger mage in the mid lane that can do so much burst damage and control a team fight. You do get that with the Orianna, but where's the ball delivery system, Logan? That's the big difference. Is Zyra, Guri is not going to be able to get into these fights. They need to play from afar. So what's going to happen there is now Rift Herald is up and live. Who do you think is going to make the first play to that?
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier as well, right? That sort of Stranglethorn Shockwave combo. They don't need a ball delivery system, and Orianna can safely just walk up. But to your question, CFO, they've made the first move on this Rift Herald, though MVK not without vision. They know it's been started up. They're bringing members from the top down. There's 4 of them here, Pike. They really want to contest this Rift Herald, and CFO, they know it.
They're looking at Shadow, but it is going to be Kino standing behind. Here's the wall, but now Solar Flare goes out. They're looking at Pout, but looks like it is going to be CFO locking down the Rift Herald. Now they're going to look to charge up and return. Oh, how do you hook through all those plants, Logan? You just can't.
Yeah, I saw a really great clip the other day where Zyra's plants, Elisa's spiders, Heimerdinger's turrets, they're all really effective countermeasures to Nautilus, because you just put one of them in the way and that hook is not going to hit you. That dredge line will go wide. So it's quite annoying, but it forces creativity. It forces inspiration in these players. So Kino's going to have to get some fantastic angles here, Pike. But if we take a look at those items, Shadow, first to 2 completed there with the Cyclosword and Edge of Night. That boost of lethality and that extra sort of spell shield protecting him in these long-range trades that he's desperately looking for.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit more. So Stranglethorns does hit Kino, misses out the hook. The all-out's nice, and Stella picking up their first kill of the game. Shadow is here, trying to get some more damage off, but looks like it is going to be that first tower going over to CFO on this bot lane. Stella, yes, picked up the kill, but couldn't hold the objective. Let's see if they look to retake a little bit more damage. Shadow wanted to go further, but just couldn't.
Yeah, I do like the call from CFO here, though. They were bullying into that jungle, and they just let Kino die. Pout could have rotated, but instead opted to prioritize that turret. So now, CFO find themselves up at 1,500 gold advantage over MVK. Yes, it's 17 minutes in, and the longer the games go, the less the gold advantage becomes important, but it's still something. Both teams, they've completed all their role quests. There's 13 kills so far, so the kills per minute, they've kind of slowed down. And the setup for the third Drake begins. It's here in 30-ish seconds, so it's going to be important for both teams to get the advantage of vision control here, which is why Guri is clearing out this top side, but the Drake, I mean, it spawns in the bot side. I have to imagine Guri is going to want to work his way down there ASAP.
Oh, look, and this is the big name of the game. If they get this next dragon, it's Dragon Soul Point, which is going to be such a critical thing. It's going to force future fights, but you got to remember something here, Logan. I will not stress about this. If you have a Zyra jungle on your side, why not take the Baron on spawn? You clearly have a bit of the damage as the Rift Herald's now been used in mid. Guri's want to try and make some moves as they're trying to lock open this mid tower. It should go down for this great charge, and it's just going to give a lot more space over to CFO, but you're right, Dragon's already live, and you can see CFO are there.
Yeah, and that's the point of dropping that Rift Herald when the Drake comes up. It does buy you so much time and space, so much priority in that mid lane. However, MVK, it appears they're happy to give over this Drake because they're pushing on the top side. Yes, Sulong is taking a recall, but Guri and Shawnee, they got that top side tier 1 of CFOs and they pushed the wave in as much as they could for that tier 2 on the top side of CFO. However, Doggo and Shadow, they're not able to start the Drake up, because more members of MVK, they've showed up, right? Oh, sorry, my mistake. They've actually taken it. CFO did take that Cloud Drake, so they've stopped MVK's Drake stacking. Yeah, I was watching the top side.
And the dragon at the same time. It was the old classic switcheroo. But no, you're right, look, I think this is a different thing, right? And now that we're looking at the first Cloud Dragon, as it's a Cloud Soul on the board, one thing that you've got to really, really keep in consideration is it's a Cassiopeia who wears a single boot. Now, some might think that they're not that fast with a single boot, but they are, because snakes, they're pretty slippery about that. But at the same time, all the movement speed is in critical position, so Doggo can get out of the way, that Pout can move up, that Shadow can jump on faster. I think giving even a one dragon, especially a Cloud Dragon, over to CFO at this point is maybe not the right call, but at the same time, I think taking back a little bit of something, so gold on the other side of the map, is a nice way to make a counteractive play. Maybe they felt that they couldn't go and contest at the current point. Like you said, it's a 1.5k gold lead right now for CFO. They're currently in the lead, they're feeling strong, and they have this mid-game pressure. If Rest gets one good equalizer off, it could spell disaster for MVK.
Yeah, Rest with that equalizer, having two of those heavy AP items will get a lot of work done. Shadow is landing a lot of those shots onto MVK, but every single time they're landing on Sulong. I'm looking for Shadow to actually land one onto like Haki or Shawnee. As CFO, they're on this top side, and I mean, it did about 15-20% of Stella's health as well, but MVK, they're just going to push and take the bot side tier 1 while more members of CFO go top, and now they're pressuring the mid lane. It's like CFO have done well to stifle MVK's early game, but I feel like MVK right now are showing them more than just an early sort of, how do you say, one trick? They're not a one trick early game. They're proving that they've got the stamina. They've proven that they can take it beyond that early game. And it's up to CFO, I think, to close this one out, right? In my opinion, they've kind of got the better scaling composition, but MVK are being more proactive. They're the ones who are forcing fights. They're getting the angles and the ganks.
I think one thing that's of note, and you sort of talk about this scaling thing, and I do actually think Stella's going to scale like Oblivion because it's the 5,000-year champion, but we got to look at the 280 carries. We got to look at our head-to-head once again, because this is where we put a lot of our focus. Yes, Guri and Shadow are big on this, but there's a bullet time just to clear out the wave. I'm looking at these 80 carries. Only one, Haki has a single kill, but it is Doggo with the gold lead right now. The big thing of note with that is wait till they both have 5, 6 items on their belt, 100% crit. Just picture it in your mind about how hard Haki is going to hit these team members. Kino will need to build a little bit of that, not even a little bit, a lot of that armor. And then in the face of an Orianna and a Zyra, how do you itemize into this, Logan? Because I just don't see how. Because there's going to be so much burn, there's going to be so much pressure. And Luden's being picked up with a proto belt now for Shawnee too. The movement's insane and the damage is just as crazy. I worry that CFO could just get blown up if they make a misstep too.
Yeah, I really do like the pickup of that proto belt. It's definitely a Chovy-inspired decision, that one. He definitely values the extra movement speed because traditionally Orianna is a highly immobile control mage in that mid lane, and it helps shore up one of her biggest weaknesses by getting that belt. So really great choice. But to your question as well, you mentioned how does Kino itemize into the face of MVK? And quite frankly, he can't, because he's got such a high damage AD with that Jhin in the bot lane and a high damage AP in the mid and jungle. He's just going to have to do his best to try and balance both, which is why with that belt that he's picked up, he's kind of going with that, well, if I can't protect myself from the type of damage, I'll just build so much health that I can take it all in the face and still walk out of it. So I actually kind of really like the build path Kino's gone for. Poke damage, goodness.
What's crazy as well is dragons in 15 seconds. If you are not here for this fight, you are missing out. That is why we're getting a TP already. Stella coming into this mid, trying to hold them back, saying we're not going to give you this tower. It's 3 against 4 right now. We're about to make it 4v4. You still see Rest is on this top side. Ultimate's available. Shorty getting hit with a big shock blast. Let's see if Kino's going to be able to soak up the damage. The next TP's coming in. We're looking for our first 5v5 of the game. Stella being caught out to the side. Needs to be careful. Curtain call has been summoned. They're targeting Doggo. Let's see if Kino's going to be able to hold and weather the storm. If the 4 times good, pulling them back in. It is all Doggo doing the damage. Kino gets the damage off as well. Shadow trying to hold them, but able to pick it up, but it was stolen away. MVK picks up the dragon, still flashes over the wall, surviving to live another day just ever so much. And it is Pat picking up Guri. So yes, MVK, they pick up the dragon, but they lose all of their members in the right time. And now it is CFO looking down this mid and potentially looking at the Baron.
Yeah, and we were just talking about how tanky Kino needs to get, and apparently that belt is enough. He literally just stood in front of Doggo. It was a great curtain call from Haki, because Haki, no one was near Haki. No one was going to touch him. So he was just able to rain shots down. But now they've won that fight. 3 kills for nothing in CFO's favor. They've started up the Baron, and MVK, they're looking to try and contest this one here.
It's a bit of an interesting one. It's going to go down. Looks like Baron is going to be secured. It is going to be CFO locking it up, but Stella's in a bit of a bad spot. Shockwave wasn't even good. Shorty tried to make it happen, and Kino definitely going, oh, that was a bit of a close call there, guys, but really nice pickup there by CFO. They're 5k gold ahead at the 25-minute mark with Baron on their belts. They must be feeling good about this game.
And they absolutely melted Stella as well. I mean, a 5v1 situation, you would expect that. But here, Doggo was forced to flash early. And interestingly, Haki, with that curtain call, instead of chasing Doggo down, actually went for the rooted Kino. So it was almost a wasted shot because it didn't actually do that much damage. Doggo was immobile without that flash. Pout, though, absolute monster on the bot side against Guri on the back side of that fight. So a really clean sequence of plays here from CFO. They take the team fight around the Drake, though MVK does pick it up. They are now on Soul Point, and then they rush the Baron. So they have 5 Baron-empowered members, and then they picked up Stella as well here, Pike. So just a really nice sequence of plays. However, MVK, they did get that mid-tier 1 from CFO, so they're not letting CFO get away with it.
Shorty's just having a real rough time getting here with all sorts of shock blasts. And you're right, it is CFO. They've got a 2.6k Baron play in their hands, which is absolutely huge. And the gold lead is just getting further and further away. Yes, Vikings have the Soul Point, but it's not going to be anything when you are 6k gold down and all your towers are going to be shattered. Bullet time is big. Shockwave's even bigger. The equalizer burns the backline like there's no tomorrow. Guri is running tail between their legs, and Shadow is picking up more members in the face of what tanks here. Logan, it is all too much. 11 kills to 9, 7.3k gold lead, and CFO want this first win. They want to go to MSI.
They played that one so patiently as well, Pike. I love how they bought time for rest to come around on the back lines, and here, the dredge line from Kino dragging Shulong into the bullet time of Doggo. Stella ate the entire thing and was just not tanky enough. So they get the 2 kills. Yes, they gave over Kino, but you take that any day. And the top side tier 2 turret of MVK. It feels like CFO, they've had enough time to scale. They're online. They're ready to go. 7.5k gold lead, 4k Baron power play, and another Drake in a minute and a half. So CFO, they're building all the tools. And you look at those shutdowns as well. 475 on Doggo, 450 on Pout, the highest on Shadow, and the damage on Naguri.
It's all too much right now because we're heading into a 5k Baron play here as they look to take the last tier 2 on the map. But I'm looking at the levels as well, Logan. Level 17 on Pout to Shorty's level 14. Like, this has just been a bit of a mid-diff in you, if you ask me. This Cassiopeia was the pick to play, and they are just, CFO's just making them look so good right now as they are cleaning up this map. Dragon up in 50 seconds. We're going to see some strong resets here, but we have to be careful. If there's one person caught on CFO, it could be a disaster as MVK want this Dragon.
Yeah, there is a ward that actually was near where Pout just went in those bushes. He's waiting patiently. The ward will spot him out if he leaves those bushes. So MVK do have that vision, but they have to respond to these waves that have been pushed in. It was I think it was a 5.2k gold Baron power play there from CFO. Not losing a single member in the entire time. And you look at that gold, Pout.
Pout has no fear. 5,000 years means nothing to a mythological snake, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, from ancient times, right? That's older than 5,000.
Yeah, like, wait, hold on. Is Cassiopeia in mythology ageless? Are they immortal?
Well, yeah, isn't she inspired by a Gorgon? I don't know. But CFO has started up the 5th Drake of the game, and it's going to be another Cloud Drake here just going over for free. And I think this is a smart call from MVK. They decided not to go for it. They didn't need to. They're the ones with the Drake stacking. CFO are the ones who have to catch up to them. And they're 8.5k gold down. MVK, they don't want to be dragged into any fights that they don't have to fight right now. And I really respect the sort of patience from them here.
So I'm glad we're getting some confirmation from our production team. So Cassiopeia is actually 40 years old, so not over 5,000, and it is Medusa from the mythology who Cassiopeia is most likely based off. So good to know that my mythology is just as bad, but also good to know that my League of Legends is not terrible, so we're doing okay. Nice to see, though, it is CFO looking to make moves again. They're heading ever so much closer to that 10k gold lead, 8.8 they're currently sitting on, and CFO want to take these fights because they do shred through them, because Stella has to run as far away as possible because there is just an onslaught going forward. But, well, it really comes down to who gets the greatest engage. Can Shadow do the damage that they need to do? And my heart tells me yes, because it's a lot to be going down, and Pout is still just standing there very comfortably, just poking out Stella too, and Haki needs to be so careful.
Yeah, look, if Haki gets hit by one of Shadow's shock blasts, that could actually take Haki out of the fight. So I really do think Stella and Shulong are just body blocking for Haki whenever they get the chance. There's a lot of posturing happening around this mid lane though, and it looks like CFO are getting ready to sort of bully MVK. Bullet time.
Caught at the barrier, has to be so careful not to get caught once again, and now they're looking to walk it down. Shawnee is here, Shockwave is available, Curtain Call too, but Haki just needs to back. They are just far too low. Stella as well has TP. This could just be CFO going straight to the Baron once again. It's just spawned back up.
Yeah, look, that surprised me, but Doggo just let rip with that bullet time and literally took Haki out of the fight. He had to recall. Shawnee got hit by a shock blast, had to recall. So CFO, they have so much poke here, Pike, but it looks like this fight around the mid, it's about to break. Oh, Shawnee, you can't get hit by the shock blast this late in the game. But CFO, they don't want to let MVK in, and MVK know that CFO want this Baron. Oh, Guri.
The big thing here is Logan. Big thing is ultimates are down. Doggo and Rest. Rest has got 8 seconds left on that equalizer, but Doggo does not have the bullet time, and we've seen that being used as a big fight damage dealer. Okay, Haki, you're just not allowed to play, my guy. Don't walk anywhere. It's not working out. Back up. But now it looks like they've cleared out Haki's health bar, and they said, okay, we can go to the Baron now. They can't contest this. You can already see they're backing off. They're just looking to clear it up. They're not even going to look at it for Vikings. This is a really rough game for them. In CFO, this is the team we've been waiting to see all split long, and their rise to power is coming in so fast. It's only game 1 though, Logan. There's a long road ahead in this series.
Yeah, but one thing I'd like to point out, right, is all that posturing around that mid lane as that damage is insane from Shadow. All that posturing around the mid lane, CFO had 2 waves crashing on MVK in the top and bot side. So they just had to prevent the mid from pushing into them, which they did, poke out MVK, and then let the top and bot waves do their job, crashed MVK, forced the response, and then, like we said, like we saw, pick up that free as you please Baron. They did it all without even picking a fight, and now they have the pressure. Now they can siege up, and dare I say, CFO has an excellent siege comp. They can just stay at max range, chip away at their health bars with those shock blasts, and happy days. Anyone gets too close, they cop a bullet time in the face. That is a 4-item MF.
Oh, look, it's getting really scary, and the crit's going to be looking very good, but it is still only about 75%. But they're trying to land anything. One Deadly Flourish needs to lock someone down, but Guri here trying to just clear out these boards, because look at how far up they are. Pout has no fear of this tower. They need one more wave to make this onslaught work for them. They can break one of these towers. Equalizer drops. Guri's just gone, obliterated. There is no tomorrow, and now they can press forward. They still have the Baron, and they're trying to look mid now. They've taken their first in-hit, and they're looking at the mid. They could even look at the top. Stella trying to hold on and hold that top side, but CFO, domination from start to finish. They are looking so fierce, and they want these wins. Kino, Pout, Shadow, they're doing their job. They're pushing in these big waves. Tulong's taking shock blast to the face. Pout has one petrifying gaze to change this game once again, but now Miasma goes out, trying to get those third shocks in. Solar Flare goes wide. It hits no one. There's a good shockwave, but it's just got no damage. There's the petrifying gaze. Stella's taken out 2. Not long for this world, and the damage is all too much. CFO controlling the state of the game, and it is just too much.
CFO take game 1 of tonight's best of 5 series between CFO and MVK in a dominant fashion here, Pike. MVK, they were the one pulling the triggers. They were the one going for these early plays in the mid lane, and Pout soaked up all of that pressure and then started to turn it back on to MVK. It just felt like once MVK failed at their early game mission, they were just waiting to lose to CFO, because it didn't feel like they had any good responses towards that back half of the game. And like we said, CFO, they scaled up. They had the better siege comp. They melted Guri in that bot side push. Where did Guri go? In the blink of an eye, ate that shock blast into the bullet time that gave CFO that 4v5 pushing advantage into the base of MVK, and they closed it out right then and right there.
It was actually a beautiful game by CFO, and they had such a rocky start to the early end of the split, but wow, look at that damage. Shadow is absolutely tearing through, but that is Jace jungle, Logan. That is the big difference you have to be so careful of. One false step, Jace can punch out every bit of damage too. Clearing's pretty easy. You're not worrying too much about the laning, and in the face of a Zyra jungle, you just know they're going to be perma-clearing. Like, they're just going to go for it, so you do get a chance to maybe go fight them a little bit as they try to invade. But this was a clean game out of CFO. They had it from start to finish, and it was all about Guri trying to give Shawnee something at the start of the game, but Shawnee just couldn't hold on. Pout just had the hands.
Yeah, I really feel like Guri on the Zyra was a fantastic choice, was using that early jungle tempo really, really well, applying that pressure. But in the Pout v Shawnee matchup, Pout had Shawnee's number every single time. It was almost like in those 5v5s, it felt like it was almost 4.5 versus 5, if you know what I mean, because Pout was just able to leverage his positioning, his ultimates that much more effectively. And like you called a few times as well, where was the ball delivery system for those shockwaves? Yes, the Stranglethorns into the shockwaves was nice, but you had to get up close and personal for that. You couldn't deliver it from across the map like, say, a Nocturne could and get maximum impact and shock value.
Yeah, that's why I feel like the Xin Zhao was probably the call that needed to come out, and this curtain call was nice, getting that nice shot on, but you can see Vikings had a game plan around these dragons and were looking to make them work, but it was all Shadow as well, often the backside just throwing out as much damage as possible. Doggo getting caught here. This was just a bit of a weird overstep for CFO at this point, but they still recovered really well. Like they still had Shadow and Vikings had some signs of life. Let's watch Guri here. This is the crazy flash petrifying gaze. All she wrote, the damage layered, the CC, they could not move.
Yeah, I'm really quite surprised at the inability of MVK to get anything done there. Yes, Pout did an amazing job to read the play, flash ult into that Zyra, which just absolutely stifled that gank. But then Shawnee didn't get any damage down onto Pout, right? Pout was still full health and just turned around and traded Shawnee down, who got sniped by a Shadow in the end. And then this mid to late game is where CFO really came online, right? Kino was frontlining. Pout was just able to pick any target he wanted and solo them down and out, which is just not a position you want to be in as MVK. And Stella, yeah, you're Cassante, but Stella was dying so fast when CFO decided to focus him down.
Yeah, and I think that play we just saw then, not even this one, that was the real nail in the coffin. The gold lead was already there. This was just them sieging, saying, we just let the minions do what they need to do. You can even see Shadow's throwing out so much damage again, and this is them being like, let's just get some padding to our scores. We know we've got this in the bag. So this was just a very different CFO that I'm excited to see going forward. Now, Logan, you and I both said that the Vikings would take this 3-1, so the reverse sweep, that's going to be a big call. So they've got 3 games to win right now if we want our scores to maintain true, but I don't think CFO is going to give them a chance.
Yeah, look, CFO has definitely entered this BO5 swinging. That said, 3-1, they've won their one. Are we saying that, yeah, they're going for the, what do they say, the rafters, the fence? But I think MVK, they've got the tools. They've got the pieces of the puzzle that they can put together to get a cohesive team fight going against CFO. It just feels like CFO were allowed to play their own game. They weathered the storm in the early game. Maybe MVK shouldn't target Pout so hard next time. Maybe they should target other lanes. But we will find out in game 2, which will be up right after this break, because here in the LCP Pike, we're made for this.
Khi mà vào trận thì bản thân ở đó mình cũng nghĩ là các đội SK sẽ dễ dàng đánh bại Jiu, nhưng mà Jiu lại không hề dễ vậy và họ đánh bại SK với tỷ số là 3-0.
実を見た時にはもう本当にちょっと心が震えましたよね。こんなことができるんだっていう。
我觉得 G2 能打赢 LCP 对我来说是一个很大的激励吧。 感觉有一种一下课上的感觉，让我觉得充满希望。
Câu chuyện của chúng tôi sẽ bắt đầu từ bây giờ.
Cân trúng và Vân vào đây có cắn chẻ, ta đã bị dùng cuồng chỏ. Haki tới bắn tay, tiếc quá. Haki.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tôi tin chúng ta có thể làm được.
Một phải lùi về, đóng quay lần 2, nhưng sau đó là bóng đai tay bí rồi. Kia được vậy, triple kill.
俺たちが勝ちます。
该写结局的时候到了。
现在开始一步都不能错。
有在那边拼死掉的攻击，风倒下，还在滑，还在滑，往前点，这边红手，小兵很高，哇！
Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Chúng tôi sẽ ở đó.
無敵？もうそうじゃない。それは TSW のことだ。
And welcome back to the knockout stages here with me and Pike, your play-by-play caster. We're so excited to be here. This is where you're like, oh wait, me? We're so excited to be here in week 8. This is CFO versus MVK. And Pike, do you have any thoughts about that game one? I know I've got a few.
I have lots of thoughts, Logan. Like, how did they come up with the name cottage cheese? That's the big one. Like, was it made in a cottage initially? I just don't know. But that game in particular, yeah, I do have some in particular thoughts. First off, I don't know what Vikings were really trying to accomplish, really. I know they had like a vision of like what the Zyra has to do in that sort of game, right? There was the early aggression, good full clears into a gank, but I feel like once they started to fall a little bit behind and the ganks weren't working, what did that really mean? Like, what's the next place? And we got a sub coming in as well, Logan. Let's look at that. Stella's being swapped out for Kratos. We're getting the god back.
Yeah, and sometimes these rotations, these substitutions are all it takes to get back in the game. So I do like to see this from MVK. They do have 2 substitutes, it's worth noting as well. They've also got Chica online, on standby if they need it. But I do like that MVK here with the second pick, CFO with that blue side. So MVK will be on that red side again. They love that red side. But like you said, they had a cohesive game plan. Gank Pout. The problem with that plan was Pout. He was not letting them gank him. He was not going down quietly into that good night. He made sure every single one of them was at least a 1-for-1 trade, or he turned it back around. So it feels like moves within moves. It feels like chess and checkers have come together in some grotesque, weird game that Pout knows better than Guri, and ultimately MVK failed, and they're going to need to come up with a solution, and they feel like that solution is Kratos, and frankly I think it's a good one.
Yeah, look, we know Kratos has some incredible skills that they've played incredibly well, and I think they probably got put into that sub because it was this roster for the Vikings that has been together as well. It was their full academy team that has been brought up to the majors, so obviously they had faith that the academy team had some skills, but that's why you keep some of your star players as like those subs to help coach them through it a little bit more too. Kratos has had a little bit more of that stage experience, especially for last split and the year before that too here on the LCP, so they have a bit of a good understanding of what they need to do, where they need to go, so maybe getting a bit more of a veteran on the team, it's going to give them a little bit of fresh life. I feel like we were looking at that top side and it was so hard to determine who was really going to come out ahead, but I want to go back to this mid lane, and I think it's such a big thing we have to talk about. It's Pout, who has been playing not just this game, but all games of recent times, has been playing phenomenally, and this is one of those team members that CFO is now revolving around. We sort of called Doggo out very early on for CFO as like their star 80 carry that can almost like get the team going and get those leads, but now it's Pout. It's actually Pout giving them the advantages and the small incremental steps forward that can step them up further. So now Doggo's like, guys, sweet, I'm just going to sit back and do what I do best, which is deal damage. I'm going to let Pout do all the work, and I'm just going to be the glory of the team. So it's nice to see CFO really realigning their identity and sticking with it. That's a big thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, right? CFO had 2 win conditions. They had Shadow and they had Pout. Doggo and Kino, they had a normal sort of laning game. Kino really stepped up when it came to those team fights. Rest had a normal laning game. There was nothing spectacular going on in that top side. But MVK, it felt like they didn't have that win con. It didn't feel like any one of them could have taken over the game at any time and bring that victory to MVK's door, right? So I feel like by them rotating Kratos in, they're going to try and have Kratos overwhelm Rest on that top side. They're going to try and build themselves a win condition, which they so desperately need here, because they can't keep doing the same thing that they just did in that game 1, or CFO is going to be able to just run them over again. And there is that Nocturne ban against Guri, and there is that Lucian ban against Doggo again. They're never making it through unless we get to maybe a game 4 or 5 here, Pike.
Look, we did predict 4 games here tonight. We did say that was going to be the solution, but who knows what's going to be coming out as the Rise now being the next champion to be targeted. So stopping Pout from having any of these big hyper-scaling, hard carry mid laners is the aim of the game. At the same time, junglers need to be looked at too. Shadow had a really good game, and so did Guri. Like, Guri's game, although wasn't the outcome they're after, the Zyra still was making things work. It just wasn't having the outcome. That's the only downside. So the proactivity is maybe what we need to reference here, that they're playing to their champions' cons and they're doing it well. Downside, Shadow just had his number and called it up and said, sorry, you're blocked, and then hung up on him instantly and then just hit him with a shock blast and he was gone. So I want to see what they're going to flip up in this game and how they're going to change it up, because yes, bans are looking the same. You've got to get rid of that Ezreal. It's such a big one, especially for Doggo. Never let Doggo have Ezreal. It is so true. But now, as we head into it, there's not many AD carries up in the span of gameplay, and Yanara Lulu speaks troves right now.
Junara Lulu, but Ophelia hovered there. Could have been a cheeky tell. MVK might want to ban that Ophelia, so if they get the chance. But J4 is who I wanted to talk about, is still up. That hyper-aggressive jungler. 9 wins, 1 loss here in the LCP. So this signals to me, CFO, they're going for a different kind of composition here, Pike. They're going for that early aggression. They're going for that, we will find your backline and take it out kind of comp, and I like this aggression. I like the build coming through. I have to think that MVK, though, they're going to want a mobile Lee Sin. Really suits Guru's style.
I do love a bit of Lee Sin in there. You're going to be able to pair it with a couple things, but probably pairing it with an Orianna from last game would have been really nice to see. But there's the Caitlyn being locked in too. The huge range. We could be seeing a Lux being paired with this as well. So you're going to be very careful about how much range this bot lane is going to do. And Haki Sulong, they want to be putting a bit of pressure on Doggo and Kino.
Yeah, and honestly, putting the pressure on Doggo and Kino is a good game plan here too, because they didn't have a spectacular game 1, they had an ordinary game 1. So I feel like if a lane is having an ordinary game, that's a weakness. Pivot and attack the weaker lane, right? MVK just kept trying to force Pout in that mid lane, and they just kept having answers. So switch it up, adapt, go to that bot side. However, CFO have picked up Karma for themselves in the bot lane, and she is a tough nut to crack. She has the poke, she has the shield, she can root you as well, create those engages. She's going to bully that bot lane.
Look, and at the same time, if you pair it with a Senna who gives that extra bit of healing, also gains shields too, is going to scale incredibly well and can play just as far back as the Caitlyn wants to be playing, just as far forward. So I really like the Senna pick. We've only just started to see it come out of its sort of like retirement, you might even say, but there is a Pyke insta-locked in for Sulong. They had this thought in mind, and you know what? We need to be seeing a Serpent's Fang or something on the side of MVK, because all the shields need to be absolutely destroyed before we can see Sulong get some death from belows.
I really do like the call on that Serpent's Fang, that shield shredding item that we see all too rarely, but it feels like it would get a lot of value, and we don't even have the top or mid laner for CFO yet, so hopefully the picks don't go into shielding, otherwise that Serpent's will be an absolute lock. I do like the Twisted Fate ban, giving Pout that mobility with that destiny to be able to create those ganks, those opportunities for CFO, would really play into that aggression, into that high tempo style that CFO have kind of put together for themselves. But I always love a Pyke pick here, Pyke, and this is going to get real hard for broadcast. It's going to be like, Pyke, 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 and you won't know which one I'm talking about. But this one, I mean, that's Carrier's champ, right? Like, I feel like Sulong, you've got to be feeling yourself to go with a Pyke in a pro game, let alone when there's someone out there like Carrier who's also playing it at the absolute best. Like, that man has influenced entire games, and I'm hoping Sulong can do the same here for MVK.
Yeah, look, and I want to touch on these other picks coming out that are being banned off the board. Sion in particular, Gwen too. That tells me that they're going to try and force MVK most likely into like a Gnar. I feel like they're going to be able to get that early top lane pick, where maybe they're going to pick up like a bit of a strong tank. You have the engage already with Shadow on this J4, so you need a little bit more. And the Annie ban says that they don't want to give any sort of like hard CC over to Vikings. So I'm really keen to see what they're going to lock in, because the Aurora here is a great call, especially with Annie banned. There's not a huge amount that can go into it. The only thing that comes to mind is Ahri.
We do know that Ahri has not been banned. It is only game 2, and the only mid laners used so far is Cassiopeia and Orianna. So Ahri,
LeBlanc,
possible. Yeah, LeBlanc definitely has the movement. You probably don't want Akali into the likes of Aurora. That's just going to be way too one-sided, especially in that early game matchup. It is Pout, though. Pout could be feeling himself, especially after such a strong Cassio. Oh, is this Elise being hovered? Okay, I was like, that's a bit cheeky. Silas, though, love that pick. Some fantastic ults to steal away here, Pyke.
The name one is the Pyke ult. If you want to reset the team, just do exactly what Pyke can do. But Victor as well makes so much sense. The champion has been really slept on, has great team fight. Renekton now being locked in. They obviously still have their next pick, so it tells me that they could probably go a Gnar here for Vikings, like I predicted just before, especially into the Renekton. If you want to get real crazy, look, Vikings need a tank right now. I'm not going to lie, they need a tank. But what if you just pull out the Vayne real quick and you just say, okay, let's just see what's cooking and see how this Renekton's going to go as the game scales in. But there's no real front to this back lineup that you're seeing from the Vikings too. But there's the Victor. I really like this pick. It's going to be so big in these team fights. And that's where we're going to be looking is how well the CFO roster can come together, because they're in their element right now. And oh my God, if they actually go Vayne, that's going to be awesome.
I mean, we haven't seen Kratos on Vayne this split, so this would be like a relatively new pickup here, but it is Kratos. So like Kratos would be able to pilot this so effectively, but as you say, they literally have no frontline. And you predicted, nah, it's being hovered and locked in there for MVK. They needed something. They needed a front line. And I just don't think Vayne was the call there. They would have been a little too squishy. But I mean, you know, isn't what they say, the best defense is a good offense? If there's no enemies to hurt you, then, you know, you don't need a tank. So they opt for that nah. And I like, man, Pike, which comp do you like more? I like CFOs.
Look, I like CFOs. Don't get me wrong. I think CFO's got some really winning pieces, but I can't disregard my own flesh and blood. That's the only downside. I can't take the Bilgewater Baron out like the Blood Harvest Ripper. My boy, he's feast or famine at this point, because I really like Pike. I think he's a cool champion. I don't play him. They just named the champion after me. That's the only difference. But no, I actually do think CFO has this game. Like, they have got a very well-rounded comp. Their team fight is strong. The big difference is the Gnar is going to be a really big component to see how far this J4 is actually going to go forward, because you can Mega Gnar into the Cataclysm. That is a bit of a combo you can do. Downside, J4 is going for your team, so you don't really want to do that. But maybe it's a bit of that sort of the target. We're talking about the circle theory, right? And that's such a big thing. And who has the biggest circle in the game? It's Aurora. It's that between worlds where you can sort of pull out this damage along the fight, get a little bit of that burn, a little bit of passive down, and see what happens. But we're on the Rift now, Logan. We're here, game number 2 in a best-of-5 series. They could go long, they could go short, but we love a big, long series. As Sulong again, taking a little bit of damage already, walked up a little bit too far, and now Shawnee, wrong side of the wall. And Kino's actually chasing this down, and no amount of grey health is really going to help you. More damage again, half health at 45 seconds. That's disgusting.
Harky waiting. Oh, good ward from Kino there. But that's the thing. With the faster spawning minions this year, it really punishes those invades. So that's actually going to set MVK's bot lane behind. Sulong not going to be able to trade as effectively. Going to have to burn those healing potions a lot sooner than his counterpart in Kino, and early game trading already. But I want to ask a question of you here, Pike. You said Aurora has the biggest circle, but doesn't Victor's Chaos Storm get bigger and bigger the more kills?
Yeah, but it starts off small. So I would say from size in general, I think the Between Worlds is just bigger in diameter. If we're really trying to measure this out, I think it is just bigger. Even if a Chaos Storm is at max size, I don't think it's as big. We might need to fact check that with our fantastic Twitch chat community. I will be watching. I would like to know if someone has the answer to that. But outside of that, I think Aurora has it.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say that a max level Chaos Storm is bigger than Aurora's ult, just so that at least, you know, one of us has this and the other has that. But I do look forward to confirmation of that information. Sulong is just like dancing around aggressively here in the face of CFO, just looking to land those cheeky hooks. But the junglers, they've started on different sides of the map here, Pike. We see Guri in the bot side for MVK, and we see Shadow out on that top side for CFO. And their CS right now quite even, but I'm expecting to see some early ganks. I'm expecting to see some early plays. Oh, Shawnee having a recall, nearly lost that 1v1 to Pout. TP's back to lane. Ops, can we get a replay?
Probably not. There was no real death, but you know what? There was a lot of damage. There's a flash for. Let's see if the trap's going to hit. And Doggo doing a good job. Has to get out of there as fast as possible, but only some of the spells burnt there was flashed by Sulong, so very different and very aggressive support we have on this side now for Vikings. Yeah, you're right. I think an early TP out of Shawnee here for losing out on a big trade. And not the end of the world, because you still gain a little bit of that tempo. You sort of start to put pressure on Pout, but Pout is doing so well at the moment, keeping up in farm here. Here's Guri. They might be looking for an early fight underneath this tower. See if they can go for it as they're jumping forward. Gets the root off. It's a lot of damage. Ignite's being taken down. Looks, it's just actually first blood going over. It's a disaster for the Vikings. They overstepped far too much. And first blood over to Kino.
They took too long, Pike. Sulong was running into the face of them, was less than 50. Another fight in mid.
Yeah, Shorty has to be careful as they're looking for a Sonic Wave as now it is Guri trying to fight back a little bit more. Pout is very healthy, did back with a little bit more. Guri is so close, gets a little bit of health. He takes it back in. Guri's insane and the health is going to be nice. Let's see if Pout can do any more. Kino's joining this fight and Pout picks up the kill. And here is Sulong trying to land something, but a 1-for-1 in that mid-fight is phenomenal stuff.
And this is the early aggression that I was just alluding to with that Lee Sin and that J4. You can expect ganks all the time. And what do you know? Guri goes for that bot side play. But Pike, on that bot side, I really think MVK messed that one up. Shulong goes in here and goes below 50% health before any damage starts going on a CFO. They're trying to juggle turret aggro, but no aggro was occurring. So it was just pure damage. Maybe that was miscommunication there. And then we go to this mid-side fight as well. Shadow in the area, sees Guri on that bot side, dodges that initial cue from the Lee Sin here. They're winning this trade, but in the long run, Shadow just doesn't flash over the wall. Guri able to turn it back around.
Nah, just couldn't fully commit to it, unfortunately. It is a bit of a disaster, but it's not the end of the world. Sometimes you have to rebuild after Godzilla attacks. That is the big difference. But now they're looking for a little bit more of a fight. Still not level 6. The slows do go down. Kino is here. Mantras are good. Flag and Drag's even better. Sulong's very low, but it is Shorty picking up Kino. Now Pout's in danger. Needs to be careful of Guri, who has the damage. Now Shadow versus 2. Shorty wants to be doing a little bit more. Doggo has to be careful. It's a double kill for Shorty. A very different game from game number 1. Shorty's on the board 2-0.
Pout just melted, just evaporated there. Shadow not long for this world immediately after, and Haki just left on this bot side. Just free CS, free gold, free turret plays, able to get seriously ahead of Doggo. 20 CS right now, 2 swords and the bow, and then they convert that mid, that bot side pressure into the first Drake of the game. Almost off the rip here, Pike, as is MVK's style. This is everything that they do. They go for these jungle objectives hard and fast and early. And the first Chemtech Drake of the game over to MVK as we take another look at mid here.
Yeah, this is a good fight. Like you can see as well, Kino walked a little bit too far up. The flag and drag was even better. Sulong does just go down for their trouble, but the overcommit was just a bit too much. And Doggo's trying to join with the fight, but it's just a little bit too late because, wow, Guri is already punching that damage forward, but that's what you expect from a Lee Sin. Yes, the flag and drags are good. Once you have the Cataclysm online, it's even better, but you have to be so careful. Lee Sin is the early jungler that you have to be so careful of. Now, Shadow is here, catching out Sulong too, but it's just going to be a bit of a stale, just clearing out these good wards. But Vikings with a 1k gold lead at 640 minutes. No, not 640, not an hour. That's pretty crazy. That's a long ass game. But no, it's 650 now is the time of the clock. And you know what? Vikings love these odds. They love to have these small little leads because they can walk away with it. Now, Kratos is just making a joke out of rest for this and the Renekton, he sent packing.
Yeah, Rest on this Renekton is doing a decent job. He's staying within touching distance with this CS, 61 to 64. But I really do want to highlight that bot side, that AD with Haki and Doggo. Doggo has clawed back about 10 of that CS, but being 20 down from your opposition is not where you want to be. Haki nearly has a 75% XP bar advantage over Doggo. So that could create some real splits in damage as Guri. Oh, Pout, not again.
Maybe. Ooh, you could see the insect was right in their mind. The flash wasn't up though, so you couldn't go for it. But you can see the play was in mind, and now they're just waiting for the cooldowns again. Maybe go back to doing a little bit of a clear here, Logan, and then just reset. Look for the fight again, because Sulong's putting a lot of pressure on Pout, and rightly so. Pout's earned this pressure.
Yeah, definitely. After that game 1 performance, Pout will not go down easily, and they have to send resources. But what I'm really liking here as well is that Kino is answering the pressure of Shulong, applying that across the map. But is it because Shulong is forcing it and he has to respond, or is it because Kino wants to like create that, reduce that power imbalance? But it feels like Haki more than comfortable to be left alone on the bot side. They've already got this bot side tier 1 turret less than 50%. Haki again at that 20 CS advantage. Shawnee plus 10, Guri plus 10, Kratos. MVK are winning everywhere. They're at 2,000 gold up, less than a minute after you called the 1K here, Pike. And this is a very MVK-coded early game. This is exactly what we would expect from them.
Yeah, that's it. And they are all about the early hard pressure. And I love to see that this is the Vikings we've all come to know and love throughout this split long. Now it's on CFO to really return fire. They are a bit more of that late game scaling. You have the center. You have to be so careful about how many stacks you're going to be picking up, as now they're looking for a fight. Sulong and Guri are down on this bot side. There is no Haki available. Caitlyn isn't here. Flashes go forward, trying to land those hooks. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Sonic Wave goes forward, gets the Dragon's Reach, but it's not enough damage, and Guri has to run away. Really trying to pick up Kino there. Doggo does get hit, looking for the re-engage, but the damage is good. Guri's in on the fight, the 1-for-1 trade, and the scared kitty. Oh my lord, it's a lot of damage. We do see Sulong's not level 6 yet, though. That's the only downside, but it's all about keeping Doggo back. There's the ace in the hole. He's going to land, but not going to be able to do all too much. And the tower is very dire here, as Shadow now wanting to get a little bit more, but man, it's very rough. This is sadly, Logan, the downside to having to verse a Caitlyn in any lane. You will be living under your tower.
Yeah, the thing that I noticed as well, right, that was just the lease in and support into the AD and support, right? And they were running that fight. They had all the advantage. They were clearly winning it until Guri went back in and took those turret shots and gave that 1 kill over, as we do get to see here again, right? So it's Doggo and it's Kino versus the jungler and support of MVK. Guri, like, they very nearly killed Kino outright, and there was nothing CFO could do. They only got Guri to 50% health before the re-engage. Guri does well to get that one back to make it that 1-for-1 trade, but Doggo is still then forced to run because Shulong is still at full health. So that does not bode well, in my opinion, for the bot side of CFO. Whilst Haki hasn't done anything in terms of team fighting, 0-0-0, he's still playing a lot of damage. He's applying a lot of pressure to that bot side. Doggo, as you say, forced under that tier 1 turret. He can't leave. He can't have impact. And the scaling of that center has been slowed down. So he's not going to come online as fast as you'd expect. The second Drake, though, of the game has been started up, and Shadow has spotted it out.
Yeah, Flag and Drag already been used, and he's able to sidestep it. Hooks go forward as Kino. The Cataclysm is on. The Shadow's taking a lot of damage. Going to be very careful with this one. Guri's just not looking as well. Doggo's able to pick it up. Rest is now here with the Dominus, just trying to keep them all back, but Shadow is low. Sulong is still level 5. Doesn't have that level 6 to be able to execute these enemies, and can't do too much as Shawnee between worlds up on the top side. Ace in the hole's going to throw. It's going to hit Kino instead. Dragon already secured for CFO, but the gold lead is still 2k up for Vikings. They're able to hold that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, taking out Guri nice and early was a great call there from CFO. No jungler means no objectives typically, but it did leave Kratos on that top side all alone to push in the wave and get the turret. And here we see it start again, right? So Guri was there first, had already started that Drake, and then both teams start to respond, and it's quite a staggered response. MVK getting the sort of early advantage in health bar, but CFO able to turn it around and get that kill, and then they simply have more members than MVK because they never brought their top laner down either. Kratos was just left in the top side to get that cross-map objective to secure some gold, get some more turret plates. So I think that's MVK saying, yeah, we want the Drake, we'll contest it, but it's not the end of the world if we don't get it. And I kind of like that play there, Pike, as Doggo does have that Shiv online and will have much better wave clear now.
Yeah, no, Static Shiv's such a big item at the moment too. Getting all those on hits as well, especially if you're playing center, it's going to be able to stack just a little bit faster as well. But now it really comes down to there's a ticking clock here for Vikings. They need to be pushing these objectives a little bit faster. And we need to see Guri be able to survive these fights a little bit more as we are getting resets out. But Shadow is by no means out of this game, because as the game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder to kill J4. Same with Renekton. It's like, rest on this Crocodile. It's going to be hard. Like, no full completed items just yet. But look at that tower. It is one hit away, and Kratos wants that gold. But this is the Caitlyn combo. Like, you can put Caitlyn with most supports, and they're going to be doing something very similar where they can just hit these towers from afar. Even with the Karma. Completely forgot the name of that champion just then for a second. But no, that's the Karma I get, I guess. But now, between worlds being used, Shorty has to be careful. Ace in the hole is used. It's the Dawn Shadow. It's going to be too much. Shorty picks up the kill and a nice return play across the map. Now they're looking at Kratos in this bot side too. Kratos really needs to clear out this wave as much as possible, and luckily there wasn't too much to worry about.
Yeah, I think they definitely called that playoff before we saw Kratos even commit to that one, CFO, because they were already recalling. They were like, oh, we're not going to commit 3 here. Is Shulong just having a look, just a cheeky reminder as Doggo is dodging the Piltover Peacemaker there from the Caitlyn. Then fancy feet there just to avoid that extra bit of damage. MVK on the retreat, but they do find themselves at 3k gold lead. As we take another look at this top side, Rest wanted this. He actually went in on Shawnee, and Shawnee absolutely respecting this Renekton, just gets so much distance, and as you said, that ace in the hole chips away, flashing forward for Shawnee to be able to finish off that Crocodile. That across the Veil, giving so much room, so much space, but we're fighting again.
Yeah, Guri having to burn Flash there instantly in that fight went a little bit too far. Maybe felt those ants in his pants and said, maybe that's not the play we should be looking for. But Shawnee, now heading back up onto this top side, looking to take Rest a little bit more, but still Crocodile having a bit of a rougher game, very far down, about 40 CS down to Kratos, who is in great control, but that is also the Gnar effect. You will get bullied so hard by a mini Gnar, and now Rift Herald's up on the map. It's actually a 4k gold lead for Vikings. They've snowballed this at 15 minutes in the game. Pout has TP, but this could be an all-out battle towards this top side, which is why they were so aggressive on Rest just then.
And here's the thing, right? MVK have a 90% win rate when they're ahead on gold at 15 minutes. And not only are they ahead, they are ahead significantly. They've got a 3.5k gold lead right now. So if you were to believe the stats and only the stats, you would go, oh, MVK have a really good chance here. But CFO, they're contesting. They're both a Drake apiece. It's 5 kills to 6 kills. And CFO have a lot of scaling on their side as well. That Victor, that Senna, they just get stronger and stronger over time. So I really feel like the pressure is on MVK to shut the door as fast as they possibly can right now. But their win con this time around is Shawnee. They need to play around Shawnee. They need to get Shawnee into these fights. And with that belt, has a lot of the mobility, but it's a lot of shutdown gold as well that goes over to CFO if they can get Shawnee.
Yeah, they could be looking to build into most likely the Shadow Flame 2, just be able to get a little bit of that extra damage off. But now they're looking at the Dragon. It is just about to spawn. It's another Cloud Soul again. Now, Logan, I know you have a fun fact about Cloud Souls in the LCP, don't you?
Yeah, so the Cloud Soul is the literal #1 most clouded soul in the LCP for the regular split. It's our #1 Drake we get, and it's our #1 soul as well. And I think you and I both agree on this one. We think it's the best as well.
Yeah. Best soul by far. Movement speed is king in League of Legends. The faster you get somewhere, the more likely you can kill someone because you're there first. It's simple arithmetic, if you ask me. Now, Doggo, looking to go straight in on Haki. He's a little bit overstepped, but no. The speed is good, but not good enough. You do have the nice little 90 caliber net that's going to keep you out as the Rift Herald now being used mid. They want to open up the map here. Sulong could be caught out by Shadow. Could be very careful. Charge is going to be good, but they're looking to go forward. Guri has to be careful, but uses the Rift Herald to get out of dodge. They kill it, but he's still alive. And what a fancy feat game. And now Doggo has to really back out there because Sulong, level 8, does have that depth from below. Got to be very careful of how quickly you can die if you're in the wrong place. downside, there's a lot of healing from Doggo. Senna, it does a lot.
One of my favorite things about seeing these Rift Herald plays, right, is that I saw that almost exact same play about 3 nights ago in the LCK, and it's not a play that you see very often. So when it happens so close together, you're like, were you looking for that play? Were you inspired by that and wanted to do that play? Because it's just uncanny, the timing of it. But using that Rift Herald as a getaway vehicle is so inspired. It's such a good idea. Ooh. And speaking of good ideas, some bad ones are happening right now. Kino getting chunked in the jungle. But let's take a moment to just look at this matchup in the top side. Rest is nearly 50 CS down on Kratos. Yes, top lane has been quiet, but Kratos is getting a lot more work done against Rest than Stella was in game 1. He's applying the pressure. He's keeping Rest in lane. He's bullying Rest down. He's a full level up and over Rest right now, Pike.
Yeah, look, and I think one strategy that we see a lot more in the LCP, and maybe not so much anywhere else, but that really works in the LCP's favor, is actually utilizing subs. It's one of those little unforgotten things that if you actually bring your sub in, let's say in a best of 5, like we're seeing right now, you get fresh hands. Maybe it was a little bit too much and they felt a little bit tilted after that first game. So get that mental reset and start to think, okay, let's just get Kratos in. They're going to feel a little bit more in control. They're going to try and dominate this game and then maybe bring them back. So it's about swapping them out for what the team's looking to do. And it's actually a really underutilized strategy to be able to utilize everyone on your team. I really like that MVK is starting to do that a little bit more.
Yeah, and like not only MVK, but almost every single roster in the LCP has at least one sub, and for the benefits that you exactly outlined, you listed. But back to this particular game, right? We look at the gold leads, and it is MVK across the board. At the 20-minute mark, Baron has arrived in the pit. MVK find themselves up 5.5k gold. So that gold lead is just increasing. CFO haven't found a way to slow MVK down. They're just snowballing that early game advantage and they keep the train chugging. Shulong hooking just to get a look, knows that Shadow's there because the camp has been pulled and Shulong couldn't hook anything. So I really like the utilization there of that hook. But I mean, all the pings, they're happening around that Baron. Surely the fights are brewing here, Pike, as Kratos pressuring Rest right now.
Kratos fears no mortals, unfortunately, and yes, gonna be able to hit this charge. Tried to jump over the wall and actually stalled it out. It was cancelled out as there. Is a good hook. Doggo, nowhere to go, but the CC was too good. It was a pickup by Shadow. The flag and drag was nice. It was a 1-for-1 yet again. Goldley's still in a great spot for Vikings, but picking up Doggo was that nail that they really needed, and the coffin is looking harder and harder for this team to get out of. So let's see if they can return fire. But Kratos, okay, we look back at bot after I thought they got caught under tower with no minions, and I don't think they lost any health.
Shulong goes in, ults, the ace in the hole, and Guri. So it was 3-on-1. Doggo just caught completely out here. Shadow does great work to get Shulong back, but you take an AD carry for a support every single day of the week, Pike. And I want to talk about Doggo for a second. He's more than a level down on Haki. He's more than 50 CS down on Haki. Whatever it is MVK's been cooking in the kitchen, they have effectively stalled out, shut down CFO's bot lane in this game, and it is working for them. They've got Wincons in that top lane. They've got Wincons in that bot lane, and Shawnee is on an absolute tear, 3-0-2, and Guri's in every single fight. He's killed 4 and assisted 2 for 6 out of the 7. The KP is so high, but the Drake, she's here. MVK, they're posturing. The fight for vision has started.
Fight for control is even more imminent as Sulong as well. Flag and drag onto Guri, who's in a little bit of a predicament, has to ward hop away, but now has left the dragon as it is going down. A TP is being burned, also being burned by all of them. They're all looking to take this fight. Shawnee is here, between worlds is available, does pop it. Guri wants to take that fight. Shockwave is good. Shadow's in a bit of a sticky spot. It's stolen away. The Vikings had all the control that they needed, and now here comes Sulong, landing hooks left, right, and center. Let's see if Pat's able to hold on just a little bit longer. Rest on the backside. Haki Haki is low, has to burn the barrier, no flash available, is going to get charged out. The hook pulls them over the wall. Haki's able to live just a little bit longer, and it's a double kill for Shawnee. It's all she wrote, and the Vikings take that lead from 6k all the way to 8.
MVK, they now have 3 Drakes. They're on Soul Point. CFO only on that one. And MVK win that team fight convincingly. But that hook from Sulong on the backside to pull Rest over the wall. And then you can see that Renekton chasing so hard. And the Pike just used all that mobility to get away, live, and get another kill over.
He is just gone. Doggo able to pick that one up. But now Guri says, I can take out this jungler if I'm careful. So it'd be a lot of damage going over. Guri is here, and they're still on the Baron. They've picked up the jungler. There's no way they can secure this, and it's a beautiful one for Vikings to take their lead a little bit further once again.
Yeah, really great work from MVK to win the Drake fight. They got 2 members of CFO down and then run straight to the Baron, which is exactly what we saw CFO do in game 1. As we take another look at this one, right? So CFO, they're trying to zone MVK. Guri gets caught early, is able to ward hop to safety. And CFO, they get this Drake to sub 50%. 2 TPs are committed by MVK. Kratos has a deep flank from the bottom of the pit. As CFO, they do their best to stay here. Kratos hops over the back of the wall, but MVK get the Drake. So not only does CFO lose the fight, they lose the objective and then give over that priority to MVK for that Baron, and the hook saves Haki and kills Rest. Like, that's going to be one of the highest value hooks we've seen from a Pike, at least here in the LCP, because that was phenomenal.
Yeah, I feel like that could have swung in the other direction too. If that hook did not land, Rest was going to kill Haki, and it would have been a very different Baron. In fact, I would almost say that they probably couldn't have done it because they really needed Caitlyn there to be able to do as much damage as they could. But now towers are melting across the map. It's the 10.5k gold lead. Guri, flag and drag over. There's the Dawning Shadow. It's going to be enough. It is just Shadow trying to do his best. Guri sidestepping the flag and drag to ace in the hole just for a little bit of good measure. Let's see if the hook's going to land between worlds is good, but it's not going to do as much damage as we thought. Shawnee needs to back out. They're looking to siege this one down. Pout on the side. That tower in mid is dangerously low. And look at the top side. Kratos has not a care in the world and is just swinging 2 daggers left, right, and center and saying, I got this, boys. No stress as Rest going forward. Does have the slice, has the dominance, but here's Kino. Here's Shadow looking for a little bit more. Does not have the Cataclysm, but Kratos is happening with the 1v3. He's going back in as now they're sieging down bot side. The hook from Silla with the flash. The damage is good. Death from below is not going to land, so they're trying to survive a little bit longer. It is Vikings running away. They still have the Baron. They don't get the kill, but it was actually Kratos who drew the whole team to the side, and he still won out.
Kratos found himself in a 1v3 and said, I like those odds. He was pestering, he was bothering, he was fighting CFO, and he won. He didn't kill him, but he kept them there, and he kept that bot side pressure up. MVK sieged the bot side. Shulong landed a fantastic hook on the Pout. Pout, though, played out of his mind, getting that stun down, able to prevent a lot of what MVK wanted to do. They still get the bot side tier 1, but it bought them time because they survived. So MVK's siege effective, but not critical damage just yet. However, we do see their Drake is up in a minute. So MVK, they could go for the soul here. Baron will not be up at the same time, so there won't be a sort of contest of objectives as Shadow's looking to just clear some jungle camps here. We do see CFO back out on the Rift. That Guardian Angel picked up by Guri now as well. He can go deep and not get punished too heavily because he's got that free death. And Kratos, 2-level advantage over Rest. And I have to say, while this game hasn't ended just yet, a fantastic substitution. Shawnee moving forward. Ooh.
Yeah, no, honestly, great substitution. I think they sort of read this play and they said, okay, let's bring that little bit of experience back, someone who knows how to run the lane too. And honestly, we talked about how Rest had full control last game. different story. Rest has met his match, and look at Shawnee now posturing so far. Okay, Doggo being caught. Let's see if this sounds good. There's the big kick back. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough. Guri still tanking it up, and it's a nice pick up. They take the tower with their troubles. Look at Shawnee. He's going for the flash hit. It's the twin fold hex. It's going to get the job done. They're looking at the inhibs. It's just a TP play coming in hot. It is the Vikings back in full form. They don't even need the Dragon Soul. They're going to siege right now. Haki picks up Doggo. It's all too easy. Kratos is here. He's got Mega. He's gone back to Mini now. He's trying to hold on. The Cataclysm. It's good. It's doing a lot of damage. They pick up one, but it isn't going to be enough. It's here's Guri. He's going forward. Pout doesn't know what he's going to be up to. As Shadow's low too. It's just too much damage. Guri, the Lee Sin playmaker, gets it done. And they're able to look at this Nexus 28 minutes into the game. Vikings take us 1-1 for the score.
Vikings take a quick game 2 here, Pike. 28 minutes is so much faster than the average game in the LCP. They lost game 1, but my goodness, did they show us that it was just a start. It was a little bit of nerves, and they have found their way back in here. We now find both teams at 1 win apiece, and this is the MVK that we saw sparks of in game 1. This is the MVK that we know and love in the LCP regular split at the very least. They're fast, they're aggressive, and when they win hard. And like we said, they have a 90% win rate if they're in a gold lead at the 15-minute mark, and they were at 3,500 gold at that 15-minute mark, Pike. They just were unstoppable, and look at this gold. It was, oh my goodness, that's 15k plus.
That is really gross. And you know what? Big props to Shawnee. Got a nice little lead at the start of the game and just ran with it. I feel like this is one of those plays that's a bit feast or famine. Now, we can start comparing these teams to like the upper echelons of the LCP. So it's nice to see our mid laners, if they do get something, they can walk away with it, maybe even jog, maybe a light run, depending on how fast you like to move. But still, it was a good, and this dive was, I'll be honest, it was pretty shocking. That is not what you want right at the start of the game. You're trying to make something move, but they came back really strong, and it was all here, Shawnee, copping a lot of aggression. But Guri, again, I highlighted him at the end of the game for a reason. He's been in these fights the whole time. He warthogs away, gets a little bit of hit. He goes back in.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? This is the difference between game 1 and game 2. Where game 1, Guri was constantly aggressing with that Zyra. Pout was out-handsing Shawnee every single time. That was not the case this time. We've got Shawnee on this Aurora, highly mobile, highly aggressive mage in that mid lane, and he's been given so much more agency. You can tell he just feels so much more comfortable on this Aurora. And when it's paired with this aggressive Lee Sin in the hands of Guri, which we said in the draft, we're like, love to see this pick. Guri plays Lee Sin so well. You just knew when these two came together, it was going to create a montage of highlights, and that's exactly what happened. They bullied that mid lane time and time again, and then Shawnee was able to solo rest whenever he pleased. It felt like CFO just had no answer into him.
See, I wouldn't call that a solo. I would say there was a little help from the ace in the hole, but sometimes you need that when you're playing poker. But now, again, it was these really good fights, and every single time we're looking at a play, most of the time, Guri's in it. And this Dragon was a big one. I think this was the 2v4, and they just stole it because what's Shadow in this fight? And I'll let you break it down, Logan, because Shadow was there, but wasn't really there.
Yeah, Shadow felt, dare I say, out of place in this fight. He was right there next to the Drake and simply got out-smited by Guri. MVK, they timed their engagement of this fight really, really well. Rest was bullying Haki, but it came too late, and the rest of MVK were able to secure the Drake and then kill 2 members of CFO. They started with Pout, and Pout arguably is their main damage dealer because Doggo on this center had no impact this game. It didn't even feel like they had an AD carry, dare I say, because MVK's Guri, MVK's Shawnee were just shutting everything and everyone down. And Shulong landed some fantastic hooks. Shout out to Shulong for that.
Yeah, well, that's I'd expect nothing less than a pike. It's it's what we expect, you know. But no, at the end, I think it was the Guri showed that game, and he talked about how Doggo really didn't have a place. The answer was Guri. The way you shut down a center is you just have a faster game, and that's what Lee Sin does. So they knew the center was going to be coming, and they said, "All right, just push the tempo. This is what the Vikings know. This is where they thrive," and it was their game. So 1-1's the scoreline now, Logan. We're back on track for could be the reverse sweep here yet again for the Vikings, but who knows?
Yeah, look, the 3-1 prediction is still safe, but we will see how that plays out in Game 3 right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Khi mà vào trận thì bản thân ở đó mình cũng nghĩ là các đội SK sẽ dễ dàng đánh bại Jiu, nhưng mà Jiu lại không hề dễ vậy và họ đánh bại SK với tỷ số là 3-0.
実を見た時にはもう本当にちょっと心が震えましたよね。こんなことができるんだっていう。
我觉得 G2 能打赢 LCP 对我来说是一个很大的激励吧。感觉有一种一下课上的感觉，让我觉得充满希望。
Câu chuyện của chúng tôi sẽ bắt đầu từ bây giờ.
Và Spong vào đây cũng cắn chẽ, tới đây bị dùng cuồng chỏ. Haki tới bắn tay, tiếc quá. Haki.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tôi tin chúng ta có thể làm được.
Một vài lùi về, đốc quay lần 2, nhưng sau đó là bóng đai tay kia rồi. Kia ra được vậy, triple kill.
俺たちが勝ちます。
味方から引き上がってマーブル安全な勢いを取って、そしてテレポートを返していく SSG、右を寄せて一気に反転だ。万が一が
该写结局的时候到了。
倒追倒击，也是人队友神机，但跟着来 ，T 这边秒杀掉了。这边辅助换辅助 ，Red 往前一个顶。
现在开始一步都不能错。
有在这边拼死掉的攻击，风倒下，还在滑，还在滑，往前tiến。这边红手小兵很高，哇！
Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Chúng tôi sẽ ở đó.
無敵？もうそうじゃない。それは TSW のことだ。
シェフを呼んでくれ。ちょっとかじらせてもらうよ。
Welcome back to the LCP and welcome back to the knockout stages. We just had a scintillating game 2 where MVK found their way back into this best of 5 match against CFO here tonight. And Pike, dare I say, it was all off the back of that substitution in the top side.
Oh, I wouldn't even say that. I would just say it was good drafting, knowing the game plan, and actually executing it as we expected. And that is what the Vikings actually can do. They know how to execute. It was that first game that was just a little bit rough where CFO had an answer for what was coming forward. That time, CFO had no answer to recall on. It was just a blank face standing in front of a chalkboard going, I don't know what the answer to this math equation was. But Vikings coming out looking really, really strong as we've seen them all split long. It's what we waited to see, but now we're in game number 3. CFO now locking in that first pick, so Vikings are going red side. I like it.
Yeah, MVK on the red side, 3rd game in a row. They love that red side. In the regular split, they won 10 out of their 15 games on red side, so I feel like it's comfort for them. It just gives them so much more access to those jungle objectives and that advantage, right? And that's what they do. That's what they love. You look at almost every single jungle objective stat we have in the LCP, and MVK are there. They're first to the Drakes. They've got the quickest Drakes. They're just the Rift Heralds, the Grubs. It's almost like they've cracked the code of their playstyle, and it's jungle objectives as soon as you can, and then jungle gank, right? Because Guri is so involved in every single fight. His kill participation is so high. It was 74% coming into the knockout stages, the highest on his team. It's fair to say that he is a significant contributor to MVK's successes here, and he's putting that on display. Even in game 1, he was still trying to make the plays. He was still trying to apply that pressure across the rift and open up the way for the rest of his team to win.
Yeah, you're bang on, and I have nothing really to add except for the one thing that you said there where you said Vikings have cracked the code. So, fun fact for all of you folks out there who play League of Legends, kills don't win you games. Let's just set the standard straight. Kills don't win games. Yes, they can aid to winning a game, but going 20-4 in a game doesn't mean you're going to win. Objectives can win you the game. That's the secret code that the Vikings have actually figured out, that if they're just first to the objectives, and if they secure them, they get the gold, they get the items, it takes them further, and it takes us to game number 3 as we're entering into the draft once again, and we're seeing some good bands back up on the board. Always get rid of the Nocturne, Logan. It's just stock standard.
Always get rid of the Nocturne against Guri. Always get rid of the Lucian against Doggo. So far, these bans have been so same throughout these 3 games. Nocturne, Ashe, and Vi, they do not want to give those over, and neither with the Lucian or the Ryze. They don't want that mid-lane control mage with that sort of global pressure having any impact here. But this is Fearless, which is something we haven't spoken about so far this BO5. And with Fearless means every pick from the games before, they're removed from the champion pool. They cannot be chosen again, which creates this sort of deeper pool of champs that we do get to see. And one champ that was banned in game 2 but has made it through to game 3 is Ezreal, picked up for Doggo of CFO.
That is a bad call for Vikings. I don't know if they want to take us to a game 5 or what their thought process is, but why are they giving Doggo his best champion? The Protocol Explorer is what Ezreal has been known to call. You know what? I think CFO's Doggo is going to be the Protocol winner of this game, because that's a rough pick for them to deal with him. Corki and hovering a Kayn is interesting, but I like the Corki.
The thing with Ezreal as well is he recently got a buff to his AP percentage scaling, so he can actually be quite effective AD and AP damage, which just makes him that much harder to build against. You can't just go, oh, I'll build a Wit's End or something to prevent any magic damage. You need to build more than that, and tanks have a hard time as well. Though, Talon being hovered? Fiddlesticks? Are they toying with us here? Pike, that's some interesting picks.
They are toying with us because look at all those other picks that they're looking at. Ivern's in there. Mbessa's a good call here too. You can blind it. Nico's fantastic. That's your start of a fight. Engage, and it's already locked in. And I can't not look at CFO's bot lane. It's looking so good. Yeah, the Corki Nami, I get it. But now with Akali locked in, CFO, they're looking at Exodia right now. They just need the legs.
Yeah, I mean, Nami doesn't really have legs, does she? She's got like a tail. Because she's like a mermaid kind of thingamajiggy, and she swims everywhere. Yeah.
We're moving around,
She's like
and I'm not saying Vikings. Vikings don't have Exodia. They have Corki and Nami. That's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like 2 blue eyes white dragons. Where's the third one? But now we've got a Nazir locked in. Okay, now we're looking at a bit more of an Exodia sort of comp.
Yeah, look, I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh, but I do know League of Legends, and Pout on Akali is scary. We did actually get to see him in the regular season split on that Akali. Unfortunately, didn't win that game, but he was definitely a really strong win condition that CFO could have played around. So I'm very, very happy to see him back on that. And Azir, kind of a rough matchup, I have to think, for Azir in that mid to late game. Yes, we'll have that early game advantage over the Akali because of pure range versus melee, but toward that mid-late game, I really think Pout on this Akali is going to be an absolute monster. That Scion, though, banned away again because Rest is actually quite good on Scion. So I think this is a respect ban towards Rest. They don't want him coming up. They don't want him popping off and taking over a game.
Look, and no one would. You still have Kratos in the helm that has control over a lot of these games. Skarner being banned out too means Shadow's not going to get these big tanks, because right now your only source of engage is the Nico, which is for Kino here, but there's no tanks. Same for Vikings. Like, I guess both sides will be looking at what are these big engage comps that they could go for. The Scion actually sort of spoke really true for me for the Vikings this game, but they've decided to ban it out instead, which I don't mind. Let's see what else they have in store, because the champion pools, they're getting lower and lower. More priority picks aren't there. Trundle now being taken out, so it looks like they could be playing a little bit more for Vikings towards the top side, just because Trundle is like one of these main champions, same with like Talia, that stops the Rift Herald. So looking for these grubs, looking for a little bit more lane dominance, that's where I think Vikings are sort of looking.
Yeah, Trundle Pillars are absolutely devastating. Really well-placed Trundle Pillars can prevent dashes, they can prevent a lot of movement, and as you say, prevent that Rift Herald from crashing as well. However, we do see that ban come through on CFO's side, and it's now over to MVK, and they're toying with the Maokai. That could be quite the tanky jungler there. A great team fight ultimate, and they lock it in. The team fight ultimate is absolutely massive from Maokai. So I'm not going to lie, I do like seeing that one here. It definitely brings a lot of resilience, a lot of tankiness to the side of MVK. So I'll be interested to see which way he goes to build it, whether it's a sort of support build, AP build, tank build. There's a lot of viable options for Maokai.
I kind of like the Ivern here too. Like, I think if you need something that's going to be a little bit more of a front line, but Sejuani even better. Like, that's such a strong champion. Big tanky engage, followed up with an Mbessa's public execution. You know what? CFO have got a really nice roster here, and this team comp they've put together speaks true for a lot of damage. They keep hovering the Vayne. Maybe wait till 4th or 5th game to pull that one out. You want to put it up against a tank, but it's now Varus. No way. Are they bringing the Varus top back? Oh my lord, they have. Why not take it in a game 3? Vikings with the clear range top. Oh, what do you think about that, Logan?
I think that's a spicy pick, Pike. I really do like that. Rest is going to have such a hard game into this Varus. So much power with that range, the poke that Varus can bring. Yes, Mbessa can gap close really hard, but you're going to gap close at half health, and Varus should still be able to take the fight from there, especially with the nerf to Mbessa's ultimate. It takes about half a second longer to kind of spool up. It gives you more time to literally just walk out of the way and not get hit by that ultimate. So I really like this pick for MVK. It's a super heads up Varus, and Rest is going to have a tough time. I almost think MVK has realized that if they can shut Rest down, if they can put him behind, if they can keep him out of the game, then they're going to find themselves in a 4v5. And it doesn't matter how bad the rest of MVK plays, because they don't have to play great. They only need to play good when you have a significant numbers advantage. So I like CFO's comp. I just love MVK's.
And I think this is one thing we have to note, and you sort of touched on it, but I want to expand on it, is it is going to be Kratos on this Varus. I don't think Stella has maybe the experience, but not so much the skill, but the experience to pilot a Varus into an Mbessa. Like, that is a really tall order. And also going the exhaust for Kratos is just, oh man, it's going to be so hard for Rest to really be able to do anything in this game, because it is an on-hit Varus too, so they're going to be going most likely to the Bork into like a Ginsu's. Infernal Varus looks really nice. It's in Pearl form. Base, come on. You're better than that. Pug Trainer Sejuani though, best one in the game, hands down.
Yeah, but Pout with Prestige KDA Akali, I'm a fan. I quite like that. The sort of the golds and the whites. It does actually say Prestige. Oh, Shulong, Sunken Shadows Nami. Yes, that's my favorite Nami skin. I'll have you know. I've got that one as well. But I do want to point out, Guri already invading CFO's jungle and CFO already invading MVK's jungle. So both junglers just matching here is some great early trades.
This is just the Doggo experience with this Ezreal. You have to be so careful. It's like playing Doggo on Draven. Like, you just don't want to do it. It's going to be so hard. Haki's already below half health, which I suspect is going to be a lot longer of this game. Both these AD carries really want to be rushing towards that Triforce too. So once these items come online, I think Corki's going to be a little bit easier into it, but we're looking at mid. And you know what? You said something in draft that I think we need to talk about, because you talked about how Akali, especially Pout's going to be running the mid to late game. I think it really comes down to how well the early game is navigated. And let me talk to you why. Well, actually, Shadow might be looking topside. That Pug is definitely scary as Rest is going forward. It's a level 2. Let's see if the damage can be enough, as Kratos does have Flash available. Exhaust has gone down. There's the Flash, but Shadow came prepared, and it looks like they're going to get the stun off Kratos. This is the range top lane of why it can be punished so easily in first blood for CFO.
I really like the proactive there move from Shadow, just so early. He started in MVK's top side, cleared, and then went for that gank. Kratos never would have expected that. Didn't even have wards in the area, burns the flash and exhaust, and just goes down. Rest is going to have a fantastic time in that top lane now, at least for the next couple of minutes. He's going to be able to trade more effectively. He's going to be able to keep a pace with that CS and experience. I really like this play, this movement from Shadow to help his top laner stay relevant and keep in this game.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think Kratos, although up in farm, is going to have a bit of a taller order now that Rest has a little bit of sustainability, and at least with a refillable potion too, you can stay in lane a little bit longer. But I want to talk back about this mid lane, because you talked about how Pout's going to really control this game. I actually think it's going to be different. Oh, here we go. Guri just disrupting my train of thought again. Pout has to flash, see if they have damage, and he does survive a little bit longer. Stun's going forward. Double stun, actually. Haki, a bit of a dangerous spot. Although Doggo doesn't have as much mana, there's a flash is going forward. It's going to be enough as dashes. Barrier. It's Doggo doing a lot of damage. They flash forward again. Haki, it's a double flash, and Haki comes up with the goods, and it's a double kill for the Corki.
Doggo not happy with that play. Saw him there in the cameras, just shaking his head a little bit like, oh, that was a bit rough. Both flashes and barrier burnt from the side of CFO. And MVK, they still have the flash on Shulong. Shulong able to provide that healing, that barrier mitigating enough damage from Haki there too. Just able to trade so much better into CFO's bot side as we get this replay. And we see it here, Doggo aggressing forward. Haki though, not to be out-aggressed, turns around the trades on Kino, stands in their faces, knows he has that Valkyrie, and Shulong, the stun is dodged, that aqua bubble, and then Haki aggressively flashing forward to close out Doggo there. I almost feel like it's an element of overconfidence.
They just killed Kratos. Second time. Another gank top. It's a... Yep. All right. Fair enough. We expected that. Kratos needs to be very careful. No overstepping. I feel like this is the second time we've seen him push up the wave and get caught out. But if I can finish my mid lane thought here, Logan, I've been back on it so many times. Every time I go to say something, a fight breaks out. Don't fight. Just saying it. All right. So Azir is one of the late game scaling mid laners. Like, hands down, is one of the strongest. We've seen it in the hands of Faker, Caps, some of the best mid laners in the world. Shadow, don't you dare start this fight. I'm not done. But when we get back to it, I feel like Shawnee will be able to get into the late game. The difference is Pout is going to get the really strong executes, but I think Shawnee's going to have the stronger team fight. Do not walk to that bush. I'm not done. Oh, as there's the engage. Shadow is here. You're going to have to be careful, taking a lot of damage, but it's also Sulong getting chunked out so fast. Able to hold on a little bit more. Doggo picks up the kill. Now they're looking to go back onto him. Guri is low, but they do secure a little bit more. And now Shadow's on the wrong side. It's a double kill for Doggo. Haki still coming out with the goods. Might have to back out very slowly, but they do avoid the doubles.
The patience from Shadow in that brush just waited for a solid 30 or so seconds. And MVK, I think they were like, surely no one's in that bush after this long of a time. They even had Guri right there, and Shadow still went for the play. And we get this top side over the wall. Oh, it's beautiful. The flash engage onto Kratos. Rest goes in as well. Just nothing you can do. Followed up with that stun, the CC, the surprise factor. We're getting a compilation. Shadow onto Sulong here. I mean, Shadow right now is having a lot of impact across the Rift for CFO. He's setting Rest up for success, or at least keeping him in this game, and he's bringing his bot lane back into it. A minute ago, Doggo was 0-2, but now he's 2-2. So closing that gold gap, keeping Doggo in contention. Right now, this is a Shadow game, Pike, and I feel like CFO need to recognize that and set him up and play around him, because it's more than a kill a minute, and CFO only barely have somewhat of a gold lead as Shadow looks for another angle.
With execution straight in. Does get the flash out. The exhaust goes down too, and Kratos able to avoid death just long enough, but still, Kratos had to play that very, very well, and you know what? They did.
Yeah, but they got flash on cooldown, they got exhaust on cooldown. Kratos is not allowed to have summoner spells because Shadow is coming for you. Kratos, great flash, avoids the ultimate coming out of Shadow there as well. So doubtlessly saved his own life. That glacial prison can do some
divide going in, but Pout is going to go back in for the kill, looking for a little bit more damage. Ooh, I like the moves. They're aggressive.
Yeah, Pout was like brought under the turret and went, you know what, I'm going to fight you. And then got out from under the turret and went back.
Kratos, got to be careful. Ooh, doesn't land the true shot barrage, but I like that because it was Kino there pretending to be Rest, being like, haha, I'm just your top laner. No, there's a doggo there. And I'm not talking about Pugs and Wani.
That's it.
Don't stop barking. You know I react
back up Kratos.
The thing is, it looks like trying to keep them back and trying to push the pressure forward a little bit more, but it's just about giving Kratos as much sort of space as possible.
Yeah, the one thing about that True Shot barrage as well is it was extremely telegraphed, so I don't think it was ever going to hit Kratos, but it still did a lot of work on that wave, which helped them keep him under that tower and force a response. With that response, though, Shadow, knowing CFO have the numbers advantage on this top side and the priority, they're going to pick up these grubs completely uncontested. MVK, however, this is probably one of their slower Drakes, are just starting up the Mountain Drake now, Pike, because they know CFO are on that top side. Ooh,
yeah, Shadow's here. Shawnee had to be very careful because Shadow's making their way downtown as Dragons already confirmed. Nice little pick up there, a trade of objectives across the board.
Yeah, I personally am such a fan of getting these grubs too, right? Because the grubs are a one-time objective on the Rift and they just give a little extra pushing power. So I feel like it's worth trading grubs for Drake, especially when it's such a late Drake. You haven't really lost too much time. But right now, MVK, they have the Drake, CFO have the grubs, and gold difference is basically nothing right now. And it feels like we're just trading, we're posturing, we're building up.
Ooh. Public execution, Rest is in a bit of a pickle. Kratos has the damage, but here comes Shadow once again with a TP with Pout. They're sending the full party, and you know what? If I was Kratos, I'd be pretty tilted out of my mind. They just give a kill over to Pout, and it's an easy pickup, but oh, they spent a lot just to lock him down.
They spent a lot of resources, but they didn't lose too much in terms of wave state or turrets. Bot side is fine. Top side is fine. Pout is the one losing out the most in that mid, but Shawnee only just got to his turret, and Pout's ahead on CS significantly. So I would argue that was fantastic play and commitment out of CFO there to really just make sure Kratos stays down. They've seen what Varus can do in this top side, and they are punishing it severely. I'm thinking they're making a statement for the global stage. Do not play Varus or this will happen to you. And quite frankly, as an observer, as a spectator, I'm loving it. But Kratos, oh no.
Oh, he's caught out once again. Kratos, you can't keep walking up without vision, my guy. It's just not worth it. Full whack it, all the sympathy. He's even throwing up the, okay, because just what can you do? You cannot walk up anymore. Rest is 3-0-1. They're only just a wave down of CS. Oh, it's heartbreaking, but I've got to ask you a question here, Logan. Why is Vayne a better top laner than Varus?
Mobility. Hands down, mobility.
Then why is Varus leading the game right now?
Because Ambessa is so much more mobile, but also Shadow. Shadow has a 100% kill participation right now. He's been involved in every single kill, and he's been so selfless. He hasn't taken a single kill for himself. He sets it all up, and you see him just start to walk away to let his laners take the kills, get his lane ahead. What's that saying, Pike? Win lane, win game? Because that is what Shadow is playing for right now. Yes, he's down on CS in that jungle, but Guri's nowhere to be found.
And now Rest is being caught out. It's the old switcheroos. They're trying to land as many of those little things go, well, okay, here comes Sejuani, but Kratos lands a final piercing arrow, and it hits its mark. And you know what? Kratos finally got some love.
I love that I was just saying as well, Guri's nowhere to be found. Guri sets up the top side and gets that kill over to Kratos. But I did note as well, Shadow was still right there. He was able to respond, albeit a little too late to save his top laner. But this is a good way for MVK to start to get Kratos back into this game. As we see it here, Rest now is the one that's too far up. No vision. Chains of corruption locks him down, that public execution not able to get him away, and he desperately tries to get to Shadow, who is unfortunately too late to save his top laner. So really good heads up move there from Guri to play around that vision. And frankly though, MVK, they're winning the CS battle in almost every lane as well, Pike.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of be expected. Guri has been sort of living in the jungle just a little bit too long. Like, Shadow has been out on the map permanently, like ganking lanes and keeping his team sort of ahead as best as possible. But that's what you want from a Sejuani, especially early. Once you hit level 6, you need to be making these big plays. You need to be getting those glacial prisons out and infecting the map with as much coldness as possible. The downside is Vikings are pretty cold as well. They do live in the north. You have to be very careful of that. But again, here's the fight. We always see this. It's the two mid laners. Oh, the Emperor's Divide was a disaster, and Pout comes out alive and alone. The solo bowler in this bot lane. It's always an Akali versus an Orianna in the bot lane underneath the red tier 1 tower. I don't know why that's the play and why Akali's love that so much, but we've seen it about 5 or 6 times in the LCP, and I love it.
Yeah, Shadow here, though, invading MVK's jungle in a 1v2 situation as Haki happily trading into Doggo, definitely winning the damage war here. Who got it? It looks like both smites. Okay. Unfortunately, we won't be able to tell who got that buff right now unless we go back to it. Doggo losing the trade. Sorry?
I think Guri got it. Yeah, he's got blue buff. He got it. Glacial Prison went out. Pop off. He's going to do enough damage. Nice tidal wave is good, but Pout is even better. There's no Emperor's Divide here. Shorty's trying to get a little bit more damage. One more hit from the dragon. And basically sixth member. Shawnee was able to lock it down to a kill on the board for them now, and they can't even look at the dragon as he is Rest looking at Haki, going aggressively over the wall. They do have to back out. A member down is not ideal, but still a nice little turn there for Vikings. They're clawing it back.
As the next Drake is on the Rift Herald is up here as well. Pout, not scared of Shawnee. This is what I was saying. I think the maybe champion into champion matchup leans more favorably to Azir as it scales, but I think the hands matchup leans more favorably into Pout, as we do see it. Oh, the tidy sidestep here. Pout goes over the back, and then, yeah, unfortunately, that Emperor's Divide just completely missing. If it had hit, Pout probably would have taken that extra turret shot that would have sealed the deal. It looks like MVK got the Chemtech in live, but here we just see Kino. One Drake auto takes him down as he's fleeing from MVK, and here's the MVK that we've talked about time and time again. They're first to the objectives. They've got the vision. They've got the members in the area. It's up to CFO to kind of fight their way in, and Haki.
Haki now doing some damage. It's nice to see both Triforces for both AD carries are complete. So looking for just a little bit more, but a lot of burn coming in as well. Look at just this entire game state. It is a 1k gold lead for CFO right now. One dragon apiece. It's 16 minutes. The Rift Herald's just been confirmed. It's on Guri. So I wonder where they're going to send it, because I feel like it is Vikings that need to start pushing the tempo a little bit more here.
And one of those things that we were talking about a little earlier, and I think they'll send it down mid. It makes the most sense to crack that mid. It's very, very low as well. It opens up the map the most out of any of these turrets. But CFO found themselves at, albeit a very, very small gold lead at that 15-minute mark here, Pike. That said, though, they don't have one of the best stats at gold lead at 15. They've only won, I think, about 35% of their games if they're ahead on gold at the 15-minute mark. So if they're true to that stat, which I hope that they're not, because you're in a leading position, then MVK has every chance to come back into this. But this is a different CFO we're seeing. This is a good flash.
Great flash, and it did burn the TP out as well. So clearly they said, Kratos, we want your blood. And he said, I will burn a flash for that every day of the week.
And a fantastic flash too, because obviously if Rest had landed that, Pout was already TPing, would have been able to close that one out, get that kill on the Kratos, and just build even more items on that Akali. And I mean, she's already extremely dangerous here, Pike. And that's the thing. I really think that nerf onto Ambessa's ultimate has stifled her, has stymied her quite a lot. It's bought these pros, and yeah, okay, it's like half a second, but it's enough time for these pros to dodge, right? They can react and flash. They can just step out of the way. We saw it time and time again in the LCK this week as MVK, they're pressuring this mid lane.
Yeah, it's funny. They thought they were looking at Shadow there, but it was actually Kino, and they took a lot of damage for it. As there it is, Barrage does land, but first tower is now secured for Vikings. It is in the mid lane, so they do open up that map just a little bit more. As they are looking to rotate up, there is another tower, and they could just send a bunch of members. Rest has to back off here. Shawnee is going to be able to probably secure this one too, so a couple towers on the back of a good play can help them reset that gold.
We do love a good reset. We do love going to the shops and buying things that we love. As Doggo slightly ahead on developing his item when compared to Haki. But we do take a quick look at those items, right? We've got the experimental hex plate in the top side for Kratos just to get those chains of corruption. Oh, Haki.
Haki does damage, but the rest of the team is here. Okay, Pout just does not care. The perfect execution looked pretty damn perfect to me.
Yeah, we're talking about how much damage Haki does, but then Pout showed up and showed us what real damage looks like.
Ooh. See, they're getting a lot of damage off. Doggo is taken below half health, but they are backing out, which is nice to see. And Rest up here, just cruising, just loving life.
Yeah, that was a really good shifting sands there, though, from that Azir, able to get out of the way of that true shot barrage that Ezreal was, firing in his general direction. But Shadow, had a lot of early game aggression and has kind of backed off, has kind of slowed down now. Which is interesting, right? Because Sejuani gets tankier and tankier. Thank you, observers, for showing this fantastic skin, by the way. Gets tankier and tankier. So you would think that we would see more and more involvement. However, he does also have that sort of 200 gold bounty. And the Baron is up in 5 seconds. So good recall timing from Shadow. And the next Drake is up in 30. So a lot to be fighting for in the coming couple of minutes here, Pike. As CFO, it looks like they want to prioritize this Drake. They want to get this vision down. They want to see what MVK is up to because they know, like the rest of us, that MVK are jungle objective fiends. They live for it. They want to be first. And this is why you see the jungle objectives, the wards being cleared.
Yeah, and Pout being on the backside here is terrifying. Like, if they make one false step, Pout's going to be on them. 4-0-0 is the scoreline. They're a 1.7k gold lead themselves, which is huge, as Shawnee is just trying to get back into this game. But I think Dragon's just gone at this point. CFO have the control, they have the vision. No answer for it.
Yeah, CFO get that Drake tidily, and MVK just decide to defend their bot lane and push in this top lane, forcing Rest to TP to respond. Rest, he wants this. He's running past the wave.
Other wave is good. Harky with a Glacial Prison is now they're trying to do as much damage as possible, but TP's coming in. Pop Blossom is so good. It hits 3 members. True Shot Barrage is taking too long out. Guri's just trying to walk away, but Doggo hits them back. It's all too much with those Mystic shots, and the Baron is in play. There's no jungler on the side of MVK.
Yeah, I really want to call out how tanky Shadow was there, though. MVK engaged on him. They committed. This fight continues. Rest misses.
Chains of Corruption actually lands there. Oh, the damage! It's a beautiful piercing arrow. Too long has to be very careful. Rest is low. One final blast. It's all too much. Pout gets one over, but Harky's now dashing over the wall. He has the health. He has the mana, and they actually walk away. And I think Vikings actually came up with the win in that fight.
Yeah, we did see Guri go down at the start, but then the extended trade, MVK turn it around. They get 2 back onto CFO. That is not what you want to see. I was about to call out how tanky Shadow was. He tanked everything that MVK put down as we see it here again, right? So Shadow's moving in. He's sweeping wards. He's trying to bait MVK out. And Maokai goes in, Shadow drags Maokai out of position. And as you called so beautifully, that flash Pop Blossom from Kino knocks 3 up. It really breaks up that engagement from MVK. They gather again in that mid before going back. Now, Rest misses this public execution. And I really think that's put the nail in the coffin here. As the Chains of Corruption, beautiful, onto an already low Shadow from having tanked the rest of the team earlier. So it's just that extended trade. MVK are rewarded for their patience and dragging CFO back into that fight. I really think CFO should have disengaged, reset, and come back out onto the Rift and contested, because Kratos has that Dusk and Dawn now as well.
Yeah, it means the on-hit's going to be even better, but we're getting our first coach comms as well here. Suga is talking to the Vikings, but no, it looks like Kratos is getting jumped once again, and he's just watching in these coach comms and saying, this is a rough one, and now Shadow is able to pick that one up. There's the tidal wave, a lot of damage. The Pop Blossom's good, but it only hits on 1. Let's see if the damage is enough as Guri's tanking up everything and might just survive, but no, Pout has a different story to tell, and it is Harky who is just able to hold alive just a little bit longer, and again, the Baron is the call.
Yeah, Baron is always the right call when you get the chance. CFO winning this team fight, taking out the jungler of MVK, but they want to contest Pike. They're not scared in a 3v5.
Yeah, look at Shadow. He is just low enough. They have to back out as Shawnee Empress Divided hits. It takes out Shadow. The rest of CFO are so low. If Harky can go forward and get the damage off, it's going to be enough. But it was just the disruptor to keep them back. All they had to do was pressure Logan.
Yeah, I mean, MVK, like we said, 3v5, they were still happy to take that fight because they knew CFO was low. CFO won the team fight, but they didn't have the health bars to continue, underestimating that Baron. And here's Kratos again, being caught by the dynamic duo that is Rest and Shadow. And then I feel like Guri accidentally got caught by that public execution, which extends this fight. Kino, unfortunately, Pop Blossoming very few there, so getting minimal value. But look, all their health bars, 50% or less. And this Baron does a lot of damage, has that MR and armor shred, is almost killing Shadow on his own. And MVK are so healthy. Haki's ults do like 10 to 15% of your health. You've got to respect the damage, if nothing else.
Now, you really do, especially when you have a collector as well, like a 3-item Corki, 3, 1, and 2 with a 1.2k gold lead. I'd be scared of that as well. But now it is CFO looking. Look at the roller coaster of this gold. Absolutely crazy, Logan. Like, you got to be a bit worried about that. But now the tower is being hit in this mid lane. Tier 1 hopefully going to go down. It is Vikings trying to defend as long as possible. One auto attack's going to do it. Shifts forward, but Doggo, it's going to be enough as Shadow wants to be doing as much as they can. And they're just getting blasted so quickly. Exhausted too. Haki's able to lock it down. And there's a dragon in 13 seconds here, Logan. You got to be a little bit concerned that overstep might cost them just a little bit more of these objectives. Let's see if Vikings are able to hold this fight just a little bit longer. Looking to get some damage off. Let's see if Shawnee, he has the Emperor's Divide, and they do just back away.
MVK will go for this. They also committed the TP from Shawnee, so they've got 5 members into CFO's 4. They know they really can't lose this one.
Trying to hold on, and they are just collapsing onto it. Now Pout, full health, full energy, needs to be careful, but I think Rest is now gone. TP already burned. Guri looking to go onto Doggo, trying to send him back into the waiting hands. Oh, the trouble! The bubble was just too good, and Haki picked up the kill. 5, 1, and 2. These Aqua Prisms are insane. They are doing a fantastic job. As now Shawnee being looked at by Pout, trying to tank up the dragon. It is an Infernal, so we're not going to see that cloud once again. Kratos on the wrong side, throws out the Chains of Corruption. Is going to be enough to take out Rest. It is. It's all the damage she wrote, and here's Shadow now joining the fight. They're looking at Kratos instead. They're just going to trade this dragon and take the top laner.
Pout goes godlike, but at what cost? CFO lost that extended trade again, and MVK get the Drake. So they find themselves at 2 Drakes apiece, 2,000 gold lead right now for MVK, and it feels like MVK have adapted in real time. They love the early aggressive games, but they're just playing these patient, long, drawn-out fights and beating CFO with their own game. As we do go to take this one, the flash forward and smite from Guri to slow Doggo down, and he's just CC'd and taken out by Haki. And I love Kratos on the back end of this fight. It's absolutely inspired though. But before we can even get to that, Pout's trying to make something happen in the face of 4 members. No vision. Kratos flashing over the wall away from CFO. He knows he's dead, but that's fine because he's dragged CFO down and away from the Drake, which is everything that MVK wanted. So a heads-up strategic decision, getting the kill, running away and getting the Drake. I love that play from MVK, and I just don't know how CFO is going to sort of answer these stylistic plays here, Pike.
Look at where Shadow is. The flank is very real. If they are not careful, they can get collapsed on. Haki needs to just be watching and waiting and hold on to that. Valkyrie too. Here comes Shadow looking to make the fight. Haki is here, but should just be far enough away to be able to avoid any full engagement. That's a TP burn from Kratos, so clearly sending the arms. As they could be looking at the Baron here, but Pout has TP, but might look to just reset first. But what looked like a really good proactive play from CFO, mitigated by good positioning.
Good positioning is sometimes all it takes. Grouping up is sometimes all it takes. That was a ball of MVK players in that mid lane as they take their recalls, their resetting, and just have a look at that front line of vision on those wards from MVK. They're spread nicely through that sort of mid topside jungle. They've got all of that vision control around that mid and objectives because the Baron is in play. It's 29 minutes. We're at 25 kills, nearly a kill a minute. And MVK know they need to seal the deal. They found themselves at a 2k gold lead now, and Shawnee is forced to respond to Pout's push, but Pout is still very much a threat. Pout can turn this one around for CFO, in my opinion, Pike. That is a 7-0 Akali. Has the Zonya's Hourglass, so extremely difficult to kill.
Yeah, like 100%. And now they're actually stopping out as they send the roots to give no leeway to Shadow to get into this backline. So they read the play well. They burnt a couple ultimates, but another Baron is... Well, actually, the Baron hasn't been taken yet because it just kept getting... They just kept dying as they went for it. So we need to see someone take this Baron soon because it's been 9, almost 10 minutes without a Baron taken. I'm getting tired here, Logan. I'm just waiting, but I'll have to see his good vision control just from CFO. We'll have to see where the priority is going to be. Like, where do these two teams actually want to be looking? Because both have 2 dragons. Yeah, it's a gold lead for Vikings, but they need to start converting it into more objectives like these towers.
Yeah, at the 30-minute mark, 2k gold lead is almost inconsequential, but we can't be tired, Pike. The best is yet to come. Pout is keeping CFO in this game. He has nearly 2,000 gold himself over Shawnee, and that's what 7 kills to 2 will do for you. That is a... What is it? It's 3.5... items on the Akali, a 10-stack Dark Seal could turn that into a Magi's. Like, obviously it's risky because you don't want to die if you do go that build, but CFO, they're indexing towards that top side. They've pushed in that mid lane wave, and it looks like they're going to try and force MVK into them, who are responding. They're rotating around, just clearing those wards. However, Pout gets that top side pressure, while Rest goes to the bot to just bounce the wave that Kratos has so effectively built. You look at those summoners, almost every single summoner is up. Almost every single ult is up. The next fight is going to be explosive here. And I have to imagine it's going to be around the 5th Drake of the game, which is up in 25 seconds, because whoever gets it goes to sort of soul point. Or they could trade.
You can see a True Shot Barrage does go out, but it doesn't hit any markers. They've started. It is CFO starting off the Baron, looking to start just getting a little bit of that progression on early. Pout is on the top side, so could look for a bit of a flank if the Vikings misstep a little bit too much. They do have good vision over. There's the TP play. It's a double TP. The flank is coming in. You see, it is going to be Vikings trying to hold on to Pop Blossom. Hits 3. It's not a damage. The Empress Divide is doing its job. Shadow is being blasted out, and now it is Rest on the backside, unable to do anything. And then look at Pout. He was taken so low. And it was the Vikings who took the start of that fight and made it their own. Rest has no energy. Public Execution is going to go down, but they're just trying to get away as there's the flash over the wall. Shawnee has the damage. The slashes are good. Shadow's joining the fight, but here's Haki. He has the moves, and they're just going to go right back to the Baron because they did win that fight, and they're going to take their prize.
Yeah, they won the fight by only killing Kino, and Kino got a great Pop Blossom onto 3, but it had no follow-up was the problem with that Pop Blossom. Went in deep, and CFO just weren't ready for it. Doggo, reading that MVK win that fight, get that Baron uncontested, has started up that Drake, and we do see Shadow is on the way. So at least CFO are going to get the Infernal Drake and get themselves onto that soul point. Now they only need the next one to get that sort of win condition online for them, but it's really a consolation prize here. It's not what you wanted. As we take another look at this, MVK, they're grouped up. Kino sees it and gets the 3, but 2 members of CFO are so far away, they can't do anything about it, Pike. It's a really, I want to say, oddly timed call here to go in. Rest is just left to the wolves. Yes, he survives, but barely. Forced to commit that ultimate to reposition himself. And we see Pout TP down to his turret to maybe try and come back and get something. Just, that felt like such an awkward fight for CFO, and I don't want to see him go for that again.
Shorty, public execution straight into a tidal wave is good. Kino's able to pick up the jungler. The tree no longer alive, but it is a lot of damage still for Vikings. They have the Baron buff in tow, and Shawnee's able to go on a killing spree. Kratos picked up Rest, and it's all she wrote as the towers are now starting to go down. Kratos in a bad spot. Beautiful flash over the wall, but it's a double flash. True Shot Barrage goes into the stopwatch, but it's going to be enough. It's going to be Pout off into the pipe, doing a good bit of damage, and Doggo locks that kill down. Here comes Haki. Damage is good. Shorty wants to get in, make some moves, but they have to back out. The waves are still pushing. They still have the Baron, and Vikings still holding their lead. 3.6k over. Let's see if they can make it a clean 5 after a good Baron push.
Yeah, they get that bot side tier 2 turret from CFO. Their Baron power play currently at 1,300 gold, but it feels like Pout still having impact. He hasn't had a couple of kills here, but I want to point out Kratos. Kratos was in the midst of the melee in that jungle fight, and his piercing arrow went through, I want to say, almost every single member of CFO, as we're going to get to see it again here. And Guri just caught out in this jungle, but watch Kratos. He walks up and gets it through 3. Onto Kino, onto Doggo, onto every member of CFO that is present. That is so much damage, which sets up MVK for success. Shulong's aqua prison there is just phenomenal, really slowing Pout down. It just buys MVK time to bring Haki to turn the fight in their favor. And sometimes it's those little things.
Oh my god. Corruption, Logan. I'm sorry, we're going straight back into it. Is now Pout trying to hold on, does a lot of damage, but there's Kino trying to get a little bit more Valkyrie out from Haki. Keep them alive. A Shadow just gone and hit with a missile barrage. Look at Shawnee sitting on top of Pout's golden body. But there's nothing you can do as Shawnee does pick them up, throws up a little bit more. That's a clone. Now Doggo and Kino running for their lives, but it could actually just be Shawnee moving forward, making plays, gets taken out. It's Doggo himself, but it was Kino with the kill. Not enough healing can keep you going, and a huge play. 17 kills apiece for both sides, but it is Vikings with a 5.4k gold lead, and they are walking down this top lane.
Yeah, 3 members of CFO, 20 seconds plus before they come back. They are up against it to defend here. There is no Baron buff right now, though, so MVK will be a little bit slower. But they got 3 members of CFO and only gave over 1 of their own here. This is a really rough match for CFO right now. Yeah, they're on sole point. If they get the next Drake, they can do something. As Doggo just sends a true shot barrage for vision, doesn't spot MVK. Rest is chasing.
Yeah, Rest is coming up, goes for the TP play, looking up this top side, but it is Rest versus 4. Spotted out, makes it incredibly hard to be able to do anything as they are walking up this top side. Popping the wards, and oh, that is a rough TP to commit to.
Yeah, rough to commit to and get found on, as we do go back to this sort of Baron pit play here. Rest trying to get involved and is just gate kept so hard by Guri there. And Shawnee, he's not the target he wants to get onto, but he has to get away. Kino, unfortunately, getting very little value on that Pop Blossom, only landing on 1 because MVK, they're kiting, they're spacing, they're just not letting King get the access and effectiveness of this Nico. And Doggo, forced to trade, uses the brush effectively to reduce the vision of Shawnee, allowing him to get 1 back. And look at the damage Doggo is doing, and he's still not having massive impact, right? Because MVK, they're putting the right people in front of that damage, the ones that can take without dying. So it's almost useless damage, if you will.
Well, and I'm looking at the map right now, and yeah, there's 4 members around this dragon, but look at Shawnee in mid. He's pushing the tower. Now the TP's coming in. They're looking for the 1 trade. It is going to be Soul if CFO can lock it down. Shawnee might have a different story about it. They're throwing out the roots. There's a Pop Blossom. It hits more. It is stolen away. It is absolutely blue side. It is CFO locking down the dragon, but it is Vikings with the gold lead. Let's see if Pout can make the damage work, but look at Shadow doing a good job. Pout picks up 1. It is on Shawnee. Let's see if they can turn fire. It is Vikings trying to hold on a little bit more. The damage is good. Kratos is backsiding. He's doing his best, but he has to go golden. Doggo is able to get the damage off, and it is CFO that take this game and start to look at the map. They got the dragon. The Infernal Soul is huge. Now they're trying to, wait, are they looking for a base race? No way. Do it. No, you can't. That's craziness. Nah, do it. You should commit. Commit, Harvey. Commit. This is a big wave. You want to commit? Nah, okay, back out. It's fine. All right, I got a little excited.
But because he's pushed that top wave in and they have the inhibitor, it's going to force a response out of CFO. If they're not quick enough with this base race, they're going for it here.
They want to go for it. As there's a Glacial Prison, it's looking at Haki. If they can lock him down, they pick up 1, but it's going to be enough as they're trying to hold on. And now Doggo, they're looking at as much as they can, but the waves are just not there yet. Haki picked up their tank. Here comes Sulong. It is the Nami with the most, but is it going to be enough as they're trying to hold on? Wait, Rest goes down to the tower. It's just too much. They're holding on. Vikings are returning fire, and they hold the line. Shorty's back up, and they are back out. Look at their base. It is in shambles. And no, Shorty doesn't have TP to make the play, but the rest of Vikings come back alive, and a huge return fire.
Massive return fire there from MVK. As you say, the base of CFO in shambles, though. The minions have taken a tower. CFO committed everything there, and MVK were able to hold on. But we do go back to this replay. Kino did land on to 3, so got some great value there. And CFO following this up, Shadow frontlining, soaking so much damage. Pout went deep, hit the stopwatch, but back in live, MVK, they've gone straight to the Baron. They know what they need to do to close this game out from here. And CFO, they're not even near that Baron. They're not even going to contest it because there's no wards, there's no vision. This is the winning play.
Oh my lord, that's so rough. And they can just back their super minion waves down in this bot side. And you know what? You got to be worried because, yeah, we can just send Kratos for that. He'll have the Baron in power. He'll be able to hold the wave a little bit longer, but he'll also clear it. Oh, reset. Sean, he's back. Luckily, it's a Baron empowered one, but still, it's going to be a tall order to get through as Vikings still holding the 4.5k gold lead with a Baron in tow, 40 minutes on the clock. Neither team is showing signs of giving up.
Yeah, I do love that we went from a 28-minute, barnstormer of a game to now we're in our 41st minute, right? This one's more of a marathon. This one's more of a slow burn. Both teams, neither of them willing to relinquish 42 kills. That's more than a kill a minute. It's only gotten faster and faster in terms of these kills. Pout's only died once. He's 8-1-3, but someone has to win it, and Doggo wants to be the one to win it. He's doing the most damage out of anybody on Summoner's Rift right now, and CFO, they have to defend this push from a Baron-empowered MVK. It looks like they want this bot side. Rest on that top does have TP. He can respond at a moment's notice if need be, and it looks like he's going to recall to join his team on the bot side, but MVK Pike, they're knocking on CFO's door.
Yeah, no, it's a big wooden oak if you ask me, because it's a bit of a hard one, but still a lot of damage. They're trying to send it through. One good engage could be a bit of a disaster, as that's the TP play. They're looking for the 5v5. They might have the numbers. Do they have the damage? They put up the Azir passive, just trying to get that extra tower to hold the line a little bit further for them. But now, looking to send them back. Doggo doing a really good job. He's stepping up.
Not only this, but CFO are answering the siege with 4 members. Pout's running up that mid lane, just getting the waves away.
Damage. Tidal Wave does go out. Chains of Corruption too. It's looking at Shadow. Doesn't be able to hit that. Nice little bubble. But now Shawnee's back in this fight. Had to reset. Looking at rest, but they could just be hitting this tower. They can open up the base. They've got 3 inhibs open and ready to be taken down. And with the Baron, they can just walk all the way up and take all 3.
They don't have any waves though.
Pop Blossom! It's huge! CFO absolutely coming in crazy. Haki's trying to hold this line as best he can, but Kratos cleaning up these fights. Shadow trying to get these kills, but it's a double kill going on for it. It is still Haki holding on. Look at Doggo. The damage is good. Double kill for Doggo. He wants the double Ds, the triple D, but it's not going to be enough. It's still Barrage is going out. Is there going to be enough damage? Haki's going forward, looking at Doggo, but it's an ace for CFO. They clean up. They want to look mid. Doggo had that fight off the back of a killer Pop Blossom.
That was a fantastic Pop Blossom from Kino. Pout was taken out early. Kino died almost as early. I was worried that CFO just didn't have the damage, but Doggo till the end. He's able to turn it around, finish the ace. As we go to this replay, here comes this deep TP right into the faces. Instant Pop Blossom, instant Ambessa ultimate. The overlapping ults get the job done here, Pike, and the damage is too much for MVK. They're forced to scatter. They are torn apart by this CFO who's renewed, reinvigorated, because they do not want to let this one go. Doggo kiting Haki out for his life, letting rest face tank the damage that Haki has to offer, and even just giving that kill over. He's like, hey, it's better if I live. But the Elder is on the Rift. This is a huge win con, and not even every member of MVK is alive right now, Pike. If they can get this, surely, and I hope I don't cast a curse it, but surely they can take the win from here as they recall to spend that gold and come out onto the rift with the Elder buff.
Every big fight for CFO revolves around the Pop Blossom. If it finds its mark, if it finds 2 or 3 members, it will be enough for CFO to take this game 3. But Vikings still have the slight gold lead. Yes, the Elder buff is on. This just means Vikings need to turtle. They can hold back a little bit longer. But if CFO push the advantage, I think you're right. They could just take this game right here and now. It all comes down to can Pout get these kills and can Nico have the impact in these team fights. Oh, it's a big final game. It's 45 minutes on the clock, 27 kills to 23. It's a kill a minute as we predicted, and the blood is running deep in these rivers.
I do like that Guru was trying to flank. It was spotted out. He's still going for the jungle buffs, but I was about to say, observers, thank you so much. That ward is still so deep. They could TP and apply that pressure at a moment's notice. But right now, MVK, they're forced to respond to this siege in this mid lane. With that Elder empowerment, CFO will get a lot of value here. And we see Shawnee T recalling. He has shoved a massive wave in though. So CFO have to send someone to answer this pressure. They're not going to be able to... Oh, Doggo!
Guri has to be careful. Glacial Prism hits. It's going to be enough. Guri's taken out. That's your tank engaged. Tidal Wave is used off to the side. Chains of Corruption goes sideways. It's unfortunate. Vikings have just spent a lot of big ultimates and hit no one, and they still have the Elder buff for 45 seconds. It is really CFO trying to hold this game together. They have the tank. They have the move. They have the damage. Kratos has to go golden pout, hit the exhaust, but it's not going to be enough as it is just taken out. It is CFO looking to clean up this fight. Harky's trying to do his best, but he just can't do it. And it is CFO taking game number 3 and heading to series point in his best of 5.
CFO take a hard-fought Game 3 victory. They take us to 2-1. It is match point in favor of CFO, who ground this one out. It wasn't quick. It wasn't easy. It wasn't a stomp. It was a hard-earned, well-earned victory for CFO here tonight, Pike. And my goodness, the work Doggo was doing, the amount of damage he was putting into the team of MVK, the tanking that Shadow was doing on that Sejuani. It's not the normal jungler that we do see Shadow on, but he made it work. He was so proactive in those early stages to keep CFO involved, and my goodness, that was a fantastic... Look at that damage!
Yep. And that's exactly what I said at the very start of the game, Logan, is do not give Doggo his Ezreal. Regardless of how long the game was, Doggo was relevant, Doggo did damage, and Doggo get the double Ds.
Whoa, 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 Doggo, Doggo. But it's not without credit to MVK as well. They almost beat every single one of their counterparts in damage across every single lane. They were there, they were contesting, they were fighting. At the end of it all, there was only a 1,000 gold difference, and it was in favor of MVK, Pike. They had the gold advantage. And like we said, around that 25-minute mark, it was such a roller coaster. And then it was nothing but MVK, even up until the end. Just what a privilege to watch that game and cast that game, to see CFO so hard up against it, fight their way back into this with blood, sweat, and tears after arguably a rough start with that double for Harky.
Yeah, look, giving Harky that early lead is never a good idea, but Shadow had such an impact on the map early, and we loved to see it. That was the treat, in my opinion, of how good this Sejuani was in the face. And look at Pout. This was a phenomenal solo bolo, and this is the same play. We're probably going to get 5 or 6 of these Akali highlights. Dodges out the Emperor's Divide straight back in. Oh, I am here for it. But you're right. A lot of these fights were very, very hard won fought. And you can see that there's the flash forward. Kratos securing Shadow, and rest was all alone. This game could have been either side. That's the crazy thing. It literally was so backwards and forwards. there was no way to predict who was going to win until literally a team won it.
Absolutely. Like, you could not call that one until the bell rang, until the Nexus fell, because even with the Elder buff, MVK was still holding CFO at arm's length. It was Doggo who found that angle onto Guri around the top that gave them the numbers advantage, that confidence to be able to move forward aggressively before they could close it out, right? If Doggo hadn't have found that angle, I would contest that MVK would have turned around and run straight up mid to try and close it out for themselves here. But every single fight was 50-50, it felt like, in that sort of last 10 minutes. No one ever got too far away. Every team fight was able to go to whomsoever had the better hands, to whoever had the better strategy and shot calling. It was never really wallet dipped, and I love that. That's some quality League.
It is not often you see such phenomenal pop blossoms in a game, and LCP, take a bow. You guys are absolutely putting on a storm. Kino's Nico was making plays across the map. It was so impactful. It's this bot lane for CFO that can really make it work. It's not just one or two members on this roster that can actually win a game. Anyone can come back and do the job well. So you know what? Big props. CFO are really giving Vikings a hard time. And this final act was just nail in the coffin where they just knew. It was all CFO saying, we just have to hit the Nexus, guys. It's a 40, 50-minute game. Hit the Nexus, hit the Nexus. So honestly, this is CFO series to win. We called 3-1 for Vikings to win, but right now, CFO, they're just finding that edge.
That's it. We called MVK 3-1, and that is now no longer possible. So we were wrong because CFO have turned up. I'm happy to be wrong because CFO they've turned up. They are absolutely back in form, and they're back in form at the right time. If ever there's a time to come online, it's in the knockout stages. It's to make sure you stay in contest for that grand final and possibly MSI at the end of the road.
Well, it is CFO looking that much closer, going up against Secret Wales. Let's see if they can hold on. We're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned because we're made for this. Knockout.
Khi mà vào trận thì bản thân ở đó mình cũng nghĩ là các đội CK sẽ dễ dàng đánh bại Di Chu, nhưng mà Di Chu lại không hề dễ vậy và họ đánh bại CK với tỷ số là 3-0.
事実を見た時にはもう本当にちょっと心が震えましたよね。こんなことができるんだっていう。
我觉得 G2 能打赢 LCP 对我来说是一个很大的激励吧。感觉有一种一下课上的感觉，让我觉得充满希望。
Câu chuyện của chúng tôi sẽ bắt đầu từ bây giờ.
Cấn trúng và Phong vào đây có cắn chém, đã bị trúng một chỏ. Haki tới bắn tay, tiếc quá. Haki.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tôi tin chúng ta có thể làm được.
Một phải lùi về, đốc quấy lần 2, nhưng sau đó là bóng đai tới kỹ rồi. Kia ra được quẩy, triple kill.
俺たちが勝ちます。
味方から引き上がってバーが安全な勢いを取って、そしてテレポートを返していく SSG、身を寄せて一気に反転だ。バーが一応が
该写结局的时候到了。
导队也只能队友珍惜，但接下来踢头钉被秒杀掉了。这边辅助换辅助 Red 往前一个顶。
现在开始一步都不能错。
有在这边拼死掉了攻击，风倒下，还在滑，还在滑，往前撵。这边红手小兵很高，哇！接不。
Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Chúng tôi sẽ ở đó.
無敵？もうそうじゃない。それは TSW のことだ。
シェフを呼んでくれ。ちょっとかじらせてもらうよ。
Welcome back to the knockout stages of the LCP. We find ourselves getting ready for Game 4 of tonight's Best of 5 series between MVK and CFO. CFO won Game 1 and 3, and MVK won Game 2. So it's kind of like a bit of back and forth going on here, Pike, and frankly, some quality League of Legends.
Yeah, and Logan and Pike won Game 4 themselves just because we're having the best time ever is all I'll say there, Logan. But you know what? Let's change that. We won every game. That's the difference. We're having that much fun. We're winning everything. But yes, you're right. Now we're looking at MVK getting second pick, CFO go on the blue side. Vikings have been on red side every single game thus far. They have not changed sides. They've just changed when they're drafting. So this is going to be very interesting because this is our first Game 4, Logan. So the picks are going to be a lot smaller now. Like we've had a Varus top, we've had the Cass being picked first in first game. Like Doggo, damn, Doggo's just staring at me.
He likes to. Yeah, he's trying to psych us out.
He is.
He's like, yeah. He's like, I heard what you said on broadcast.
I've said good things about Doggo all night.
What do you mean?
I don't know why is he giving me the third degree, man? He's just like, what are you talking about, Pike? I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about me. But no, okay. CFO, let's focus up. We're back in it. So we've had a lot to be drafted here. We're starting to get into like the nitty gritty of what's left up. Like, do we let the Nocturne through is the big question now, Logan. Is that what we have to be worried about?
No, never let Nocturne through. You cannot give Nocturne to the VCS. Do not do it. We've spoken about it a million times. Carrick's absolutely loves to say it, that Nocturne and the VCS are synonymous, right? You can't have one without the other. But if you ban it away, you can. But you need to do that to stop it, right? Because they're experts at it. They know how to play into it. They know how to play with it. You cannot give this to the VCS. So I do not think we'll see a Nocturne. I do think we might. Oh, what are we going to see?
We're going to see a Neferi. The Fury has to be picked up here. If it's not banned out, it's got to be picked up. It is the only jungler option that I can think of straight off the bat that's going to be so impactful into this backline. That makes me think there's going to be like an Alistar or like something like a big tanky support again. Like Rel is still up and available, but without the Misfortune, it doesn't really fit in. But now the band's coming out, band's looking very similar.
Yeah, again, that Nocturne, Ashe, Ryze, and Lucian being banned away in that first round, and there's Nefiri ban. No, not coming through. Not going to happen. They don't want to give Guri that backline access that Nefiri is so good at, those resets as well. And I mean, you take a look at it. There's at least 6 champs in every single role that can now no longer be picked up. So every single ban that much more meaningful, that much more impactful, because the champ pool is just narrowed. Ooh, Lulu is a great soft ban towards that sort of Yunara or a Felios.
Yeah, but the Sign being first picked here, so giving themselves a really strong tank up in this top side means they have a great engage. They can sort of survive the early game. This does tell me that a Vayne is very possible. This is the Vayne game. If Vikings are going to put Kratos in anything, chuck the Vayne on, because if you don't pick it up in this first phase, it's going to get banned out. That just makes more sense. They've already played the Varus. Let's bring in the Vayne and see what happens. But you still have a couple more options. And you know what? I might be a bit of a genius. I'm not going to put it in top just yet. I think it is probably going to go top, but you never know. Like, it's still an 80 carry at the end of the day. But what do you pair with it, though? Like, you got to start thinking about junglers at this point.
Yeah, look, Vayne's definitely a flex pick, and I like. Oh, no, there it is. If that, no, she's going in the top lane. That's 100%. Ziggs, yeah, that AP damage locked in for Haki on the bot side. That sieging specialist and expert. I already love that sort of dynamicism between the two, right? You've got your AD in the top, you've got your AP in the bot, so it's a great spread of damage. But I'll have to see how MVK want to get the tanks online, right? Because you sacrifice that top for Vayne, you just don't have a tank, anything that can handle a lot of damage. Whereas CFO with Sion, and there it is, there's the I was building up to it, CFO, slow down. But we see Sion. We see Vi, she's no slouch when it comes to taking damage herself. She gets those shields. And the Vi-Ari combo is such a classic, not to be underestimated at any stage. And it feels like maybe MVK could have forgotten about that one.
Yeah, maybe not. With the Galio being hovered too, I don't mind that into the Ari, but Lissandra is just phenomenal. I love a bit of Lissandra gameplay. Played an ARAM with Lissandra just before. Yeah, I kind of lost to a full tank sort of comp, but that's okay because Lissandra's a lot of fun, and I love it especially into this comp of CFO where they are all about going in. Lissandra is the anti-going in player. Like, you cannot go near this champion. So I love the comp that they're building up because now they can just put like a big tank down in this bot side with the Ziggs, right? I talked about the Alistar. Rel could even be a potential option. Banning out the Kai'Sa means that there's no hectic dive comp, which we're already seeing CFO trying to build, and do not give Doggo a Kai'Sa. It's just not going to end well.
Yeah, that's one of those hyper scaling, hyper carries that Doggo is good on. Like, actually unironically good on Kai'Sa. So this is a fantastic heads up ban. I wouldn't call her a good meta ban, but she is decent. I would call that a respectful ban towards Doggo. And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? You've already got the Lucian, you've already got the Kai'Sa, every other AD that's already been picked away that you can't pick up anymore. As CFO though, they take the Viego away from Guri. I kind of like this ban here. The resets that can come out of Viego can change a fight.
I like the super ban as well. I totally agree with the Viego. I think now that it's gone, we don't even have to worry about it. Or CFO. I love that they're changing the score as they go. I love those signs. But Sivir being banned out too means there's not going to be any sort of late hyper scaling 80 carry for Doggo to play with again. It really begs the question, like, what is still up and available with Camille now being banned out too? We're not going to see that Camille support that Keria delightfully brought into our minds and our hearts. But we're going to have to see, as it's most likely going to be a jungler picked up here, and Xin Zhao has made it to the 4th game, and I don't know how they made it all this way.
Quite frankly, same. Xin Zhao is such an impactful jungler. Zeri being hovered. We do still have Jin up. No, Jin, sorry, has gone. Mel, Yunara is still up. Oh, Cogmore? We did see Cogmore in the top lane in some other regions, actually. It obviously won't happen here because Sion is there, but Cogmore's kind of a sleeper on the rise at the moment. I do like the pick. Oh, Zeri, okay, Yuumi. Just slammed it.
Zeri Yuumi. How do you kill a Sion with a Yuumi on it? How do you do it?
Yeah,
probably not. Like, it's going to take a lot of work, but that is a really nice pickup there that we're seeing, and you have to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, I mean, Yuumi on almost any one of these champs, even when Vi goes in with a Yuumi, so much more sustain, so much more survivability. Poppy being hovered, though, good answer to sort of the Vi, the R, the ult coming out of Ari. Can put in some work against the Zed. Ooh, okay. I kind of like the Poppy. A lot of value from that steadfast presence.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the second any of them want to go in, not only do you have Lissandra saying the big red stop button, but you have a Poppy now doing it too with much lower cooldowns. So it's like, it all comes down to how well can the laning phase go, and as long as Sulon gives Haki and Shawnee some space, they're going to do great things, and Guri just needs to run the early objective game. This is what the Vikings do. They just need to be there, good clearing, and just being present. If Kratos, which I suspect they're just going to get a strong lead regardless, which means does Shadow live topside yet again? That's the big question.
I mean, it worked for them in game 3, right? It kept them in that early game. It got Kratos really far behind, so he wasn't able to find any early game impact with that virus. It kept rest on the Mbessa at pay. Like, yes, I think Shadow should go top. I think Shadow should help rest. I think they should keep Kratos down. It worked for them in game 3. They were fortunately able to execute that late game as well. I think it's a match made in heaven. Obviously, Vi works so well with the Ahri as well. It's going to be the Shadow show again.
It's always been the Shadow show. That's the difference. But luckily, he's got a phenomenal team that's going to be able to back him up no matter what. But we're on the Rift now, Logan. Game number 4. CFO are looking to claw their way up this ladder once again. They want to take on the Secret Whales in the next series, but that will be a next week job. They still have a mountain to climb. That mountain is called the Vikings.
Yeah, we can only climb so many mountains, but you got to do it one step at a time. As we take a look at these skins here, Project Vi, I like it. Trials of Twilight for Xin Zhao. Sure, Shawnee's got a skin this time, but Pout doesn't. All right, look out. Man. We saw how that worked out in game 1.
Yeah, Sugar Rush is all right. Eating Yuumi, so just getting a little bit of that nice world class. But this is the Yuumi effect too. Yuumi Zeri is going to be so hard to deal with, the poke from this Yuumi as well. But it's just the pressure. But Ziggs is all about just taking out these towers and just using those satchel bombs and doing a good job with it. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing this one out. Doggo obviously is going to late game scale like crazy on this Zeri. So I don't know. There's a lot to break down in this bot lane. Do you want to have a go, Logan?
Yeah, look, I love the early game aggression that can come out of CFO, but I don't think Zeri's built for too much. I love that Yuumi can join and unjoin that champion, so it gets that extra health bar, gets that extra shielding, but the slow is what's critical out of that Yuumi. It allows that Zeri to close that gap, land more autos. You can already see it kind of in the CS here at 11 and 2. However, Haki has phenomenal wave clear and has that arguably much tankier Poppy to frontline for them. So it could go either way. I just think that CFO, they need to be much more careful in their positioning because Poppy can punish you so hard if you're anywhere near a wall. And speaking of punishing, Kratos with a massive wave in the top lane here.
Yeah, look, again, this was pretty expected, right? Like, Kratos, it's the Vayne, you do get the pressure, you get to push out any tank that's in it, but it's a very similar to, like, the Rumble-Cassante matchup that we've seen time and time again. Sometimes you just need to weather out the storm and wait for calmer seas. So that is exactly what Rest is doing. He's going to have a bit of a snooze fest in this top side, just trying to last hit as much as he can, but he's no stranger to sleep. He's maybe one of the best ones at it. But it comes down to where does that... Sorry. I lost it.
But there's a reason that they banned it away from him in game 1, 2, and 3, right? Rest is good on Sion. He knows how to play Sion. He knows how to be on that weak side when your opponent has hard counter-picked you. He's experienced, he's good. So, like you say, he's going to be able to weather that storm. As Charm goes wide, Shawnee able to escape from that one as Shadow just made an appearance in the mid lane. And look at him. He's pushing the wave back towards... Oh.
Guri wants a fight. He is. Doggo's able to dash off to the side. Sulong is low. Guri has to back out. And a bit of a... They're struggling to execute on these early dives, Logan. And it's really hard for them to see. It's like Sulong has no potions. Is just trying to survive a little bit longer. But now standing on a ward, and they have to be careful.
Yeah, Kino and Doggo did a really good job to escape that one there. As Kino satchel charged closer to Haki, this is a Yuumi chasing down a Ziggs here, Pike. You don't see this often.
No. And you can see Kratos as well just 2v1'd up in the top side and came out with the goods on that as well. It's not often you see the Yuumi chasing out like that, but you know what? That's okay, as the TP is now coming back in. So Haki's obviously taken the TP expecting to have a bit of a rougher time. They're waiting for those item spikes. And watch the replay in this 2-2. You can see they're looking to go onto it. The Ghost Flash burnt. Only way to survive.
A lot of valuable summoners there taken away from Kratos, and Guri responds, right? He knows that Rest is aggressing forward. Rest might be a little too... Oh, just sidesteps, the wind becomes lightning quite easily there.
Yeah, not even stressed. Rest, he's still sleeping, mate. He's snoring through it. He's like, yeah, it's all good, guys. Big stretches. He's going to wake up with 2-3 items and maybe only a death or 2 under the belt. That's fine. But now as well, we're looking at a bit of a slower game once again. It's 5 minutes and no kills on the board. It's been pretty bloody tonight, hasn't it, Logan?
Yeah, games 1, 2, and 3 almost exceeded 1 kill a minute as that Drake has hit the rift. It did appear to be a Cloud Drake. But yeah, as you say, it's been a little bit slower right now. Our earlier games were so much higher tempo, but that doesn't mean that it can't kick off and keep on going, because MVK, Rest just stands there. He's like, yeah, cool, whatever. As MVK, they're one of the more aggressive teams, and I feel like they don't struggle to win from the late game, but it's less likely for them to win from that late game position. And Sion needs time to build up. So I feel like CFO, they're kind of happy with the sort of slow. he keeps on landing these skill shots. He's just chipping. I didn't know Sion was a ranged, poke champ.
Yeah, it kind of is. He just keeps sending it forward, and Kratos still struggling to sidestep. But now you can see as well, Shadow's heading up on this top side once again. No Flash, no Ghost, but level 6 is available. So the final hour means the invisibility might hold them alone a little bit longer. But Sulong is looking at Doggo. The Ignite's ticking down. Here comes Shawnee, able to flash forward, stun. Oh, it's the Frozen Tomb. It's all she wrote. Kino, no mana, no Flash. See you later. And now they are still trying to hold on. Kratos actually surviving the 1v3, an absolute onslaught as Shadow's looking to go forward a little bit more. Smash is going good. Shadow's picking up the kill, and the dive was successful, but they lose the dragon on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they lose the dragon and both of their bot laners on the other side of the map. So MVK definitely come out ahead there on this macro play across the rift. They've got to be happy with that. They secure the Cloud Drake, and we do go back to this. Sulong, not on any vision, is able to get a great stun onto Doggo. Now, they don't know that Shawnee is coming down on this Lysandra, and a great flash forward, just the glacial path, bringing them into that fight. Nothing CFO could do. They suddenly found themselves in like a 2v3 situation, and on the top, Rest does good, right? He tanks this turret for as long as he reasonably can. And Shadow and Pout not able to get the job done the first time, as we're back to action in live as well.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit of damage. Doggo is that level 6. The Lightning Crash is available, but let's see if they want to go for a little bit more. But Poppy's steadfast presence keeps them at bay. Haki just trying to clear out as much as they can. It's almost a case of who's going to pick up that little bit of anti-heal that you might need to deal with this Yuumi, who is giving a lot of shields and keeping this Zeri very relevant. Pout in a bit of a weird spot, getting jumped on. When it becomes lightning is good. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough. Flash comes out from Pout. There it is, the Crescent Guard just to secure a little bit more, but it was Shawnee who picks up the kill. And this Lissandra is putting in the work. 2-0-1 with almost a 1k gold lead as they start to take out these towers.
Definitely an inspired choice here to pick up this Lissandra. Like you said, it's anti-engage, but it also has engage tools of its own. It can definitely do some creative flanking angles, some surprise perspectives, but Shadow will be spotted out going for these grubs, and MVK, they're chill, they're fine with it, because right now, Guri is in CFO territory, stealing away Shadow's camp. So happy with that. But I do want to point out, Rest is actually having a decent game into Kratos on that top side. Yeah, Kratos was killed, but Rest has eked out that 10 CS advantage for himself. And this is the power of Rest on Sion. This is why he was being banned away. Because like we said, he's experienced, he knows how to handle these rougher matchups. And right now, yes, I know it's only early game, he is coming out on top. However, it's currently 4 kills in this game, so a bit of a slow one, less than half a kill per minute. 1k gold lead to MVK, 2 minutes to the next Drake, and a long nearly 6 until the Rift Herald is up. Sulong, though, deep roam here.
Yeah, and Kratos is still trying to get a little bit of that chunk off as well, and this is the Vayne power. Yeah, we know Rest needs to be feared on this Sion, but Kratos needs to be a worry, as there is a Vayne in this game and they scale pretty big too. They are known to destroy tanks, and misses the ultimate, but is able to knock them into the wall, holding on a little bit longer. Flash is available if they need to use it, but they do get out.
One thing I want to point out that we haven't touched on, Rest has Arcane Comet on a Sion.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what he was signing up for when he saw that Vayne. He's like, time to be the ranged Sion I know I can be. And it's frankly working for him. So it will be interesting to see how that one plays out in the team fights. He might have lost a little bit of, resilience and tankiness there. But right now it's working. He's got a lead in that lane. And arguably, I think that's more important, because if you're Vayne and you're only going equal with a Sion, if that's not where you want to be. That's not what you want to be doing. You want to be racing ahead. You want to create that winning condition for yourself in the top lane, and Rest is just not letting that happen, forcing Guri to actually respond on the top side multiple times.
I think it's not even a case that it's just Rest doing that. I think it's the multiple pressure we've seen from Shadow and Pout when they came up for those ganks, when they were looking for those tower dives. There was 2 tower dives that they tried to go for, remember, and Shadow wasn't able to lock down one of them. And that's unfortunate, because you need to get this Vayne out of the game as soon as possible, which we are starting to see. But Vaynes are inevitable. No matter what happens, they will come back. They just need 2-3 items. So that's where my major concern is yes, you can take them out early, but as the game goes on, you got to be scared. I look at the flip side of that, though, and I will give props. Rest is going to be hard to kill, but so is Doggo. Think about how this Zeri wants to play in these fights. If Sulong's not there, if Shawnee's not there, Doggo wins these. Doggo will have the damage.
Not only the damage, but the mobility, right? A Zeri is hard to lock down if you don't have CC. And if I'm taking a look, they've got Condemn and maybe Poppy slamming her into the wall. Otherwise, there's not that much CC to lock down that Zeri. As MVK, they do take that second Drake of the game. They are starting this Drake stacking for themselves. But yeah, Zeri's going to be a problem. And I just can't see how MVK have the CC to lock Doggo down. They're just going to have to do it through pure, damage. Vayne could potentially do it.
Look, it's the hard part is Doggo's gone Ghost instead of Cleanse. So what that really speaks to me is, what do you do with a Frozen Tomb? How do you sort of stop that? As looks like Shadow's overbit what they could shoot, as the chickens are being looked at, as nice little keeps verdict as the flat goes over the wall. Shadow able to dodge out just the Mega Inferno bomb. So yeah, nice little dodge there. Had to burn a summoner, but survived. That's important at this point in the game.
Yeah, gets 2 ults out of the side of MVK as well. Gets the Mega Inferno Bomb and that Poppy ult, that Keeper's Verdict, which wasn't used for the charge up. It was just the quick click, which is a knock up rather than a knock away per se. Shillong, I was going to say, might be caught out here, but Rest is like, whatever. MVK, though, they are invading Shadow's jungle. And if we take a moment to have a look at the game state, right? It's another minute and a half till the Rift Herald is up. Most of these towers and turrets for CFO are quite healthy, 4-3-3 plates. MVK's, they're a little healthier. There's a 5 plate in that mid lane. We're 13 minutes in, and it's only a 1.5k gold lead. It's a much slower game. I'm wondering when we're going to get that massive kickoff, because those first items, they're starting to come through.
When do you think it's going to be, Logan? Make a prediction. We'll both predict right now. What time exactly is the next big fight going to be? The major fight, the big fight.
All right. Almost all ultimates are up. Almost all flashes are up. Rift Herald's in 1 minute. Drake's in 3. It's almost always inevitably around jungle objectives. Vision control for CFO around the Rift Herald. Vision control for MVK around the Drake. I think it's the Drake. I think it's the Drake in 2.5 minutes, because both of these teams right now, they're happy farming. Pout doesn't have a finished first item yet. He doubtlessly wants to get that before he starts fighting for real. I'm calling it's going to be the Drake in 2.5 minutes. The big fight.
Doggo might be caught. Crescent Guard used, but Flash burnt. Doggo also had to use the Ghost there too, so no summoners for the AD carry of CFO is not a good spot to be in, unfortunately, especially with the next big fight that's going to change the game in 2 minutes time around this dragon, Logan. And I agree with that, actually. I think that's where the big fight is. I don't think Doggo wants to be a part of it now, because burning 2 summoners just then is not ideal.
Yeah, quite frankly, that's a massive win for MVK. Robbing, a hypermobile AD carry of their Ghost and their Flash, forcing them to rely only on their innate inbuilt mobility is not what you want to see. So Doggo is going to have to play this Drake fight so carefully. But Rest, though, is like soaking so much pressure from everybody. He's answering this Vayne, this Lissandra down in the bot lane he's trading even with. It feels like he's happy to go with anyone, but MVK, they're moving in for this Rift Herald. They love a jungle objective, and this one's on the menu.
Yeah, TP now being used as the Megaphone Bomb, just used to get as much damage, but I think they happy with the burnt TP, and they might be losing a bot tower for their troubles too. So Shawnee doing a good job, just able to hold us to the side and just clear out as much as they can, because yeah, one more wave might just be enough to do it. It is a cannon wave too, so this could be the first tower. Maybe not. Maybe the second TP being used by the Ahri there, not great, but it's pressure. They've just used 2 summoner spells just for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, definite value there using these summoners. Both TPs being down means that MVK has the overall mobility advantage. They still have 2 of their TPs up, right? So when this dragon comes up in 30 seconds, it means that MVK have a faster response, a further response. You see the recalls coming in. They're TPing in that mid lane. They absolutely plan to contest this one. And CFO, they know it. They're out here sweeping wards. They want to deny vision for MVK. They want MVK to come into the dark. Starting to
yeah, but it's going to be hard. That they're clearing out vision well, but let's see if they can hold on a little bit longer. Is the vision is being spotted out, but great control here. But one thing you got to worry about is there is still going to be Shawnee up on this top side, just clearing out these waves and trying to secure these towers. The TP is still available for Lissandra. It's not available for anyone on CFO. But now Dragon's being started up. Shadow wants this, and it actually looks like they're rotating up. What are they rotating to? Like, are they just going to give the Dragon and look for towers? Like, I'm not sure what the Vikings are thinking here. Not just top side. What?
Traded the tower. They gave the tower over to Haki because Haki's going to blow it up, get all of that gold. So I love that. Shawnee did all of the work and gave the final kill gold over to Haki to get more in the pocket of their AD carry, extend that lead, complete more items. But the fights, they're kind of breaking out in this mid lane right now, just trying to get that crystalline growth. Likewise, CFO trying to net more gold for their AD, and the Rift Herald has been popped.
Yeah, wait.
Oh.
Sorry, where was he going for a second? He knew he couldn't go into that tower, so the Rift Herald might have been a little bit of an accident. The Mega Inferno Bomb is used, Rest is low, trying to get held back a little bit more, but the knockup's good. It hits on 4 members, and they do pick up Rest. Guri locking down the kill, and they don't even secure the tower, Logan.
I have to imagine that Rest made a mistake there on that Rift Herald, as Shadow looking for more here.
Yeah, Guru could be caught out. Does get hit with a cease and desist. Charm as well goes perfectly in sync. Flash over the wall, and Guri survives to fight another day. I would not be there, my guy, because all the rest of the team's coming in, looking for a bit of damage as Shadow is off to the side. Charm does go down onto Sulong, but it's going to be enough. He's looking for the re-engage. Shadow, nowhere to go. Haki being taken out, and the charge is on. Let's see if they can go for the flash stun. He is good. Doggo is low. Ghost is popped. It's not enough. It's a double kill for Haki. Let's see if we can make it a triple, but it is Shawnee able to lock down this Ari, and it is the Vikings coming in so big in this game. 8 kills to 1 for Vikings. It's a 6k gold lead. Logan, it is night 1 of the knockout stage, and we could be going to all 5 games.
Yeah, this could absolutely be going the distance here because MVK have a 6k gold lead. That did nothing to Rest. They have a 6k gold lead here. Shadow, this was a good call. Going on Guri, try and get something back. Worked well with Pout. Here is where they should have backed away, right? Shadow just overly confident, overly keen, walks into 2. Shawnee and Shulong right there. And just nothing he could do. He's caught far too deep. CFO try to salvage something and instead only give over more kills because MVK, they had everything. They had their summoners, they had their ultimates, and you didn't see it. Guri popped the Team Liquid thumbs up like, yeah, you guys shouldn't have done that because Kratos also comes around from behind the tier 1 turret to eliminate Kino on that Yuumi. And frankly, that was an absolutely disastrous turn of play. Shadow absolutely should have backed when they got the flash of Guri, and now CFO hungry for more.
Yeah, they're looking at this Baron. It's just went spawn. His assist is good. It's a lot of damage. Sulong getting caught out is just holding on a little bit longer, but cannot survive. But Shadow is looking for more. Shawnee is on a rampage going forward. They're charging, they're slashing, they're dashing. And CFO Shadow trying to hold on. The Mega Inferno Bomb is good. Now Kratos is saying, let me have the cat. It's all too easy. But how do you deal with Rest? He's so tanky. Oh, wait. The whole team is going to walk away with his kills. The ace is so good. Vikings are 13 kills, 8k gold up at 20 minutes, and they're looking at a 21-minute Baron.
Less than a minute ago, it was only 6k. CFO, Pike, CFO wanted that fight. Shadow engaged, MVK responded and shut them down as Kratos dies to a minion? It's the Baron, it's not just any minion. Yeah.
It's the minion, if we ask. But Baron secured. That is 4 members with it. Let's watch the fight again.
Yeah, MVK, they wanted Pout, but CFO were waiting in the bushes. They engaged great cease and desist here that got over that Keeper's Verdict, which is why that Vi was not knocked away. And they get the early kill onto the support of Shulong, but where did MVK come from? Suddenly, the Avengers were in town, and they had CFO's docket to boot. Kratos starting to kind of pop off there, taking them out on the top side, and Rest left to the Wolves. Shawnee was already TPing. Like, that's just confidence like no other. As we do see CFO come back out onto the Rift, you take a look. Baron buff on 4 members of MVK right now. They're up nearly 10,000 gold. No individual on CFO's side has a gold lead anywhere. MVK has significant item advantages. Shawnee has a 22 stack Medjais. Like, that's...
Oh, that's
how do you
gross.
beat that?
Well, you have to kill it. That's going to reduce the stacks by a severe amount, but the real question is, how do you kill it? You got to seek his arm guard there now too. One more kill means they're going to be on the 25 stacks, which means they're going to be doing so much extra damage. Dragon's already up, and it looks like CFO aren't really going to be able to walk to it. This is going to put Vikings on sole point, Logan, and it's looking a little bit dire for CFO.
Yeah, this game is looking a lot more one-sided. This is very much looking like the game 2 that we saw out of MVK versus CFO. And I'm wondering how we're going to see, as Shulong is going for Pout, has some backup here.
Board versus mid, now Shawnee's joining into this fight. Charm hits, there's the Frozen Tomb, able to use one last hit, but the burn damage is, oh, stop playing with your food, Shawnee, it's just too much. But now that is another pick up. Shadow is running away. They've still got Baron, remember, they're able to sort of siege just a little bit more. And if Haki is able to get to these towers and they get low enough, getting those satchel explosions is pretty powerful. So now it's all about how much damage can they do to these towers with the Baron.
Yeah, but just take a quick look at the items as well. Shawnee currently has 4 items: the Arm Guard, the Medjai's, the Proto Belt, and the Black Flame. And Pout's only just completed his second with that Proto Belt. MVK, they're sieging the mid tier 2 for CFO. They've got the Baron buff, another 15 seconds, nearly 3k so far, but I'm struggling to find a way back in for CFO for this one. Unfortunately, Doggo has just been absolutely silenced. Yes, he's keeping up in the CS department, but MVK are prioritizing Doggo like nobody's business. They are taking him out fast and early in these team fights that Runan's unable to land onto anybody. His damage not landing, just, it's a tough one here.
Yeah, and we can start seeing even more items being picked up, and the real champion or player that I'm looking at is now Kratos on this vein. The scaling is well in effect. 2 items completed, almost level 16. Now remember, if this game goes any longer, which it probably won't, that'll become a level 20 vein. That's a very hard vein to kill, especially when they are a little bit tanky, when they do a lot of that damage. The scaling is going to be phenomenal. But yeah, that's where I'm really looking is even Rest, who is 0-2 right now, has some decent items on the board, can't soak up all that damage. But let's not even look at the top lane right now. Big props to Shawnee. These mid laners are absolutely world class. Like, they are holding their own, and Shawnee is the most feast or famine player I think I've ever seen. They either hard dominate, like we're seeing in that damage chart right there, is a 15k damage, or they sort of struggle and they get prioritized a little bit too much and they don't find a way back into these games. But this is one of the games where Shawnee's in control, 5-0-9.
Yeah, and this is what happened in game 2 as well, right? So we were talking about game 1 where Pout had hands and was able to outplay Shawnee. And then game 2, Shawnee was the rock star on Aurora. Game 3 was a good game for Shawnee, but they weren't able to finish that one out. It went over to CFO. But this game 4, Shawnee is everywhere. He's been involved in every single kill. Grabbed 5 for himself and assisted with the other 9 for that total of 14 that MVK had. And right now, MVK, they're sitting pretty. They're in a great position. Oh, Rest goes in here. Haki flashed.
Yeah, got to be very careful. Great stopwatch, able to just stop out that big charm that's going to hit, but the tower still did not go down. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to go up, and it's just to keep them back, but now Rest is all alone. They can't out-tank this, and they're just gone. Guri picks up the kill. 3-0-8 now for this jungler, and look, they're chasing out this Vi. Where is Shadow? They're sort of heading up topside to hold on, but they can start to siege down in this mid. Like, it was great proactivity outside for CFO, but it just wasn't enough. No way.
Oh, that was close. But yeah, you're so right. If Haki hadn't have flashed, that would have been a very, very different engage. I really liked the play that Rest went for here. If that had connected, it would have been a very different story. Even the charm, so it forced the flash and stopwatch, but it buys the time for MVK. MVK commit the TP. MVK commit the absolute sprint at all-star speeds to get something back onto CFO. They save Haki, they get Rest, they get the priority to now move to the Baron. This will be their second Baron of the game, and we're only 27 minutes in here, Pike. With this Baron buff, the siege damage potential coming out of this MVK roster is only magnified by power of 10, quite honestly. Don't check that, I'm not good at maths, but CFO just feels like they're delaying the inevitable right now.
Look, and it's hard.
No.
Look at Shawnee on the flank. They don't know that they're there, but Shawnee is well aware that they have some inkling. But now the Dragon's being started up, so it's already started to be looked at by the Vikings, who have this control. They have the Baron. Maybe it's about who do they send to sort of do a little bit more, but Kratos looking for a bit of a flank angle as good knock up there. Breath trying to hold on. Sulong is at half health, so you got to be very careful, but the Dragon is the prize. It is the chunk, because Shawnee has to be so careful with the cease and desist onto the back line. Nice little frozen tomb. Stopwatch is going to keep them relevant. Let's see if they can survive the fight. Flash goes out. Haki actually picks up one. Look at Pout on the backside. Picks up a great shutdown, but the Dragon is still up. It's going to go over to the Vikings. They have the healing. They have the damage. Let's see if they can continue more, but it's a double kill going out for Pout. Has that Spirit Rush, but is it going to be enough? As they're looking at Kratos, the damage is good. Is going to be enough, as there is Rest trying to hold on. Haki picks up, goes godlike. Now Rest is just not long for this world. It's Guri picking it up. They lose the Dragon, but CFO still lose the fight too. And it is Vikings looking to walk up, or at least reset for this next final push.
Yeah, fantastic extended fight there, but I really do think that call from Doggo and Kino to escape on the back end is the correct one, as we do take another look at this, right? So Shawnee had already been trying to get a deep flanking angle, and Shadow patiently trying to bait out Shawnee here, goes in with that Vault Breaker, sort of jukes him out, and then ults with that cease and desist. So CFO were just able to close that. Shadow goes down for it though, and that left MVK on the Drake, right? So the rest of them, while Shawnee was playing with his food on the backside, MVK went for the main, and they secure that Drake. And right now, CFO, they're getting absolutely wallet diffed, dare I say. It's over 12k gold advantage to MVK, so they're just not able to put that damage down like they normally would. And MVK secure themselves the soul here, and they still have the Baron buff on 3 of their members, on Kratos, Guri, and Haki. So they still have a lot of siege potential here too. You can see they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling confident, they're moving deep into CFO's jungle, and CFO, they're the ones who are left to respond. They're reacting to the plays that MVK want to make. They're not the ones making the plays.
Look, and this is the hardest part about being in any sort of game where you are on the back foot now. You have to play so reactive when you want to be as proactive as possible. But now what can you do when Haki is so big that these satchels are going to be like half healthing these towers? But now you can see they're looking for something. Cease and desist onto the backside. Nice little stun, but Shawnee's trying to 1v3. Damage is good. Let's see if Shadow can hold on a little bit longer, but the Crescent Guard is even better when it comes to lightning. Guri is getting the damage off. And look at Kratos go. The charges, the dashes, the little charges, but a shutdown for Doggo. They're still alive, and it's the Yuumi diff too. The healing's just too much, and now they can look at this mid tower too. The satchel is like one hit, there it goes, and now it is Vikings opening up this base like there is no tomorrow. They want to try and close this one out as soon as possible. Rest is healthy, but is it going to be enough? Sulong is low. See if they can get the damage off. Rest actually is already below half health. They're going to be very careful. Haki does a lot of damage with these bombs, but with this Ocean Soul in tow, they have the healing, they have the sustain. Now they're looking for these towers. That's one down, and they might just need to back out here. Rest has to be careful. Mega Inferno Bomb hits, but it's not going to do much damage.
Yeah, Doggo was able to survive getting clipped by that Mega Inferno Bomb. Obviously not being in the center reduced the damage significantly, and that Yuumi shielding, it effectively did nothing. But Shadow still trying to find ways into MVK here as we take another look, right? So goes over the wall, cease and desist straight into Kratos on the back. But I almost think it was a cease and desist too far. He was left alone in the back lines against the 3 of them for too long. And it's just props to Doggo and Kino here to be able to kite Kratos down and get one back. It was too late though, right? It was 4 members of MVK sieging into 3 members of CFO. They came, they saw, they conquered. They've got 2 inhibitor turrets. They've got 2 inhibitors, and one of the Nexus turrets is gone. CFO's base is in shambles, and MVK, they just need to march down and take it from here.
That's really it. They're now looking towards this bot side. So Baron is up in 1 minute's time. So there's a couple TPs for Vikings if they want to make that move, but it's almost rough to see as well, especially in the knockout stage here, Logan, is you want to be able to see teams close out games cleanly. Vikings, yes, it's been pretty clean. It's been consistent. They've been methodical with it. They've got the goal lead. They've got the item diff, like you said, but they're not closing it out. It's at this point, you should just be finishing the game, and we want to see them doing exactly that. Now they're starting to push. Satchel goes forward. It's going to hit. They need to just finish it off, put the nail in the coffin and clean up as the final inhib does go down. Guri is going forward, a bit of an aggressive move, but the tower is still here. They've just sent all 3 waves forward. They just need to hit the Nexus. It is Vikings. The charge is good, but they've sent Doggo all the way back. They're looking to clean this one up. Guri's on the end. He's on the Nexus. He wants more. They're looking for a little bit more damage. The Crescent Guard is good. The damage is just too much. Kino could not hold on. Had to be available for something. Rest is going to go into zombie form, and it is the Vikings taking us to a game number 5, and it's all she wrote. It's going to be huge, Logan. Vikings and CFO, they both want this win.
Both teams go to match point here, 2 apiece, and it will go to Silver Scrapes here, Pike. Fun little fact that I didn't even get to point out is CFO didn't get a single one of MVK's turrets. Such was MVK's dominance here in this game 4 of tonight's best of 5 in our elimination series between CFO and MVK. What a marathon we are a part of right now, Pike. We thought it was going to be a 3-1. We thought this would be the final game, but we've been proven wrong every step of the way, and the chart does not lie.
It was a Vikings game to win right from the start of the game. It was teetering so well, but the Zeri Yumi, I feel like it only does well into these like hard CC comps where you want to lock them down like the Ashe Seraphine. But this was a different game altogether. They drafted something so hard to go into. You can't go forward because it was literally just Shawnee and Harky doing such a good job pushing them back. And look at that. It was still nice to see that the Vayne did win out on the sign at the end of the day, but Rest still had a lot of damage and a lot of movement. But these early fights, they were just so scrappy, and it was Vikings that came up with the goods.
Yeah, I really do think that Rest actually played a great game on that Scion. It was just unfortunate that the rest of MVK played an even better game. Shawnee, say his name as many times as you need to. It's one to remember because that Lissandra pick was absolutely devastating for what it was that CFO wanted to do. And unfortunately, it felt like Shadow had a few uncharacteristic moments, being caught a little too deep, engaging a little too deep as well. Pout had a moderate to good game, I want to say. But what do you do when you've got 5 players who are having a good game versus 5 who are having a great game, right? It's a hard task to answer that one.
It really is, and it's one of those things you have to start thinking about, especially in this 5th game. We are at the Silver Scrapes, like you said, Logan. This is what it's all come down to. If you lose this game here, you are out of the LCP for Split 2. This is where it is all on the line. You cannot hold back. You should be playing aggressive. You should be trying to win your lane. You should be looking for those objectives, because if they don't, it's going to lead to you going home with an empty bag. But again, Vikings are looking really good. In every game that these teams are actually getting the leads, they're controlling it and they're moving forward, and that's what you want to see. Even if they are slow and methodical, they're still moving forward and taking the advantages. So we'll have to see which team's really going to come up with the goods in this 5th game, because it is really either team's series to win.
Yeah, this could absolutely go either way, and that's what's so exciting about this one. The thing that I think, in my heart, I'm going to call it for MVK. I think MVK is going to take this match, and here's the reason why. when MVK has won in game 2 and game 4, it has been dominant. It has been clearly one-sided. The moment they get ahead, they stayed ahead and only made it even more in their favor. CFO have really had to work against it. They've only gone kind of even to start and then had to close it out in that late marathon 40-plus minute game in game 3, right? They don't take it hard, fast, and early in domination. It feels like they leave the door open for MVK to come back at any time. So I really think MVK are going to take this game 5 tonight.
Yeah, so the moral of the story here, Logan, is don't leave the front door open, guys. Make sure you lock those locks. That is when you'll find Doggo staring you down from the front door, just being like, can you just let me in, guys, please? It'd be really nice. And I'm like, Doggo, you're scaring me, dude. Let's just chill out. But no. Sorry, look at screen, scared me. Don't do it. That was a little bit too much for me.
Impression.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not letting you in.
Yeah, exactly.
Logan, take us to a break. We need 5. I'm looking at this and I am flabbergasted that the first knockout stage series has already gone 5 games. LCP, you're giving up the goods.
And that is Silver Scrapes that you're listening to right now. Let's go to a break and listen to it in all of its glory. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome back to our first best of 5 in the knockout stages. And it has gone the distance, Pike. We find ourselves in game 5. Both teams tied up at 2 apiece.
I don't know when we started watching Disney's Hercules, because I'm hearing I Can Go the Distance on repeat right now. The Silver Scrapes is singing true in our ears as we enter into our 5th game, first series. You don't ever think miracles could exist, but you know what? This is a miracle in itself. CFO picking up first pick, which gives Vikings the infamous red side that they seem to have a 50% win rate on right now here in the knockout stage.
Yeah, it's worked for them 2 times. It has not worked for them another 2 times. That is 50%. I did grade school maths. I can count. Well done, verified. Nice. As we do take a quick, I don't know what that sound effect was, but we take a quick look right at these gamers. This is fearless. There's so many champs, right? Well, I'm fearful, but not of fearless, of other things. But we take a look at how many champs have been banned, right? We've played 4 games. That's 8 from every single role. Then we've got 10 more bans to go through here in this game 5. So there is the potential for 10 champs to be banned away in every role before you even kind of get to pick. What are they even gonna play? I mean, Callista's still up.
I'm gonna throw out some champions right now, and you're gonna love it. Ready? Okay, we're gonna see Pantheon Talia being picked up on one of the teams. The other side's gonna go Neferi, and also in the mid, they're going to pick up something like. You know what? We're gonna see something crazy like a Yone. It's gonna be like a Yone or something. Like it's the only like logical answer that I could imagine. You know what I'd love to see? Yasuo Diana. That would be sweet. But Wukong still hasn't been played, so that is still a viable option as well, because that's been banned out a couple times. Top side, I'm expecting an Ornn. We're entering into a 5th game. Ornn is a really strong late game champion, great engage, great peel. I think it's a nice pickup here into a champion pool that really can't deal with an Ornn. But we're in draft.
I like the call of the Ornn. I like the call of Ornn because Rest has played Ornn previously and won with it. So yeah, I back that Ornn call. But we do see our bans, and oh my god, so much has changed, Pike, because the Nocturne. Oh wait, hang on, the Ashe has been let through. The Nocturne, the Neferi, and the Camille have been banned. Lucian and Rise, but MVK still have one more ban. I feel like if they don't ban Ashe here, that's going to leave the door open for CFO to maybe go for that Ashe Seraphine, but then MVK are going to be able to pick it away. Annie banned. Okay, they're targeting the mid laner of Pout. Okay, all right. I'm going on this journey with everybody. Ashe, see, there it is.
Yep, look, if it's open, it's up, and you're just going to lock it in. Let's just see if they do decide to go down that route. There it is. This does also mean that you could look at the counter pick of taking the Seraphine away, and that's going to leave the Ashe with maybe like a Borm or some sort of tank that's going to be like a big follow-up engage or like the start of an engage. But Seraphine doesn't really have too many champions you can pair it with. Usually you put it with maybe like a Jhin or something too, and Jin's already been played. It's already off the board, and yep, there it is. You just got to take it away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the natural choice in my opinion. You grab the Seraphine, so it breaks apart that Seraphine-Ashe combination, because there is no Zeri Yumi to kind of answer it anymore. So this is the best course of action, and then you pair it with your AD that you want to choose, right? But right now, there's not too many ADs left to pick from. So just, if I take a look here, right? Callista's still up, doesn't really work too well. Kai'Sa was banned last game, is still available. Xayah, but you typically pair that with Rakan. But as you said, Aatrox has been picked up for MVK. The question will be though, will that be for Guri or for Kratos?
That's a really good question. Kratos has had some pretty awesome games on the Aatrox in previous times, but Graves being hovered, there's the Wukong. I called that one out being like an obvious choice. You could still go the Ornn here if you did want to put the Ornn up into the Aatrox, but Aatrox is going to be pretty aggressive, and there's the Lulu that we saw banned out last game being picked up most likely here with the Ashe. It's not the most favorable duo, but it's still going to be really good and relevant, especially if this Aatrox does decide to go fully in. You get the polymorph, it's going to be used to great effect. And now you think about a Crystal Arrow, Mel makes the most sense. And we talked about who goes well with Seraphine. Mel is the option.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of AP damage coming out of MVK. Seraphine obviously still just good at harassing, even if she indexes very heavily into that support build, which she most likely will. And then Mel just has so much damage, able to do that golden eclipse with that execute as well to just take people out of the fight. I like what MVK is building, but I also don't mind the synergy between a Lulu and an Ashe. That's a lot of slow that they're able to do, and as you called that polymorph, both of those ultimates are very, very powerful in that bot side, but as you say also, Mel able to just W and reflect that Ashe arrow, that stun. So they're going to need to time it right. They're going to need to bait the W out of the Mel before they decide to go in here.
Yeah, look, it's a hard one. The rebuttal is a very highly sought after ability that you want to try and burn, but what? You could just save it. You can, right now, there's nothing on the side of CFO other than the Crystal Arrow that's worth reflecting. Really. Maybe the polymorph if you can time it well, but it's pretty hard. It's a tough projectile. Actually, how would that work? If you did do it is a projectile, the polymorph. Would you just be polymorphing the other person? That would be crazy. Polymorph and Lulu.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you'd just polymorph the person who was casting it because it's that projectile. And the thing too, though, right, is oftentimes you pick a Mel into a Seraphine because the Encore is such a high value reflect. But this time, by virtue of having to grab that Seraphine to pull apart the Ashe Seraphine combo of CFO, it almost devalues picking up the Mel a little bit because that Encore isn't against you, it is with you instead. That said, it's still going to find value into these Ashe ults, so there's no issues there. We do see Jax and Gwen banned away from the top side there, and Twisted Up, and LeBlanc banned away too.
I don't mind that they're looking to put the Mel into the mid. It is a smart call. It's still strong, but it's in fact Aaliyah going into the mid. I did call that, which does leave open the Pantheon, that if it doesn't, there's no reason to take away. They're hovering Aurelian Soul. We are into these champion pools. A-Soul's being looked at this point. The mega scaling dragon, if ever I've seen one. I kind of like it. I think it's very interesting gameplay, but it's very clunky in its gameplay. You know what? Did I call it? I said so.
You did mention your name.
Damn it. So close.
They heard you and they were toying with your feelings. They're like, yeah, nah.
If they don't pick an AP champion here, though, they're missing out on so much. They really need to scrape the bottle of what AP champions are available in the mid lane that work in this comp, and there's not many.
The problem here as well, though, is MVK has so much AP damage on their side, and Galio makes so much sense. Just able to bring that MR in that mid lane, survive the pressure that Talia wants to bring, but you know what? MVK's draft just screams at me the aggressive front line of that Zahen and that Aatrox. I don't know how CFO are going to be able to answer that. I almost feel like the best tools they have is Galio being able to taunt them off of Doggo, but it's not going to be enough.
It's the real question is how do they really rely on... They're basically saying we need Shadow to start these fights. The Shadow needs to go in, hit the Cyclone, and then it's going to be followed up by the Hero's entrance. That's the only way CFO really is going to work these team fights. Outside of that, it's a Crystal Arrow to try and start it. If they go straight onto this Mel, it's just going to get rebutted and the team fight's just going to flip on them. CFO, they've got a lot of good front to back. They've put a lot of eggs in their basket of splitting up the team fights. Zahen has to be following this Yorick around in order to stop them from taking every single tower. Yeah, I love the 3-2.
I do love the fan signs, and this is what it's all about, right? It's about getting to these venues. It's about jumping online and watching these streams and supporting your favorite teams. Every single one of these teams, every single one of these players deserves your support. As Pike, we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 5 of tonight's best of 5 match, the first of our knockout stages here. I'm so excited, but like I want to keep it tempered, right? Because we've had some bloodbaths, we've had some marathons, and we have Meowric the skin.
Of course. Is one of the best skins. Pool Party Talia, arguably just as cool because you're riding a surfboard around. Arcane Counselor Mel, great skin. High Noon Ash, fantastic skin. KDA All Out Seraphine Superstar, amazing. Like, I should just start singing. And you know what that song is? Give it a bit of love to
I think I know that one. Yeah, I think it's a Silver Scrapes, that one, isn't it, mate? But Shulong has actually been rocking some amazing skins, going for that Sunken Shadows Nami skin earlier. Now that KDA All Out Superstar skin, like these are the same skins I rock. So basically Shulong and I, we're like support brethren, which means I'm just as good as Shulong, 100%.
You know what? I'll let you have this one. Like it's fifth game. It's getting late. Let's not worry too much about it. But this is what we expect as well. Doggo and Kino on this bot side, they're going to have this early priority. They're going to be very aggressive. That is the power you have with the Ashe too. Haki really just wants to come online and be level 6 and look for team fights. So they're just going to be sort of playing a little bit further back and just trying to farm up. But Shawnee's going to have a bit of a rough time into this Galio. The real reason is Galio loves versing mages because you do just survive out so much. And Pout is just going to have to go this AP route because there is no AP on the side of CFO. So it's going to be a little bit of a squishier Galio to deal with.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? So CFO have indexed so heavily into the AD, and MVK have indexed extremely heavily into the AP. As Shawnee gets a good trade, we'll run it off. Yeah, Pout's fine. Pout's chilling. But both sides have gone so heavy into one style of damage that it creates kind of easy building paths for the tanks of both teams, right? So Kratos and Guri, I expect to build a little bit of MR maybe, but I absolutely expect, armor, but I...
Breaking up as flashes go forward. They're looking to go straight onto Doggo. First blood to Haki is a AD carry, or should I say an AP carry's dream, as they burn the flash, but they are able to secure this bot side scuttle. It's always around the crabs.
Am I wrong in thinking that, holy, that was quick? 3-minute mark, MVK collapse, and they are able to secure Doggo for themselves. That's not a great start for CFO as Shadow goes in here.
Yeah, Shadow is going a little bit too far forward. It could be cooked out. It actually has to flash, but it's all Guri saying, just can you please leave my chickens alone? One more Zinger Burger, and it's fine. But Shadow is able to lock it down. The rest of the team is following it up. Good taunt. Guri has to be careful. Flash is available, but will get out alive. Let's see if Guri wants to contest over this next scuttle, but it looks like they're just going to reset and maybe go Krugs.
I feel like MVK is like picking fights and CFO are answering the fights, and MVK is happy with that. They're like, yeah, cool, let's just keep on fighting. We love to fight these early games. We have this sort of early game advantage right now, and CFO, they're being dragged into this bloodbath. I know it's only 1 kill right now, but just so much fighting already this early is kind of wild. Doggo leading the charge here and just gets caught by, the flash E from Haki. Yeah. I mean, that'll do it. What's that first blood? Gets that bonus gold. You'll love to see it.
Solar Snare coming in pretty clutch, but it's also Doggo being a little bit too far up, not realizing that Kino wasn't there, and they weren't able to do anything about it. So Haki able to lock it down, and that's also the power with Guri too. Like when you can get out and use your Infernal Chains, it's going to be really nice just to hold them back and then be able to do a little bit more. So really good pick up there. Great work on capitalizing on the play. Gold is only 500 up, and that is that first blood gold that's going to be sort of tying it over. But game is still quite slow. 5 minutes in, nothing crazy of note other than that first blood. Dragon is up. It's a Chem Tech drag, which is pretty good to see. We're not going to be seeing another tank. I love that we're getting all these really fun, aggressive dragons available in every game, other than that Ocean.
Oh, look, oceans are fun and aggressive, right? You get caught in the wrong wave, it'll dump you into a sandbar. That feels pretty aggressive. But Guri is already on that Drake, true to the form of MVK. They love these Drakes, and it just feels like CFO, it's not a part of their game plan. It's not a part of their tempo or mentality, because they're never ready for the first Drake take. They never have the members there. They don't have the priority. They don't move in. And I say that in
Shadow stolen away. Great stuff. The hero's entrance is coming up as they get the knockdown. It is a big pickup for Shadow onto Haki. It's a big chunk of their damage, but now Pout in a bit of a pickle. Has to be very careful as they're going to get taken out by Shawnee. Doggo is able to run away, but nice. The Dragon first stolen by Shadow, and they pick up a kill for their troubles.
Yeah, Pout there with the hero's entrance. Or TP coming in though, Pike. This could be bad. Oh, CFO wrapping around.
Right into the bad spot. Haki going up a little bit too far up. Gets the stun off. The snare is good. Suluk actually picks up Haki, but they're going to be taken out too. Doggo has the damage, has the moves. The heal comes out, but Sulong does just get out of dodge a second later. But wow, it was the TP play that they died again.
Yeah, Haki dying again, but at least gets one back on Shadow, so can't be too upset with that. As I was calling here, right, that CFO don't seem to be responding to this first early objective. And as I say it, they show up. Shadow goes in, takes it, and is followed up with that hero's entrance. And this is exactly what you called out, right? Shadow needs to engage with those cyclones, and Pat will hero's entrance over the top. But he flashed forward taunted, thinking that CFO were going to follow up, but Shadow and Kino were already too low. So unfortunately, Pout, a little too deep, commits a flash and goes down, giving one back to MVK there, and then the sort of follow-up. So they wrapped around the TP from Haki, so unfortunately did use that summoner just to die, but like we said, was able to get one back on Shadow. Sulong did, before CFO sort of traded, so not the worst outcome. But we do take a quick look at what Mel is building, and that's a lot of amp tomes right now. Not great buys.
Yeah, look, sometimes you just got to stack the amps, you know? You just get the sound going. It's all good. You're not worried it's going to build into something, right? That's the best part. There's a fight going up top side. Okay, the Grim Deliverance is going to be used. Kratos is here now. Shawnee's rotated up. Had the Weaver's Wall, it was already burnt, but no, Rest has a different story to tell, is able to lock him down. The 1-for-1 trade is going to go in Vikings' favor, but now they're looking for a fight. Oh, has to back off. It's a smart call for Haki to leave.
I love that Rest was still able to get that one back on Kratos. He was tidily winning that 1v1, and then 3 members of MVK were there. Kratos plus 2 others, and was just able to turn around, get flash for flash, and the kill.
Guri's now joining into this fight, but it's 4 members strong. They're trying to get to this wave. They're really good zoning off by CFO. They're trying to claw back that little bit of gold. Now Guri's all alone trying to take this blue along with the rest of CFO just standing here. It does get smited away as well, so it is Guri's just jungle being decimated a little bit more. 15 CS down means they have to play a little bit more defensively and try and farm up.
Yeah, sometimes farming is the name of the game. Sometimes you just need to slow it down, but Rest is not willing to slow it down. He's very happy to trade into Kratos on this top side. Didn't have enough time to build up that passive, so wasn't able to get that resurrection. Flash for flash cleans him up because Shawnee and Guri are here. It is a 3v1. So I really do think that Rest did... Oh my gosh.
Too long, just gone again. There's the rebuttal used, but not really for anything of note. And Doggo is cleaning up 2 1-1 in this game. And yeah, Ash is going to be a problem.
Yeah, right now, Doggo on this Ash is on a tear. It feels like he's found some good form at the right time, and it almost feels like MVK is kind of struggling to answer him. That said, it's still only the... Oh my gosh. 3v1.
Haki needs to be so careful. Ooh, has to get out the decoy used. They couldn't commit. They knew something was awry.
Yeah, I think that's a really great call there to call that one off. It's always nice to see that 3v1 dive being set up. It's always nicer to see when you realize it's not going to work before you commit and then you walk away, right? It's better to just lose a little bit of time than to overcommit, lose the fight, and give over gold and time. It's the ideal outcome here. So it's really heads up call. Great play from CFO. The next Drake is up in 20 seconds, but we do see CFO taking those recalls. I don't think they're going to contest this one, especially because Shadow's in that top side. Ooh, mid lane.
Yeah, nah, Shawnee's okay here. Unraveled Earth is going to be a bit of a deterrent for Pout to be able to do all too much, but two members there. Kino doing a good job just rotating around, trying to support his team. It's what you want to do. Sulong doing the exact same now, also in the mid lane, just trying to get some good vision out and hold the wave so that Pout can't just get these shoves in and start taking tower plates. It's not what you want to be able to do. Haki now picking up the Luden, so already getting that first item advantage just from having a nice little bit of farm and be able to proc that crystalline growth just before. Dragon is up. Big fight is going to be coming out. Sulong is level 6. The Encore is available. Now let's see if they can take out Shadow as the Cyclone is good. Weaver's Wall off to the other side, trying to block them out. Damage is good. Cyclone's even better. Pout is able to pick it up. Let's see if they can turn this fight around. Guri is in that whirlwind. Is it going to be enough damage? Shadow gets the wild growth. Here comes Haki. Is the damage going to be enough? It's a double kill for Haki. Let's see if they can make it a triple. But no, Pout has no mana to speak of. Shawnee's going to chase him down, and it's not going to be enough. But the Dragon could be the prize here as Vikings win out the fight.
Yeah, Vikings still do have their jungler, whereas CFO lose theirs. Shadow went deep and aggressive, trying to make something happen, but unfortunately MVK, they responded, they had the members, and they just turned it back around on CFO, as we see here in this replay. So Guru and Sulong, they're here. They're fighting for this vision control. And Shadow goes in, and Guri is effectively frontlining. Sulong is not taking any damage until this Cyclone comes through, right? Sulong dies early. But this fight takes so long that Sulong is actually able to revive and come back out to the rift by the time MVK has pushed CFO away. Doggo does show up, but Shawnee is able to poke Doggo out and away, so he retreats. I like the way that MVK used the terrain to their advantage. They forced CFO into MVK's bottlenecks and just turned it back onto them. Shadow, great engage, unfortunately not a great finish, and now they get the Drake off the back of it as well.
Yeah, no, able to just pick that one up, and it was Shadow who just came and smited out the Scuttle Crab just for a little bit of a, hey, you just took my dragon. What are you talking about? But no, it is still a good pickup for the Vikings. They're maintaining just a slight 400-500 gold lead right now. Probably one of the closest games we've had this whole series. As we're entering into the 13-minute mark, yeah, it's been a little bloodthirsty, but nothing too of note. And now Kratos is caught trying to take on the monkey, but looks like they are just trying to get that good vision. As the tunnels have come out, they know where Shadow is. Let's see if they can re-engage. Kratos actually flashed just then, just to keep him off. The decoy used to good effect. Now Haki completing that 80 carry quest means they might be able to get a little bit of that gold injection and pull something back a little bit further. But comes down to it as it's a needlessly large rod being picked up for Haki too, so they could be going like a Shadow Flame. They could be going as Zonya's as well. There's a couple different options that definitely will be very useful in these next fights. It looks like it is most likely a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, I have to think it's a Shadow and not the Rabadons. It's too early for the Rabadons, and you need to build up other AP items before the Rabadons really gives its maximum value. So I think Shadow Flame, a great call there. As we do see the gold lead, it is swinging more in the favor of MVK. Shadow does have a small lead over Guri. However, the rest of MVK, their total combined is around 700. We do see the Rift Herald up in 30, the next Drake up in 3 minutes, and MVK, it looks like they're placing priority on that Rift Herald. Guri is walking over to it right now. Only rest on the top side for CFO. The arrow, though,
oh, if that hit, Pout might have had a kill just then, but that is now a big summoner spell, big ultimate already used now. Crystal Arrow has a pretty long cooldown. I believe it's about a minute and a half, roughly. So with the Rift Herald now about to spawn 5 seconds up, You can see Shadow up on this top side, but a fight up in the top. Kratos looking to take on Rest. Guri is here, Grim Deliverance, but a flash out by Rest keeps him alive. Now the TP is coming in. Maiden is still very healthy, and Kratos needs to be very, very careful. So the rest of the team is looking to come up. There's Shadow looking at Kratos. He is just going to be able to hold a little bit more, but no, Shadow picks him up. Guri has to pop the World Ender, is trying to heal up as best they can. There is the Cyclone used. Let's see if the second one lasts. It is the double kill for Shadow. The movements are too good, and they're able to clean up a little bit more of this fight, and it was CFO taking that.
Yeah, Rest is just playing out of his mind this game already. The fact that he chose that direction to flash in because Kratos and Guri wouldn't expect it, and then it bought more time for the rest of CFO to come up is frankly so intelligent. And that's sometimes what you need more of. As they get the priority, they're able to take the Rift Herald and rob that all critical jungle objective from MVK, because again, they love them. They have the 3 grubs, they have one of the Drakes, but now the Rift Herald is over to CFO, and Doggo is coming online, does have that Hextech optics here too, has that Zeal for that little extra move and attack speed. If they can protect Doggo, I really do think he can get the job done. The problem is MVK has a lot more ranged options, so it's kind of 1 ranged versus 3 when it's CFO versus MVK. Pout, though, building up that MR, has those Merc treads as well, which means the Talia, the Mel, the Seraphine, they're not going to be punching this Galio as hard, and that's a lot of value when he's effectively your main, I want to say, one of your bigger tanks.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. He's all about just following up the team fight just a little bit more. And being able to just keep the fight engaged, because like you said, it is really on Wukong to be able to do as much as possible in these team fights. I'm not sure where our items are, but that's okay. We're going to get them in just a second, hopefully. But I'm looking at this next dragon. That's going to be the next big thing, and it's up very, very soon. And there we go. And now that is going to be the next big fight. And if Pout is there, he's going to soak up a lot of damage.
Yeah. And that's why he picked it, right? He saw so many AP champs on the side of MVK and went, you know what? It's Galio time. And we've seen so many mid laners use Galio effectively. I almost think, great game sense there from Haki. I think every great mid laner must have a good Galio in their toolkit, right? You need to play for the team. You need to not play self-ishly and have that Galio, because it proves its worth. As CFO, they're trying to keep MVK out. They start this Drake up and they've dropped the Rift Herald here too.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall's coming down, but it's actually kept Shawnee out of this fight. I think they were trying to send it, but they didn't know where it was going to go, as now Dragon is going down. There's going to be a spot fight. It's stolen away. The Vikings pick up the Dragon. Now they're looking for a little bit more, as Guri is in that World Ender. Needs to be near this wall, able to slide over to the edge of it, but now the decoy is good. Shadow's trying to take on Guri, going back on a Shawnee. I think he's just absolutely gone CFO. They just got their minds absolutely red. Their fingers, they could not keep up. And look at Guri on the backside. Wild growth. Once again, the flick back is all too much. Grim Deliverance is damage and a half. Pout is on the run, and it is Vikings back in control of this game. They just needed that window, and it was all on Guri, the Aatrox with the steal that enabled them.
Yeah, Aatrox being able to dive into the pit, get the steal, and really sort of disrupt and cause chaos in the lines of CFO had so much impact here. CFO, though, yeah, Kratos, you've got to be so careful here. They're recalling. I love the Yumi emote. They're like, ooh, question. But great fight there from MVK and CFO around this Drake. I liked the initial idea from CFO to keep MVK out. I mean, Shawnee did it himself anyway. They didn't have to worry about that. Pout frontlining, but no one to stop Guri. He was even airborne through the smite. So, like, great timing. Pout's heroic entrance got zero value for the rest of the team, unfortunately. And Doggo just not able to find a way into the fight, because Kratos was always lingering on that back line, right? So even his presence demanded a response, and it got the job done. It was enough to keep Doggo out of the fight, give MVK the advantage on the front end, and then chase CFO away and down on the back end.
And it was actually really funny. One thing we didn't get to see, but did happen, is the Rift Herald still got a charge off, and it still took mid tower. It still was able to get that little bit of gold, and it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. No one was following the charge up. They weren't able to get anything more. Now it's 2 towers being taken by CFO, top and mid. It's being secured as the Weaver's Ball's pulling them back in. There's the big encore straight onto a Cyclone, but it's just too much damage. Haki just blew him up. Now the TP's coming in. It is rest, and Guri has to stay alive. His Pout going back in, does get the 2-man taunt, 3-man taunt. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough. As Shawnee is low, needs to jump out of dodge, but no, it's the shutdown. Heading over to rest. Is the damage going to be enough? The Golden Eclipse is good. There's the Grim Deliverance too, but look at rest. It's a double kill for Haki. Maybe looking for a triple as Pout does get the taunt, keeping them out of dodge, but they are going to be able to walk away. 2 members left up for the side of CFO. Vikings with 3, and they come up with the goods. Vikings again extend their lead.
Yeah, and they're going to take this mid-tier 1 turret. There is a cannon minion in this wave, so it's team fight, it's objective value, it's MVK coming up trumps. And, I mean, CFO, they responded to the presence of 3 members of MVK, right? They were like, oh, 3v3, we can fight this. But then suddenly MVK was 4, rest forced to TP. And I'm just noticing Kino on the back line is polymorphing Kratos as much as possible. And Doggo is just in the midst of everything, which is not where you want to be in the face of a Kratos on that Zayan, in the face of the solar flare from that Mel. I really feel like that was a strong positional disadvantage for CFO. MVK, it feels like they're engaging every fight on their terms in the places that they want, right? This Mel with that solar flare and that damage from rest is phenomenal. This Mel with a solar flare in a very narrow corridor, it's almost always going to get value and land, and it's going to enable fantastic encores. It's going to let the Talia Weaver's Walls shut you out of the way. I think this is almost more intelligent gameplay that we're seeing come out of MVK than it is kind of like out-handsing right now.
And the crazy thing as well with the solar snare in particular is it acts very similar to like the actual rumble equalizer as well, but it's on such a slower cooldown where you can get these great impactful slows. And like you said, in these corridors around the dragon pit, around Baron, like you cannot fight this Mel in the jungle. You have to be so careful of where you step, and especially when you're playing low mobility AD carries like Ashe. One false step, and it's the reason they got hit with the first blood, is they stepped up a little bit too far. They got caught for it.
Yeah, and I do want to point out a little something. Vision score. So a lot of people, when you're looking at these maps as, oh, Weaver's Wall to get to safety, vision score is critical, right? Because if you don't know what's going on in your jungle, you can't walk into your jungle. You can't gank in your jungle. And MVK's vision score is simply better on every single player except Haki versus Doggo. Doggo has him beat there, but overall MVK values vision so heavily. Placing the wards, killing the wards. There's another fight brewing.
And Guri's already over onto the other side of the wall. They know he's in there. Dragon has reset, so it's at the advantage of Guri, but it's a full reset. Pout is on the other side, so now they're looking to take this fight. But look at the Dragon. It's being shredded down. You have to be so careful. Guri has to get inside. It's stolen again! It's the double.
He does it again!
Guri is just insane. He is keeping this team. The encore's massive. Haki is going godlike. There's the hero's entrance, but it is the Vikings cleaning up the fight. The wild growth is good, but look at Haki go! The double kill! It's all she wrote. Rest is just no longer for this world. The triple. It was a huge fight. Haki is a god. So is Guri. It's just too much. This Viking roster are beast mode.
Kino lucky to get away alive, just preventing that ace. MVK 5 gold, 3 drakes. They turn their sights on the Baron, and it is melting in the face of MVK right now. I liked what CFO did. They started strong, but Shadow, you just can't keep losing drakes to Guri. He just pops over the wall and takes what he wants when he wants. Then Shadow, he goes for that Cyclone engage. He dies too fast out. Unable to save him. Hero's entrances into nothing, and no one, and Haki over the wall there, Pike, just decimates the backline of CFO. I mean, it feels terrible to say it again, but the positioning of Haki on this Mel has been so effective. CFO just unable to find a way through all of the damage onto the Mel.
Look, and this is like that Aatrox Zehen sort of combo, right? Like they're sort of the bruisery tanks, but when Guri goes World Ender, he is so hard to kill. The healing is great. He's got a Sundered Sky too. Like, he's going to be so hard to take out. Now, Pout's looking to go a little bit aggressive, but Haki has so much movement. 4 items deep on this Mel. 10 kills to 2 for Haki, who has had a phenomenal series this entire night. And honestly, this Mel is the pick of the match. It's going to be so hard for them to be able to kill her in any stance. But now they're starting to siege. The Baron is secured. We're 26 minutes into this game, and they're sieging hard. They're looking top, they're looking mid. It really depends on where they want to put most of their priority is. Anywhere Haki is, you're probably going to be finding a couple CFO members as well. But now they're just looking at these towers, and they're shredding pretty fast. Weaver's Wall's going in
though. That
more as Rest is here. Encore is not even going to be used, and we're waiting for it. His Powder is just going to get shredded out too. But now Encore's gone. It's not going to be enough as they don't pick up any members, but they force a lot of them back.
Yeah, a couple of ults there as well. No longer Golden Clips, no Weaver's Wall, and no Encore from that Seraphine. So CFO somewhat safe to be able to push these waves out, bounce them, but this is really MVK's game right now. 50 seconds left on that Baron power play, 2,000 gold up as Shadow. He just runs out there to get that red buff, if nothing else, to deny it away from MVK. They do get that ward down. Kino, you've got to be so careful. Look, MVK is so confident, they're just fast marching into the jungle of CFO. They're ready. They're pushing all the waves in. They've got the tools. They just need to finish the job. A 700 gold shutdown on Haki right now. The problem is, how do you kill Haki, right? Kratos and Guri.
Cyclone could do it. Crystal Arrow is going to hit. You ask and you kill it, and it's the Wombo combo that will get it done. And now that the Mel is gone, they have to be very careful. The Dragon's up in a minute and a half. We'll have to see if they're able to contest, but that's a Baron gone from the side of Vikings. And that little Baron play only ended up being about 600 gold.
Yeah, I don't know if that's my first ever caster curse. I'm like, how do you kill Mel? And then they immediately kill Mel, because I was about to say, Mel can simply hide behind Kratos and Guri, right? As you say, that World Ender, phenomenal. Talia with the Weaver's Wall, and Shadow engaged, dives in, Cyclones, the Proto Belt, everything, and the Crystal Arrow, just the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the nail in the coffin, sublime targeting from Doggo. And that's a show of effective communication, right? Doggo couldn't have gone for that if Shadow hadn't have said, hey, this is what I'm going to do. That's where you want to send your arrow. And they did it, and it worked. And that's how they're going to shut down the Mel. But the problem is, you have to do this again and again and again. And I just don't think they're going to get these opportunities again. Like, MVK, they're wise to this now.
Yeah, you got to be super careful. Like, one little pick. Now, the Dragon is spawning. Let's see if CFO is going to be able to get this one at least. They've had it stolen so many times. Guri is here. World Ender available. Smite also available. They can get over the wall. It's all on Pout to keep them off to the side. They can dash over. It's going to be enough as the Cyclone is good. Damage is even better as the shutdown for Doggo. They're avoiding the Dragon, but now it's the Cyclone onto the back line. Haki is the target, but no. Haki takes out Shadow. The Resurgence is coming in from Zahan. They got the passive up. Now Kino's in the problem, and they take it again. It's the Haki show. It's all she wrote. Guri has no signs of slowing down. Kratos picks up Pout, and they have secured Soul for themselves. The Vikings have no fear going forward. The newcomers to Nightmares, the Vikings are storming their way, and they want this victory right now. They're low, but they're not out of the fight. Oh, wow. That's just okay. And look at Haki. Haki's in their base, taking inhibs. Wow. Oh.
They're toying with Doggo. They're trying to keep him around. He's well out of position here. Because 3 members of MVK are here, right? They could just rotate. They're spotted. Yeah, okay. They're after Doggo. I'm like, they're trying to mess with him. They're trying to prevent him from like getting back to base, but that was a really awkward sequence of plays, which is why I was like, what's happening? Oh, Shadow goes in and gets the shutdown on the Haki, gets a Haki. That's so good because, right, so Doggo was there and Guri and Kratos were like toying with the idea of trying to like keep Doggo around or close Doggo out. And then CFO responded. Shadow goes in, gets Haki. Shadow keeps the fight going, also gets Kratos because they don't have ults. Guri's World Ender though is back up. He's able to turn it back on to Shadow, and this fight just hasn't stopped. Pout, unfortunately, finds himself in a 2v1 situation against Shawnee on the Talia and Guri on that Aatrox, able to get the damage done. And MVK, they win the extended trade as well as the initial trade here. So, I mean, we look at this, it's 36 kills in 31 minutes. Dragon Soul is with MVK, and we go to this replay here. So CFO, they start the Drake up. They're chilling, but MVK respond. They Weaver's Wall early. The flick is beautiful, but Doggo is back here, left to free hit on the lines of MVK. However, it's not enough because Kratos has the passive, is able to resurrect and get in the face of Doggo. But back in live, we're also getting ready to fight over the Baron here, Pike, which could be the winning moment.
This could be the one, right? Like, this is where it is up to Vikings to solidify a little bit more. And this fight going forward, it's already so low. The Weaver's Wall's just to keep them out of dodge. And I think the Baron is just secured. It's a little bit too easy now. Vikings just need to close out this game. It's only 3 members with Baron, but that, oh no, it's all 4, it's all 5 members. Not too bad, but we are in it to win it. Vikings want this win right now. And wow, it's a big one. They're looking to close it out through topside.
Yeah, topside, all members of MVK. They're in a 4-1 split push here. They want to close this out. They've started the seed up. What can CFO do in the face of this aggressive MVK? They're currently 10k gold up. They've got more items completed. They're in the stronger position now. Not only the Baron buff, but those item completions means they get more stats, better stats, and it's just that much harder for CFO to be able to respond to them. They don't repel MVK as much as MVK go, cool, got what we came for, which is the top and mid inhibitor turrets and inhibitors, and now they've recalled because they want to get this bot pushed in. They've hex-gated over the back of the pit.
Look at Shadow. Shadow's caught. He's in the alcove. He's in the wrong place. All 5 members are collapsing on him right now. All he can do is try and dodge and weave. Seismic Shove is good. Golden Eclipse absolutely blasts him to hell. There is nothing you can do. Jungle it down. And Shadow has just had the roughest 5th game of his life. They could not secure these objectives. He could not fight these dragons. And now it is Vikings looking at their final towers that they want to take. They're looking down bot side. They kill the Maiden. She is no longer in this world. They are looking to take it ever quickly, and it is the Vikings wanting to do whatever they can, and they are playing like they are doing anything they want. And now it's all about this final siege. It's a 4v5. Kratos, the Weaver's Wall just from top is going to be enough, but they're looking at the towers. It is Vikings. They're looking to close this one out. The Baron and Powered Minions, the hero's entrance, just to avoid and get out of dodge. But the Vikings, the super rookies, have arrived, and the rest of the LCP better start paying attention. They take the 5th game in the first knockout stage series.
Well done, MVK Esports. They take tonight's best of 5, 3-2. I mean, I know you and I both predicted an MVK 3-1 victory, but at 3-2, it almost feels better because we got so much League of Legends, and that's right, take a bow. Well-deserved victory. Stella in game 1, Kratos through games 2 and 4. They were able to sort of use that substitution to their advantage, get some game time up for Stella, and here is CFO. They went the distance. They took it to MVK. They made them work for it. An unfortunate result at the end of the day. They have now been eliminated from the knockout stages. This is the end of their split 2, and what an end. They went out fighting, Pike.
They went out with a bang. And you know what? They should be holding their heads incredibly high because they took it to the Vikings at every stage of every game. It literally just came down to Haki and Guri. What is he doing? What?
Victory dance!
I thought he was doing something else. I was like, this is not good. This is not what you do on esports. But no, it was, oh, I love this. But still, it was a phenomenal effort from CFO. Oh, got me. A little bit too much. But no, CFO really showed themselves to be a team that could contend again next split. Yes, they are out now. It's an unfortunate result, but one of these teams had to go. And it was just CFO that couldn't get the clutch in the end. And it was really big props. I think Guri is my MVP. You don't steal that many dragons, that many objectives without having a clear idea of how to do it. And the damage charts are just showing. Look, Doggo had such a good game, so did Rest. It was just the rest of the team coming in really big, and this is just what happens when you get really small champion pools where some teams might not be able to hold it up.
Yeah, 12k gold diff in favor of MVK at the end there as well. But Shadow, unfortunately, in that Wukong, he got some great engages, but far too often he was caught out on his own. And MVK collapsed on Shadow so fast that Pout's heroic entrances whiffed, right? He was able to select Shadow to Hero's entrance onto him, but by the time he landed, Shadow was just dead, and MVK then converted that numbers advantage to win the rest of these fights. And again, just smart positioning, really great use of these tight confines in the jungle. And there it is, player of the match, Haki of MVK, having a ripper of a game in 3 and 4 with that damage per minute. My goodness.
Yeah, look, honestly, Haki, well-deserved. They really held their own. Even that Caitlyn game was really, really gross. Like, they were up against the center. It was rough. The Corki, they were doing so much damage with those missiles. And then the Ziggs, the Mel, that Mel game was absolutely magic. If any Mel AP carries are out there, this is the example of how to play it to the best as you can. So big props to them, able to lock down their player of the series, and in a best of 5-2 going all 5 games to still be so relevant throughout all of it, Logan, is really big props. And now we're starting to see some of the earlier fights, and Kratos was sort of taken to school by Rest. It was a couple of times where, like, he dies. He's not able to sort of hold on or survive out as long as he wanted to. Flash is burnt, but he still was relevant in team fights, which is the big difference. It's hard for Yorick to be super, super relevant in a lot of these team fights without Maiden too. But that Rift Herald play, I think the Weaver's Wall, and I didn't get to say it, the Weaver's Wall was, the Crystal Arrow sent back. Oh, I didn't see that either. The Weaver's Wall actually stopped the Rift Herald from going mid. It went to charge, like they were looking to charge it up to get the knockups, but was meant to go mid and hit. So it was a bit of a fun play where the Weaver's Wall came in really clutch. But still, CFO just trailing. They could not find the answers.
Yeah, and it was the aggression from MVK. As you said, Zehen had a rough start there, right? But Rest was able to get the better of him, but then it broke out into the team fights where Zehen kind of thrives. I really think Zehen is a better team fighter than a solo laner, and the combination of Aatrox and Zehen, quite frankly, it's the Bruiser brothers, right? Like, they're both in your face, they've got the hooks, they've got the damage, they've got the survivability, one with that passive free death, the other with the World Ender and the sustain that provides. It's a tall order to kind of crack through that front line, especially with these encores. Right? We didn't even mention Shulong. We didn't even mention these encores, but every time CFO thought they found an angle, thought they could get onto that backline, Shulong was there with the encore to shut it down. It buys time, it buys space, it makes MVK turn back around on the immediate threat in their back lines, and it just made it feel like CFO were never able to find an angle. Here was the best fight we saw from Doggo. He was kiting like his life depended on it, because it did. Zehen was in his face. But even then, the front line of CFO still weren't able to keep MVK off of Doggo. He wasn't able to free hit. He wasn't able to get his damage down onto the members of MVK enough.
Yeah, no, and that's 100% true. And I think at the end of the day, if this is the first series of the knockout stage that we could be expecting over the next few weeks, Logan, we're in for some long nights, man. It's going to be so much fun. But today's result, it stands true in the first best of 5 that we go the distance to Silver Scrapes with the Vikings picking up the win. That means they will be up against Secret Wales next week in the upper bracket. So that is going to be a very scary game because they're going up against the best of the best. Maybe this isn't the game you want to be winning, but still, CFO are unfortunately knocked out completely. And it's a tough result for CFO because they had such a good series.
That's it. They really, really did. And to get knocked out in the same round 1, match 1, like they did in split 1, unfortunately, that's got to kind of rub salt in the wound there for CFO. But I think they had a better showing this time around. And as you say, it's going to be a VCS derby in round 2 in that match 3. MVK goes on to face Team Secret Wales, which, whew, that's going to be a spicy match 3 there. But before we can get to match 3, we have match 2, which will be tomorrow night. But before we can get to that, we have another player of the match standings update. Harky, now a 3-time player of the match, along with Kiaya, Garm's captain and top laner. I love the player of the matches because it feels like it's recognition, it's accolades for an exceptional performance. It's like a report card where you get that A+ for that 100, you know?
It's almost like you should be getting like double points at this point. If you're in best of 5s and you get it, like you get 2 points or something. But yes, you talked about tomorrow's match. It's going to be Sunday. It is going to be SHG versus Relove DCG. We've seen these teams play off before. It's the 4th versus 5th place. It's going to be a big series.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to this one. I'll be watching this one from the comfort of my couch tomorrow night. And I want to say energy, my vibes are with SHG because SHG have just been performing so well. Basically, I think the only people they've lost to really, it's sort of Team Secret Wales and Garm right now. So DCG, though, they're kind of finding form at the right time. They're sort of coming up at the back end of this regular split and showing their strength coming into the knockout stage.
They're birthing a new future is what we might even say, Logan. They're just seeing what's possible. And honestly, I'm excited for that series. I think it's going to be a big one. Me and Carrick will be looking after you tomorrow night. But Logan, let's call that a night. It's been a long one and we're all knackered.
That's it, mate. That was a fantastic best of 5 here tonight in the LCP first match of the knockout round. Thank you all at home for watching us, and we hope to see you here again tomorrow night for SHG versus Relove DCG. We'll see you all there.